Book 2. The second book of the Histories, called Euterpe. 1. When Cyrus had brought his life to an end, Cambyses received the royal power in succession, being the son of Cyrus and of Cassandane the daughter of Pharnaspes, for whose death, which came about before his own, Cyrus had made great mourning himself, and also had proclaimed to all those over whom he bore rule that they should make mourning for her. Cambyses, I say, being the son of this woman and of Cyrus, regarded the Ionians and Iolians as slaves inherited from his father. And he proceeded to march an army against Egypt, taking with him as helpers not only the other nations of which he was the ruler, but also those of the Hellenes over whom he had power besides. 2. Now the Egyptians, before the time when Psammetichos I became king over them, were wont to suppose that they had come into being first of all men. But since the time when Psammetichos, having become king, desired to know what men had come into being first, they supposed that the Phrygians came into being before themselves, but they themselves before all other men. Now Psammetichos, when he was not able by inquiry to find out any means of knowing who had come into being first of all men, contrived a device of the following kind. Taking 2 newborn children belonging to persons of the common sort, he gave them to a shepherd to bring up at the place where his flocks were, with a manner of bringing up such as I shall say, charging him namely that no man should utter any word in their presence, and that they should be placed by themselves in a room where none might come. And at the proper time he should bring to them she-goats, and when he had satisfied them with milk, he should do for them whatever else was needed. These things Psammetichos did, and gave him this charge, wishing to hear what word the children would let break forth first, after they had ceased from wailings without sense. And accordingly so it came to pass. For after a space of 2 years had gone by, during which the shepherd went on acting so, at length, when he opened the door and entered, both the children fell before him in entreaty and uttered the word because, stretching forth their hands. At first when he heard this, the shepherd kept silence, but since this word was often repeated, as he visited them constantly and attended to them, at last he declared the matter to his master, and at his command he brought the children before his face. Then Psammetichos, having himself also heard it, began to inquire about what nation of men named anything because, and inquiring he found that the Phrygians had this name for bread. In this manner, and guided by an indication such as this, the Egyptians were brought to allow that the Phrygians were a more ancient people than themselves. 3. That so it came to pass I heard from the priests of that Hephaestos who dwells at Memphis. 2. But the Hellenes relate, besides many other idle tales, that Psammetichos cut out the tongues of certain women, and then caused the children to live with these women. With regard then to the rearing of the children, they related so much as I have said. And I heard also other things at Memphis, when I had speech with the priests of Hephaestos. Moreover, I visited both Thebes and Heliopolis 3 for this very cause, namely because I wished to know whether the priests at these places would agree in their accounts with those at Memphis. For the men of Heliopolis are said to be the most learned in records of the Egyptians. Those of their narrations, which I heard with regard to the gods, I am not earnest to relate in full, but I shall name them only, because I consider that all men are equally ignorant of these matters. 5. And whatever things of them I may record, I shall record only because I am compelled by the course of the story. 4. But as to those matters which concern men, the priests agreed with one another in saying that the Egyptians were the first of all men on earth to find out the course of the year, having divided the seasons into 12 parts to make up the whole. And this, they said, they found out from the stars. And they reckoned to this extent more wisely than the Hellenes, as it seems to me, inasmuch as the Hellenes throw in an intercalated month every other year, to make the seasons right, whereas the Egyptians, reckoning the 12 months at 30 days each, bring in also every year 5 days beyond the number. And thus the circle of their seasons is completed and comes round to the same point whence it set out. They said, moreover, that the Egyptians were the first who brought into use appellations for the 12 gods, and the Hellenes took up the use from them. And that they were the first who assigned altars and images and temples to the gods, and who engraved figures on stones, and with regard to the greater number of these things, they showed me by actual facts that they had happened so. They said also that the first man 6 who became king of Egypt was Min, 7. And that, in his time, all Egypt, except the district of Thebes 8, was a swamp, and none of the regions were then above water, which now lie below the lake of Moeris, to which lake it is a voyage of 7 days up the river from the sea. 5. And I thought that they said well about the land. For it is manifest in truth even to a person who has not heard it beforehand, but has only seen, at least if he have understanding, that the Egypt to which the Hellenes come in ships is a land which has been won by the Egyptians as an addition, and that it is a gift of the river. Moreover, the regions which lie above this lake also for a distance of 3 days' sail, about which they did not go on to say anything of this kind, are nevertheless another instance of the same thing. For the nature of the land of Egypt is as follows. First, when you are still approaching it in a ship, and are distant a day's run from the land, if you let down a sounding line, you will bring up mud, and will find yourself in 11 fathoms. This then so far shows that there is a silting forward of the land. 6. Then secondly, as to Egypt itself, the extent of it along the sea is 60 scoins, according to our definition of Egypt as extending from the Gulf of Plinthine to the Serbonian Lake, along which stretches Mount Casian. From this lake then 9, the 60 scoins are reckoned. For those of men who are poor in land have their country measured by fathoms, those who are less poor by furlongs, those who have much land by parasangs, and those who have land in very great abundance by scoins. Now the parasang is equal to 30 furlongs, and each scoin, which is an Egyptian measure, is equal to 60 furlongs. So there would be an extent of 3,600 furlongs for the coastland of Egypt. 10. 7. From thence and as far as Heliopolis inland Egypt is broad, and the land is all flat, and without springs of water 11 and formed of mud. And the road as one goes inland from the sea to Heliopolis is about the same in length as that which leads from the altar of the 12 gods at Athens to Pisa and the temple of Olympian Zeus. Reckoning up you would find the difference very small by which these roads fail of being equal in length, not more indeed than 15 furlongs. For the road from Athens to Pisa wants 15 furlongs of being 1,500, while the road to Heliopolis from the sea reaches that number completely. 8. From Heliopolis, however, as you go up, Egypt is narrow. For on the one side a mountain range belonging to Arabia stretches along by the side of it, going in a direction from north towards the midday and the south wind, tending upwards without a break to that which is called the Erythraean Sea, in which range are the stone quarries which were used in cutting stone for the pyramids at Memphis. On this side then the mountain ends where I have said, and then takes a turn back. 12, and where it is widest, as I was informed, it is a journey of 2 months across from east to west, and the borders of it which turn towards the east are said to produce frankincense. Such then is the nature of this mountain range, and on the side of Egypt towards Libya another range extends, rocky and enveloped in sand. In this are the pyramids, and it runs in the same direction as those parts of the Arabian mountains which go towards the midday. So then, I say, from Heliopolis the land has no longer a great extent so far as it belongs to Egypt, 13, and for about 14 days sail up, the river Egypt properly so called is narrow. And the space between the mountain ranges which have been mentioned is plain land. But where it is narrowest, it did not seem to me to exceed 200 furlongs from the Arabian mountains to those which are called the Libyan. After this again, Egypt is broad. 9. Such is the nature of this land. And from Heliopolis to Thebes is a voyage up the river of 9 days, and the distance of the journey in furlongs is 4,860, the number of the scoins being 81. If these measures of Egypt in furlongs be put together, the result is as follows. I have already before this shown that the distance along the sea amounts to 3,600 furlongs, and I will now declare what the distance is inland from the sea to Thebes, namely 6,120 furlongs. And again the distance from Thebes to the city called Elephantine is 1,800 furlongs. 10. Of this land then, concerning which I have spoken, it seemed to myself also, according as the priests said, that the greater part had been won as an addition by the Egyptians. For it was evident to me that the space between the aforesaid mountain ranges, which lie above the city of Memphis, once was a gulf of the sea, like the regions about Ilion and Teuthrania and Ephesos, and the plain of the Maeander, if it be permitted to compare small things with great. And small these are in comparison, for of the rivers which heaped up the soil in those regions none is worthy to be compared in volume with a single one of the mouths of the Nile, which has 5 mouths. 15 Moreover, there are other rivers also, not in size at all equal to the Nile, which have performed great feats, of which I can mention the names of several, and especially the Aclus, which flowing through Acarnania and so issuing out into the sea, has already made half of the Echinades from islands into mainland. 11. Now there is in the land of Arabia, not far from Egypt, a gulf of the sea running in from that which is called the Erythraean Sea, very long and narrow, as I am about to tell. With respect to the length of the voyage along it, one who set out from the innermost point to sail out through it into the open sea would spend 40 days upon the voyage, using oars. 16, and with respect to breadth, where the gulf is broadest, it is half a day's sail across. And there is in it an ebb and flow of tide every day. Just such another gulf I suppose that Egypt was, and that the one ran in towards Ethiopia from the northern sea, and the other, the Arabian, of which I am about to speak. 17 tended from the south towards Syria, the gulfs boring in so as almost to meet at their extreme points, and passing by one another with but a small space left between. If then the stream of the Nile should turn aside into this Arabian Gulf, what would hinder that gulf from being filled up with silt as the river continued to flow, at all events within a period of 20,000 years? Indeed, for my part, 1 am of opinion that it would be filled up even within 10,000 years. How then, in 18, all the time that has elapsed before I came into being, should not a gulf be filled up even of much greater size than this, by a river so great and so active? 12. As regards Egypt then, I both believe those who say that things are so, and for myself also I am strongly of opinion that they are so. Because I have observed that Egypt runs out into the sea further than the adjoining land, and that shells are found upon the mountains of it, and an efflorescence of salt forms upon the surface, so that even the pyramids are being eaten away by it, and moreover that of all the mountains of Egypt, the range which lies above Memphis is the only one which has sand. Besides which I notice that Egypt resembles neither the land of Arabia, which borders upon it, nor Libya, nor yet Syria, for they are Syrians who dwell in the parts of Arabia lying along the sea, but that it has soil which is black and easily breaks up, 19 seeing that it is in truth mud and silt brought down from Ethiopia by the river. But the soil of Libya, we know, is reddish in color and rather sandy, while that of Arabia and Syria is somewhat clayey and rocky. 1901. 13. The priests also gave me a strong proof concerning this land as follows, namely that in the reign of King Maurus, whenever the river reached a height of at least 8 cubits 20, it watered Egypt below Memphis. And not yet 900 years had gone by since the death of Maurus, when I heard these things from the priests. Now, however, unless the river rises to 16 cubits, or 15 at the least, it does not go over the land. I think, too, that those Egyptians who dwell below the lake of Maurus, and especially in that region which is called the Delta, if that land continues to grow in height according to this proportion, and to increase similarly in extent, 21 will suffer for all remaining time, from the Nile not overflowing their land, that same thing which they themselves said that the Hellenes would at some time suffer. For hearing that the whole land of the Hellenes has rain, and is not watered by rivers as theirs is, they said that the Hellenes would at some time be disappointed of a great hope, and would suffer the ills of famine. This saying means that if the god 22 shall not send them rain, but shall allow drought to prevail for a long time, the Hellenes will be destroyed by hunger. For they have in fact no other supply of water to save them except from Zeus alone. 14. This has been rightly said by the Egyptians with reference to the Hellenes, but now let me tell how matters are with the Egyptians themselves in their turn. If, in accordance with what I before said, their land below Memphis, for this is that which is increasing, shall continue to increase in height according to the same proportion as in past time, assuredly those Egyptians who dwell here will suffer famine, if their land shall not have rain nor the river be able to go over their fields. It is certain, however, that now they gather in fruit from the earth with less labor than any other men, and also with less than the other Egyptians. For they have no labor in breaking up furrows with a plow, nor in hoeing, nor in any other of those labors, which other men have about a crop. But when the river has come up of itself and watered their fields, and after watering has left them again, then each man sows his own field and turns into it swine. And when he has trodden the seed into the ground by means of the swine, after that he waits for the harvest. And when he has threshed the corn by means of the swine, then he gathers it in. 15. If we desire to follow the opinions of the Ionians as regards Egypt, who say that the delta alone is Egypt, reckoning its seacoast to be from the watchtower called of Perseus to the fish-curing houses of Pelusium, a distance of 40 scoins, and counting it to extend inland as far as the city of Kirkosaros, where the Nile divides and runs to Pelusium and Canobos, while as for the rest of Egypt, they assign it partly to Libya and partly to Arabia. If, I say, we should follow this account, we should thereby declare that in former times the Egyptians had no land to live in. For, as we have seen, their delta at any rate is alluvial, and has appeared, so to speak, lately, as the Egyptians themselves say, and as my opinion is. If then at the first there was no land for them to live in, why did they waste their labor to prove that they had come into being before all other men? They needed not to have made trial of the children to see what language they would first utter. However, I am not of opinion that the Egyptians came into being at the same time as that which is called by the Ionians the Delta, but that they existed always ever since the human race came into being, and that as their land advanced forwards, many of them were left in their first abodes, and many came down gradually to the lower parts. At least it is certain that in old times Thebes had the name of Egypt, and of this 23 the circumference measures 6,120 furlongs. 16. If then we judge aright of these matters, the opinion of the Ionians about Egypt is not sound. But if the judgment of the Ionians is right, I declare that neither the Hellenes nor the Ionians themselves know how to reckon, since they say that the whole earth is made up of 3 divisions, Europe, Asia, and Libya. For they ought to count in addition to these the delta of Egypt, since it belongs neither to Asia nor to Libya. For at least it cannot be the river Nile by this reckoning which divides Asia from Libya. 24, but the Nile is cleft at the point of this delta, so as to flow round it. And the result is that this land would come between Asia and Libya. 25. 17. We dismiss, then, the opinion of the Ionians, and express a judgment of our own in this matter also, that Egypt is all that land which is inhabited by Egyptians. Just as Cilicia is that which is inhabited by Cilicians and Assyria, that which is inhabited by Assyrians. And we know of no boundary, properly speaking, between Asia and Libya, except the borders of Egypt. If, however, we shall adopt the opinion which is commonly held by the Hellenes, we shall suppose that the whole of Egypt, beginning from the cataract 26 and the city of Elephantine, is divided into 2 parts, and that it thus partakes of both the names, since one side will thus belong to Libya and the other to Asia. For the Nile from the cataract onwards flows to the sea cutting Egypt through the midst. And as far as the city of Kirkosaros the Nile flows in one single stream, but from this city onwards it is parted into 3 ways, and one, which is called the Pelusian mouth, turns towards the east. The second of the ways goes towards the west, and this is called the Canobic mouth. But that one of the ways which is straight runs thus. When the river in its course downwards comes to the point of the delta, then it cuts the delta through the midst, and so issues out to the sea. In this we have 27 a portion of the water of the river, which is not the smallest nor the least famous, and it is called the Sebennytic mouth. There are also 2 other mouths which part off from the Sebennytic and go to the sea, and these are called, one the Saetic, the other the Mendesian mouth. The Balbitinitic and Bucolic mouths, on the other hand, are not natural but made by digging. 18. Moreover, also, the answer given by the oracle of Ammon bears witness, in support of my opinion, that Egypt is of the extent which I declare it to be in my account. And of this answer I heard after I had formed my own opinion about Egypt. For those of the city of Maria and of Apis, dwelling in the parts of Egypt which border on Libya, being of opinion themselves that they were Libyans and not Egyptians, and also being burdened by the rules of religious service, because they desired not to be debarred from the use of cow's flesh, sent to Ammon saying that they had naught in common with the Egyptians, for they dwelt outside the delta and agreed with them in nothing. And they said they desired that it might be lawful for them to eat everything without distinction. The god, however, did not permit them to do so, but said that that land which was Egypt which the Nile came over and watered, and that those were Egyptians who dwelling below the city of Elephantine drank of that river. Thus it was answered to them by the oracle about this. 19. And the Nile, when it is in flood, goes over not only the delta, but also of the land which is called Libyan, and of that which is called Arabian sometimes as much as 2 days' journey on each side, and at times even more than this, or at times less. As regards the nature of the river, neither from the priests nor yet from any other man was I able to obtain any knowledge. And I was desirous especially to learn from them about these matters, namely why the Nile comes down increasing in volume from the summer solstice onwards for 100 days. And then, when it has reached the number of these days, turns and goes back, failing in its stream, so that through the whole winter season it continues to be low, and until the summer solstice returns. Of none of these things was I able to receive any account from the Egyptians, when I inquired of them what power the Nile has whereby it is of a nature opposite to that of other rivers. And I made inquiry, desiring to know both this which I say and also why, unlike all other rivers, it does not give rise to any breezes blowing from it. 20. However, some of the Hellenes who desired to gain distinction for cleverness have given an account of this water in 3 different ways. 2 of these I do not think it worth, while even to speak of, except only to indicate their nature. Of which the one says that the Etesian winds are the cause that makes the river rise, by preventing the Nile from flowing out into the sea. But often the Etesian winds fail, and yet the Nile does the same work as it is wont to do. And moreover, if these were the cause, all the other rivers also which flow in a direction opposed to the Etesian winds ought to have been affected in the same way as the Nile, and even more, inasmuch as they are smaller and present to them, a feebler flow of stream. But there are many of these rivers in Syria, and many also in Libya, and they are affected in no such manner as the Nile. 21. The second way shows more ignorance than that which has been mentioned, and it is more marvelous to tell. 28. For it says that the river produces these effects because it flows from the ocean, and that the ocean flows round the whole earth. 22. The third of the ways is much the most specious, but nevertheless it is the most mistaken of all. For indeed this way has no more truth in it than the rest, alleging as it does that the Nile flows from melting snow, whereas it flows out of Libya through the midst of the Ethiopians, and so comes out into Egypt. How then should it flow from snow, when it flows from the hottest parts to those which are cooler? And indeed, most of the facts are such as to convince a man, one at least who is capable of reasoning about such matters, that it is not at all likely that it flows from snow. 29. The first and greatest evidence is afforded by the winds, which blow hot from these regions. The second is that the land is rainless always and without frost, whereas after snow has fallen rain must necessarily come within 5 days, so that if it snowed in those parts rain would fall there. The third evidence is afforded by the people dwelling there, who are of a black color by reason of the burning heat. Moreover, kites and swallows remain there through the year and do not leave the land. And cranes flying from the cold weather which comes on in the region of Scythia come regularly to these parts for wintering. If then it snowed ever so little in that land through which the Nile flows, and in which it has its rise, none of these things would take place, as necessity compels us to admit. 23. As for him who talked about the ocean, he carried his tale into the region of the unknown, and so he need not be refuted. 30. Since I, for my part, know of no river ocean existing, but I think that Homer or one of the poets who were before him invented the name and introduced it into his verse. 24. If however after I have found fault with the opinions proposed, I am bound to declare an opinion of my own about the matters which are in doubt, I will tell what to my mind is the reason why the Nile increases in the summer. In the winter season, the sun, being driven away from his former path through the heaven 30, won by the stormy winds, comes to the upper parts of Libya. If one would set forth the matter in the shortest way, all has now been said. For whatever region this god approaches most and stands directly above, this it may reasonably be supposed is most in want of water, and its native streams of rivers are dried up most. 25. However, to set it forth at greater length, thus it is. The sun passing in his course by the upper parts of Libya, does thus, that is to say, since at all times the air in those parts is clear and the country is warm, because there are no cold winds. 32. In passing through it, the sun does just as he was wont to do in the summer, when going through the midst of the heaven, that is, he draws to himself the water, and having drawn it, he drives it away to the upper parts of the country. And the winds take it up, and scattering it abroad melt it into rain. So it is natural that the winds which blow from this region, namely the south and southwest winds, should be much the most rainy of all the winds. I think, however, that the sun does not send away from himself all the water of the Nile of each year, but that he also lets some remain behind with himself. Then, when the winter becomes milder, the sun returns back again to the midst of the heaven, and from that time onwards he draws equally from all rivers. But in the meanwhile they flow in large volume, since water of rain mingles with them in great quantity, because their country receives rain then and is filled with torrent streams. In summer, however, they are weak, since not only the showers of rain fail then, but also they are drawn by the sun. The Nile, however, alone of all rivers, not having rain and being drawn by the sun, naturally flows during this time of winter in much less than its proper volume, that is much less than in summer. 33. For then it is drawn equally with all the other waters, but in winter it bears the burden alone. Thus I suppose the sun to be the cause of these things. 26. He is also the cause, in my opinion, that the air in these parts is dry, since he makes it so by scorching up his path through the heaven. 34. Thus summer prevails always in the upper parts of Libya. If, however, the station of the seasons had been changed, and where now in the heaven are placed the north wind and winter, there was the station of the south wind and of the midday, and where now is placed the south wind, there was the north, if this had been so, the sun being driven from the midst of the heaven by the winter, and the north wind would go to the upper parts of Europe, just as now he comes to the upper parts of Libya. And passing in his course throughout the whole of Europe, I suppose that he would do to the Ister that which he now works upon the Nile. 27. As to the breeze, why none blows from the river, my opinion is that from very hot places it is not natural that anything should blow, and that a breeze is wont to blow from something cold. 28. Let these matters then be as they are and as they were at the first. But as to the sources of the Nile, not one either of the Egyptians, or of the Libyans, or of the Hellenes, who came to speech with me, professed to know anything, except the scribe of the sacred treasury of Athene at the city of Sais in Egypt. To me, however, this man seemed not to be speaking seriously when he said that he had certain knowledge of it. And he said as follows, namely that there were 2 mountains of which the tops ran up to a sharp point, situated between the city of Syene, which is in the district of Thebes and Elephantine, and the names of the mountains were, of the one Crophi and of the other Maphi. From the middle between these 2 mountains flowed, he said, the sources of the Nile, which were fathomless in depth, and half of the water flowed to Egypt and towards the north wind, the other half to Ethiopia and the south wind. As for the fathomless depth of the source, he said that Psammetichos, king of Egypt, came to a trial of this matter. For he had a rope twisted of many thousands of fathoms and let it down in this place, and it found no bottom. By this the scribe, if this which he told me was really as he said, gave me to understand 35 that there were certain strong eddies there and a backward flow, and that since the water dashed against the mountains, therefore the sounding line could not come to any bottom when it was let down. 29. From no other person was I able to learn anything about this matter, but for the rest I learnt so much as here follows by the most diligent inquiry. 36. For I went myself as an eyewitness as far as the city of Elephantine, and from that point onwards I gathered knowledge by report. From the city of Elephantine, as one goes up the river, there is country which slopes steeply, so that here one must attach ropes to the vessel on both sides, as one fastens an ox, and so make one's way onward. And if the rope break, the vessel is gone at once, carried away by the violence of the stream. Through this country it is a voyage of about 4 days in length, And in this part the Nile is winding like the river Meander, and the distance amounts to 12 scoins, which one must traverse in this manner. Then you will come to a level plain, in which the Nile flows round an island named Tecumseh. Now in the regions above Elephantine there dwell Ethiopians at once succeeding, who also occupy half of the island, 37, and Egyptians the other half. Adjoining this island there is a great lake, round which dwell Ethiopian nomad tribes, and when you have sailed through this you will come to the stream of the Nile again, which flows into this lake. After this you will disembark and make a journey by land of 40 days. For in the Nile sharp rocks stand forth out of the water, and there are many reefs, by which it is not possible for a vessel to pass. Then, after having passed through this country in the 40 days which I have said, you will embark again in another vessel and sail for 12 days. And after this, you will come to a great city called Meroe. This city is said to be the mother city of all the other Ethiopians, and they who dwell in it reverence of the gods Zeus and Dionysos alone, and these they greatly honor. And they have an oracle of Zeus established, and make warlike marches whensoever this god commands them by prophesyings, and to whatsoever place he commands. 30. Sailing from this city you will come to the deserters, in another period of time, equal to that in which you came from Elephantine to the mother city of the Ethiopians. Now the name of these deserters is a smatch, and this word signifies, when translated into the tongue of the Hellenes, those who stand on the left hand of the king. These were 240,000 Egyptians of the warrior class, who revolted and went over to the Ethiopians for the following cause. In the reign of Psammetichos garrisons were set, one towards the Ethiopians at the city of Elephantine, another towards the Arabians and Assyrians at Daphne of Pelusium, and another towards Libya at Maria. And even in my own time, the garrisons of the Persians too are ordered in the same manner as these were in the reign of Psammetichos. For both at Elephantine and at Daphne the Persians have outposts. The Egyptians then of whom I speak had served as outposts for 3 years, and no one relieved them from their guard. Accordingly, they took counsel together, and adopting a common plan, they all in a body revolted from Psammetichos and set out for Ethiopia. Hearing this, Psammetichos set forth in pursuit, and when he came up with them, he entreated them much and endeavored to persuade them not to desert the gods of their country and their children and wives. Upon which it is said that one of them pointed to his privy member, and said that wherever this was, there would they have both children and wives. When these came to Ethiopia, they gave themselves over to the king of the Ethiopians, and he rewarded them as follows. There were certain of the Ethiopians who had come to be at variance with him, and he bade them drive these out and dwell in their land. So since these men settled in the land of the Ethiopians have come to be of milder manners, from having learnt the customs of the Egyptians. 31. The Nile then, besides that part of its course which is in Egypt, is known as far as a 4 months' journey by river and land. For that is the number of months which are found by reckoning to be spent in going from Elephantine to these deserters. And the river runs from the west and the setting of the sun. But what comes after that no one can clearly say, for this land is desert by reason of the burning heat. 32. Thus much, however, I heard from men of Cheiron, who told me that they had been to the oracle of Ammon, and had come to speech with Eteirchos, king of the Ammonians. And it happened that after speaking of other matters, they fell to discourse about the Nile, and how no one knew the sources of it. And Eteirchos said that once there had come to him men of the Nasamonians. This is a Libyan race which dwells in the Sietes, and also in the land to the east of the Sietes reaching to no great distance. And when the Nasamonians came and were asked by him whether they were able to tell him anything more than he knew about the desert parts of Libya, they said that there had been among them certain sons of chief men, who were of unruly disposition. And these, when they grew up to be men, had devised various other extravagant things. And also they had told off by lot 5 of themselves to go to see the desert parts of Libya, and to try whether they could discover more than those who had previously explored furthest. For in those parts of Libya which are by the northern sea, beginning from Egypt and going as far as the headland of Salamis, which is the extreme point of Libya, Libyans, and of them many races, extend along the whole coast, except so much as the Hellenes and Phoenicians hold. But in the upper parts, which lie above the sea coast and above those people whose land comes down to the sea, Libya is full of wild beasts. And in the parts above the land of wild beasts, it is full of sand, terribly waterless and utterly desert. These young men then, said they, being sent out by their companions well furnished with supplies of water and provisions, went first through the inhabited country, and after they had passed through this, they came to the country of wild beasts, and after this they passed through the desert, making their journey towards the west wind. And having passed through a great tract of sand in many days, they saw at last trees growing in a level place. And having come up to them, they were beginning to pluck the fruit which was upon the trees. But as they began to pluck it, there came upon them small men, of less stature than men of the common size, and these seized them and carried them away. And neither could the Nasamonians understand anything of their speech, nor could those who were carrying them off understand anything of the speech of the Nasamonians. And they led them, so it was said, through very great swamps, and after passing through these, they came to a city in which all the men were in size like those who carried them off, and in color of skin black. And by the city ran a great river, which ran from the west towards the sun rising, and in it were seen crocodiles. 33. Of the account given by Etearchos the Ammonian let so much suffice as is here said, except that, as the men of Chiron told me, he alleged that the Nasamonians returned safe home, and that the people to whom they had come were all wizards. Now this river which ran by the city, Etearchos conjectured to be the Nile, and moreover reason compels us to think so. For the Nile flows from Libya and cuts Libya through in the midst, and as I conjecture, judging of what is not known by that which is evident to the view, it starts at a distance from its mouth equal to that of the Ister. For the river Ister begins from the Celtae and the city of Pyrene, and so runs that it divides Europe in the midst. Now the Celt are outside the pillars of Heracles and border upon the Cynesians, who dwell furthest towards the sunset of all those who have their dwelling in Europe. And the Ister ends, having its course through the whole of Europe, by flowing into the Euxine Sea at the place where the Milesians have their settlement of Istria. 34. Now the Ister, since it flows through land which is inhabited, is known by the reports of many. But of the sources of the Nile no one can give an account, for the part of Libya through which it flows is uninhabited and desert. About its course, however, so much as it was possible to learn by the most diligent inquiry has been told, and it runs out into Egypt. Now Egypt lies nearly opposite to the mountain districts of Cilicia, and from thence to Sinope, which lies upon the Euxine Sea, is a journey in the same straight line of 5 days for a man without encumbrance. 3701 and Sinope lies opposite to the place where the Ister runs out into the sea. Thus I think that the Nile passes through the whole of Libya and is of equal measure with the Ister. Of the Nile, then let so much suffice as has been said. 35. Of Egypt, however, I shall make my report at length, because it has wonders more in number than any other land, and works too it has to show as much as any land, which are beyond expression great. For this reason, then, more shall be said concerning it. The Egyptians in agreement with their climate, which is unlike any other, and with the river, which shows a nature different from all other rivers, established for themselves manners and customs in a way opposite to other men in almost all matters. For among them the women frequent the market and carry on trade, while the men remain at home and weave, and whereas others weave pushing the woof upwards, the Egyptians push it downwards. The men carry their burdens upon their heads, and the women upon their shoulders. The women make water standing up, and the men crouching down. They ease themselves in their houses, and they eat without in the streets, alleging as reason for this that it is right to do secretly the things that are unseemly though necessary, but those which are not unseemly in public. No woman is a minister either of male or female divinity, but men of all, both male and female. To support their parents, the sons are in no way compelled, if they do not desire to do so, but the daughters are forced to do so, be they never so unwilling. 36. The priests of the gods in other lands wear long hair, but in Egypt they shave their heads. Among other men the custom is that in mourning, those whom the matter concerns most nearly have their hair cut short, but the Egyptians, when deaths occur, let their hair grow long, both that on the head and that on the chin, having before been close shaven. Other men have their daily living separated from beasts, but the Egyptians have theirs together with beasts. Other men live on wheat and barley, but to any one of the Egyptians who makes his living on these it is a great reproach. They make their bread of maize, 38 which some call spelt. 39 they knead dough with their feet and clay with their hands, with which also they gather up dung. And whereas other men, except such as have learnt otherwise from the Egyptians, have their members as nature made them, the Egyptians practice circumcision. As to garments, the men wear 2 each and the women but 1. And whereas others make fast the rings and ropes of the sails outside the ship, the Egyptians do this inside. Finally, in the writing of characters and reckoning with pebbles, while the Hellenes carry the hand from the left to the right, the Egyptians do this from the right to the left. And doing so they say that they do it themselves rightwise and the Hellenes leftwise. And they use 2 kinds of characters for writing, of which the one kind is called sacred and the other common. 37. They are religious excessively beyond all other men, and with regard to this they have customs as follows. They drink from cups of bronze and rinse them out every day, and not some only do this, but all. They wear garments of linen always newly washed, and this they make a special point of practice. They circumcise themselves for the sake of cleanliness, preferring to be clean rather than comely. The priests shave themselves all over their body every other day, so that no lice or any other foul thing may come to be upon them when they minister to the gods. And the priests wear garments of linen only and sandals of papyrus, and any other garment they may not take nor other sandals. These wash themselves in cold water twice in the day and twice again in the night. And other religious services they perform, one may almost say, of infinite number. 41 They enjoy also good things not a few, for they do not consume or spend anything of their own substance. But there is sacred bread baked for them, and they have each great quantity of flesh of oxen and geese coming in to them each day, and also wine of grapes is given to them. But it is not permitted to them to taste of fish. Beans, moreover, the Egyptians do not at all sow in their land, and those which grow they neither eat raw nor boil for food. Nay, the priests do not endure even to look upon them, thinking this to be an unclean kind of pulse. And there is not one priest only for each of the gods, but many, and of them one is chief priest, and whenever a priest dies, his son is appointed to his place. 38. The males of the ox kind they consider to belong to Epaphos, and on account of him they test them in the following manner. If the priest sees one single black hair upon the beast, he counts it not clean for sacrifice. And one of the priests who is appointed for the purpose makes investigation of these matters, both when the beast is standing upright and when it is lying on its back, drawing out its tongue moreover, to see if it is clean in respect of the appointed signs, which I shall tell of in another part of the history. 42 He looks also at the hairs of the tail to see if it has them growing in the natural manner. And if it be clean in respect of all these things, he marks it with a piece of papyrus, rolling this round the horns, and then when he has plastered sealing earth over it, he sets upon it the seal of his signet ring, and after that they take the animal away. But for one who sacrifices a beast, not sealed the penalty appointed, is death. 39. In this way then the beast is tested, and their appointed manner of sacrifice is as follows. They lead the sealed beast to the altar where they happen to be sacrificing and then kindle a fire. After that, having poured libations of wine over the altar so that it runs down upon the victim and having called upon the god, they cut its throat, and having cut its throat they sever the head from the body. The body then of the beast they flay, but upon the head 43 they make many imprecations first, and then they who have a market and Hellenes sojourning among them for trade, these carry it to the marketplace and sell it, while they who have no Hellenes among them cast it away into the river. And this is the form of imprecation which they utter upon the heads, praying that if any evil be about to befall either themselves who are offering sacrifice or the land of Egypt in general, it may come rather upon this head. Now as regards the heads of the beasts which are sacrificed and the pouring over them of the wine, all the Egyptians have the same customs equally for all their sacrifices. And by reason of this custom, none of the Egyptians eat of the head either of this or of any other kind of animal. 40. But the manner of disemboweling the victims and of burning them is appointed among them differently for different sacrifices. I shall speak, however, of the sacrifices to that goddess whom they regard as the greatest of all, and to whom they celebrate the greatest feast. When they have flayed the bullock and made imprecation, they take out the whole of its lower entrails, but leave in the body the upper entrails and the fat. And they sever from it the legs and the end of the loin and the shoulders and the neck. And this done, they fill the rest of the body of the animal with consecrated 44 loaves, and honey, and raisins, and figs, and frankincense, and myrrh, and every other kind of spices. And having filled it with these, they offer it, pouring over it great abundance of oil. They make their sacrifice after fasting, and while the offerings are being burnt, they all beat themselves for mourning. And when they have finished beating themselves, they set forth as a feast that which they left unburnt of the sacrifice. 41. The clean males then of the ox kind, both full-grown animals and calves, are sacrificed by all the Egyptians. The females, however, they may not sacrifice, but these are sacred to Isis. For the figure of Isis is in the form of a woman with cow's horns, just as the Hellenes present Eoin pictures, and all the Egyptians without distinction reverence cows far more than any other kind of cattle. For which reason neither man nor woman of Egyptian race would kiss a man who is a Hellene on the mouth, nor will they use a knife or roasting spits or a cauldron belonging to a Hellene, nor taste of the flesh even of a clean animal if it has been cut with the knife of a Hellene. And the cattle of this kind which die they bury in the following manner. The females they cast into the river, but the males they bury, each people in the suburb of their town, with one of the horns, or sometimes both, protruding to mark the place. And when the bodies have rotted away and the appointed time comes on, then to each city comes a boat 45 from that which is called the island of Prosopitis. This is in the delta, and the extent of its circuit is 9 scoins. In this island of Prosopitis is situated, besides many other cities, that one from which the boats come to take up the bones of the oxen, and the name of the city is Adarbetches, and in it there is set up a holy temple of Aphrodite. From this city many go abroad in various directions, some to one city and others to another, and when they have dug up the bones of the oxen they carry them off, and coming together they bury them in one single place. In the same manner as they bury the oxen, they bury also their other cattle when they die. For about them also they have the same law laid down, and these also they abstain from killing. 42. Now all who have a temple set up to the Theban Zeus, or who are of the district of Thebes, these, I say, all sacrifice goats and abstain from sheep. For not all the Egyptians equally reverence the same gods, except only Isis and Osiris, who they say is Dionysos. These they all reverence alike. But they who have a temple of Mendes or belong to the Mendesian district, these abstain from goats and sacrifice sheep. Now the men of Thebes and those who after their example abstain from sheep, say that this custom was established among them for the cause which follows. Heracles, they say, had an earnest desire to see Zeus, and Zeus did not desire to be seen of him. And at last when Heracles was urgent in entreaty, Zeus contrived this device, that is to say, he flayed a ram and held in front of him the head of the ram which he had cut off, and he put on over him the fleece and then showed himself to him. Hence the Egyptians make the image of Zeus into the face of a ram, and the Ammonians do so also after their example, being settlers both from the Egyptians and from the Ethiopians, and using a language which is a medley of both tongues. And in my opinion, it is from this god that the Ammonians took the name which they have, for the Egyptians call Zeus Ammon. The Thebans then do not sacrifice rams, but hold them sacred for this reason. On one day, however, in the year, on the feast of Zeus, they cut up in the same manner and flay one single ram and cover with its skin the image of Zeus, and then they bring up to it another image of Heracles. This done, all who are in the temple beat themselves in lamentation for the ram, and then they bury it in a sacred tomb. 43. About Heracles, I heard the account given that he was of the number of the 12 gods. But of the other Heracles, whom the Hellenes know I, was not able to hear in any part of Egypt. And moreover, to prove that the Egyptians did not take the name of Heracles from the Hellenes, but rather the Hellenes from the Egyptians, that is to say those of the Hellenes who gave the name Heracles to the son of Amphitryon. Of that, I say, besides many other evidences, there is chiefly this, namely that the parents of this Heracles, Amphitryon and Alcmene, were both of Egypt by descent, 46, and also that the Egyptians say that they do not know the names either of Poseidon or of the Dioscuroi. Nor have these been accepted by them as gods among the other gods. Whereas if they had received from the Hellenes the name of any divinity, they would naturally have preserved the memory of these most of all. Assuming that in those times as now some of the Hellenes were wont to make voyages 4,601 and were seafaring folk, as I suppose, and as my judgment compels me to think, so that the Egyptians would have learnt the names of these gods even more than that of Heracles. In fact, however, Heracles is a very ancient Egyptian god, and as they say themselves, it is 17,000 years to the beginning of the reign of Amasis from the time when the 12 gods, of whom they count that Heracles is one, were begotten of the 8 gods. 44. I, moreover, desiring to know something certain of these matters so far as might be, made a voyage also to Tyre of Phoenicia, hearing that in that place there was a holy temple of Heracles, and I saw that it was richly furnished with many votive offerings besides, and especially there were in it 2 pillars, 47, the one of pure gold and the other of an emerald stone of such size as to shine by night. 48, and having come to speech with the priests of the god, I asked them how long time it was since their temple had been set up. And these also I found to be at variance with the Hellenes, for they said that at the same time when Tyre was founded, the temple of the god also had been set up, and that it was a period of 2,300 years since their people began to dwell at Tyre. I saw also at Tyre another temple of Heracles, with the surname Thasion. And I came to Thassos also, and there I found a temple of Heracles set up by the Phoenicians, who had sailed out to seek for Europa and had colonized Thassos. And these things happened full 5 generations of men before Heracles, the son of Amphitryon, was born in Hellas. So then my inquiries show clearly that Heracles is an ancient god, and those of the Hellenes seem to me to act most rightly who have 2 temples of Heracles set up, and who sacrifice to the one as an immortal god and with the title Olympian, and make offerings of the dead 49 to the other as a hero. 45. Moreover, besides many other stories which the Hellenes tell without due consideration, this tale is especially foolish which they tell about Heracles, namely that when he came to Egypt, the Egyptians put on him wreaths and led him forth in procession to sacrifice him to Zeus. And he for some time kept quiet, but when they were beginning the sacrifice of him at the altar, he betook himself to prowess and slew them all. I, for my part, am of opinion that the Hellenes, when they tell this tale, are altogether without knowledge of the nature and customs of the Egyptians, for how should they, for whom it is not lawful to sacrifice even beasts, except swine 50, and the males of oxen and calves, such of them as are clean, and geese, how should these sacrifice human beings? Besides this, how is it in nature possible that Heracles, being one person only and moreover a man, as they assert, should slay many myriads? Having said so much of these matters, we pray that we may have grace from both the gods and the heroes for our speech. 46. Now the reason why those of the Egyptians whom I have mentioned do not sacrifice goats, female or male, is this. The Mendesians count Pan to be one of the 8 gods. Now these 8 gods, they say, came into being before the 12 gods. And the painters and image makers represent in painting and in sculpture the figure of Pan, just as the Hellenes do, with goat's face and legs, not supposing him to be really like this, but to resemble the other gods. The cause, however, why they represent him in this form, I prefer not to say. The Mendesians then reverence all goats, and the males more than the females, and the goatherds too have greater honor than other herdsmen. But of the goats one especially is reverenced, and when he dies there is great mourning in all the Mendesian district. And both the goat and Pan are called in the Egyptian tongue Mendes. Moreover, in my lifetime, there happened in that district this marvel, that is to say, a he-goat had intercourse with a woman publicly, and this was so done that all men might have evidence of it. 47. The pig is accounted by the Egyptians an abominable animal. And first, if any of them in passing by touch a pig, he goes into the river and dips himself forthwith in the water together with his garments. And then 2 swineherds, though they be native Egyptians, unlike all others, do not enter any of the temples in Egypt, nor is anyone willing to give his daughter in marriage to one of them or to take a wife from among them. But the swineherds both give in marriage to one another and take from one another. Now to the other gods the Egyptians do not think it right to sacrifice swine, but to the moon and to Dionysos alone at the same time, and on the same full moon they sacrifice swine, and then eat their flesh. And as to the reason why, when they abominate swine at all their other feasts, they sacrifice them at this, there is a story told by the Egyptians. And this story I know, but it is not a seemly one for me to tell. Now the sacrifice of the swine to the moon is performed as follows. When the priest has slain the victim, he puts together the end of the tail and the spleen and the caul, and covers them up with the whole of the fat of the animal which is about the paunch, and then he offers them with fire. And the rest of the flesh they eat on that day of full moon upon which they have held the sacrifice, but on any day after this they will not taste of it. The poor, however, among them, by reason of the scantiness of their means, shape pigs of dough, and having baked them they offer these as a sacrifice. 48. Then for Dionysos on the eve of the festival, each one kills a pig by cutting its throat before his own doors, and after that he gives the pig to the swineherd who sold it to him, to carry away again. And the rest of the feast of Dionysos is celebrated by the Egyptians in the same way as by the Hellenes in almost all things except choral dances. But instead of the fallows, they have invented another contrivance, namely figures of about a cubit in height worked by strings, which women carry about the villages, with the privy member made to move, and not much less in size than the rest of the body. And a flute goes before, and they follow singing the praises of Dionysos. As to the reason why the figure has this member larger than is natural and moves it, though it moves no other part of the body, about this there is a sacred story told. 49. Now I think that Melampus the son of Amithion was not without knowledge of these rites of sacrifice, but was acquainted with them. For Melampus is he who first set forth to the Hellenes the name of Dionysos and the manner of sacrifice and the procession of the fallows. Strictly speaking, indeed, he when he made it known did not take in the whole, but those wise men who came after him made it known more at large. Melampus, then, is he who taught of the fallows which is carried in procession for Dionysos, and from him the Hellenes learnt to do that which they do. I say then that Melampus, being a man of ability, contrived for himself an art of divination, and having learnt from Egypt, he taught the Hellenes many things, and among them those that concern Dionysos, making changes in some few points of them. For I shall not say that that which is done in worship of the god in Egypt came accidentally to be the same with that which is done among the Hellenes, for then these rites would have been in character with the Hellenic worship and not lately brought in. Nor certainly shall I say that the Egyptians took from the Hellenes either this or any other customary observance. But I think it most probable that Melampus learnt the matters concerning Dionysos from Cadmos the Tyrian, and from those who came with him from Phoenicia to the land which we now call Boeotia. 50. Moreover, the naming 51 of almost all the gods has come to Hellas from Egypt. For that it has come from the barbarians I find by inquiry is true, and I am of opinion that most probably it has come from Egypt, because, except in the case of Poseidon and the Dioscuroi, in accordance with that which I have said before, and also of Hera and Hestia and Themis and the Charites and Nereids, the Egyptians have had the names of all the other gods in their country for all time. What I say here is that which the Egyptians think themselves. But as for the gods whose names they profess that they do not know, these I think received their naming from the Pelasgians, except Poseidon. But about this god, the Hellenes learnt from the Libyans, for no people except the Libyans have had the name of Poseidon from the first and have paid honor to this god always. Nor, it may be added, have the Egyptians any custom of worshipping heroes. 51. These observances, then, and others besides these which I shall mention, the Hellenes have adopted from the Egyptians. But to make, as they do, the images of Hermes with the fallows they have learnt not from the Egyptians, but from the Pelasgians, the custom having been received by the Athenians first of all the Hellenes, and from these by the rest. For just at the time when the Athenians were beginning to rank among the Hellenes, the Pelasgians became dwellers with them in their land. And from this very cause it was that they began to be counted as Hellenes. Whosoever has been initiated in the mysteries of the Cabaroi, which the Samothracians perform, having received them from the Pelasgians, that man knows the meaning of my speech. For these very Pelasgians who became dwellers with the Athenians used to dwell before that time in Samothrake, and from them the Samothracians received their mysteries. So then the Athenians were the first of the Hellenes who made the images of Hermes with the fallows, having learnt from the Pelasgians. And the Pelasgians told a sacred story about it, which is set forth in the Mysteries in Samothrace. 52. Now the Pelasgians formerly were wont to make all their sacrifices calling upon the gods in prayer, as I know from that which I heard at Dodona, but they gave no title or name to any of them, for they had not yet heard any, but they called them gods, theous, from some such notion as this, that they had set thence in order all things and so had the distribution of everything. Afterwards, when much time had elapsed, they learnt from Egypt the names of the gods, all except Dionysos, for his name they learnt long afterwards. And after a time, the Pelasgians consulted the oracle at Dodona about the names. For this prophetic seat is accounted to be the most ancient of the oracles which are among the Hellenes, and at that time it was the only one. So when the Pelasgians asked the oracle at Dodona whether they should adopt the names which had come from the barbarians, the oracle in reply bade them make use of the names. From this time they sacrificed using the names of the gods, and from the Pelasgians the Hellenes afterwards received them. 53. But whence the several gods had their birth, or whether they all were from the beginning, and of what form they are, they did not learn till yesterday, as it were, or the day before. For Hesiod and Homer, I suppose, were 400 years before my time and not more, and these are they who made a theogony for the Hellenes and gave the titles to the gods and distributed to them honors and arts, and set forth their forms. But the poets who are said to have been before these men were really, in my opinion, after them. Of these things the first are said by the priestesses of Dodona, and the latter things, those namely which have regard to Hesiod and Homer, by myself. 54. As regards the oracles both that among the Hellenes and that in Libya, the Egyptians tell the following tale. The priests of the Theban Zeus told me that 2 women in the service of the temple had been carried away from Thebes by Phoenicians, and that they had heard that one of them had been sold to go into Libya and the other to the Hellenes. And these women, they said, were they who first founded the prophetic seats among the nations which have been named. And when I inquired whence they knew so perfectly of this tale which they told, they said in reply that a great search had been made by the priests after these women, and that they had not been able to find them, but they had heard afterwards this tale about them, which they were telling. 55. This I heard from the priests at Thebes, and what follows is said by the prophetesses 52 of Dodona. They say that 2 black doves flew from Thebes to Egypt, and came one of them to Libya and the other to their land. And this latter settled upon an oak tree 53 and spoke with human voice, saying that it was necessary that a prophetic seat of Zeus should be established in that place. And they supposed that that was of the gods which was announced to them, and made one accordingly. And the dove which went away to the Libyans, they say, bade the Libyans to make an oracle of Ammon, and this also is of Zeus. The priestesses of Dodona told me these things, of whom the eldest was named Promnea, the next after her Timarete, and the youngest Nicandra. And the other people of Dodona who were engaged about the temple gave accounts agreeing with theirs. 56. I, however, have an opinion about the matter as follows. If the Phoenicians did in truth carry away the consecrated women and sold one of them into Libya and the other into Hellas, I suppose that in the country now called Hellas, which was formerly called Pelasgia, this woman was sold into the land of the Thesprotians. And then being a slave there, she set up a sanctuary of Zeus under a real oak tree. 54. As indeed it was natural that being an attendant of the sanctuary of Zeus at Thebes, she should there, in the place to which she had come, have a memory of him. And after this, when she got understanding of the Hellenic tongue, she established an oracle, and she reported, I suppose, that her sister had been sold in Libya by the same Phoenicians by whom she herself had been sold. 57. Moreover, I think that the women were called doves by the people of Dodona for the reason that they were barbarians, and because it seemed to them that they uttered voice like birds. But after a time, they say, the dove spoke with human voice. That is when the woman began to speak so that they could understand. But so long as she spoke a barbarian tongue, she seemed to them to be uttering voice like a bird. For had it been really a dove, how could it speak with human voice? And in saying that the dove was black, they indicate that the woman was Egyptian. The ways of delivering oracles too at Thebes in Egypt and at Dodona closely resemble one another, as it happens, and also the method of divination by victims has come from Egypt. 58. Moreover, it is true also that the Egyptians were the first of men who made solemn assemblies 55, and processions and approaches to the temples 56, and from them the Hellenes have learnt them. And my evidence for this is that the Egyptian celebrations of these have been held from a very ancient time, whereas the Hellenic were introduced 57, but lately. 59. The Egyptians hold their solemn assemblies not once in the year, but often, especially and with the greatest zeal and devotion, 58 at the city of Bubastes for Artemis, and next at Busiris for Isis. For in this last-named city there is a very great temple of Isis, and this city stands in the middle of the delta of Egypt. Now Isis is in the tongue of the Hellenes Demeter. Thirdly, they have a solemn assembly at the city of Sais for Athene, fourthly at Heliopolis for the sun, Helios, fifthly at the city of Buto in honor of Leto, and sixthly at the city of Papermus for Ares. 60. Now, when they are coming to the city of Bubastes, they do as follows. They sail men and women together, and a great multitude of each sex in every boat. And some of the women have rattles and rattle with them, while some of the men play the flute during the whole time of the voyage, and the rest, both women and men, sing and clap their hands. And when, as they sail, they come opposite to any city on the way, they bring the boat to land. And some of the women continue to do as I have said, others cry aloud and jeer at the women in that city. Some dance, and some stand up and pull up their garments. This they do by every city along the river bank. And when they come to Bubastes, they hold festivals celebrating great sacrifices, and more wine of grapes is consumed upon that festival than during the whole of the rest of the year. To this place, so say the natives, they come together year by year 59, even to the number of 70 myriads 59,001 of men and women, besides children. 61. Thus it is done here, and how they celebrate the festival in honor of Isis at the city of Busiris has been told by me before. 64. As I said, they beat themselves in mourning after the sacrifice, all of them both men and women, very many myriads of people. But for whom they beat themselves it is not permitted to me by religion to say. And so many as there are of the Carians dwelling in Egypt do this even more than the Egyptians themselves, inasmuch as they cut their foreheads also with knives. And by this it is manifested that they are strangers and not Egyptians. 62. At the times when they gather together at the city of Sais for their sacrifices, on a certain night, 61, they all kindle lamps many in number in the open air round about the houses. Now the lamps are saucers full of salt and oil mixed, and the wick floats by itself on the surface, and this burns during the whole night. And to the festival is given the name Lichnikeia, the lighting of the lamps. Moreover, those of the Egyptians who have not come to this solemn assembly observe the night of the festival, and themselves also light lamps all of them. And thus not in Sais alone are they lighted, but over all Egypt. And as to the reason why light and honor are allotted to this night, 62 about this there is a sacred story told. 63. To Heliopolis and Buto they go year by year and do sacrifice only. But at Papermus they do sacrifice and worship as elsewhere. And besides that, when the sun begins to go down, while some few of the priests are occupied with the image of the god, the greater number of them stand in the entrance of the temple with wooden clubs, and other persons to the number of more than 1,000 men with purpose to perform a vow, these also having all of them staves of wood, stand in a body opposite to those. And the image, which is in a small shrine of wood covered over with gold, they take out on the day before to another sacred building. The few then who have been left about the image draw a wain with 4 wheels, which bears the shrine and the image that is within the shrine, and the other priests standing in the gateway try to prevent it from entering, and the men who are under a vow come to the assistance of the god and strike them, while the others defend themselves. 63 Then there comes to be a hard fight with staves, and they break one another's heads, and I am of opinion that many even die of the wounds they receive. The Egyptians, however, told me that no one died. This solemn assembly the people of the place say that they established for the following reason. The mother of Ares, they say, used to dwell in this temple, and Ares, having been brought up away from her, when he grew up came thither desiring to visit his mother. And the attendants of his mother's temple, not having seen him before, did not permit him to pass in, but kept him away. And he brought men to help him from another city, and handled roughly the attendants of the temple, and entered to visit his mother. Hence, they say, this exchange of blows has become the custom in honor of Ares upon his festival. 64. The Egyptians were the first who made it a point of religion not to lie with women in temples, nor to enter into temples after going away from women without first bathing. For almost all other men, except the Egyptians, and the Hellenes lie with women in temples and enter into a temple after going away from women without bathing, since they hold that there is no difference in this respect between men and beasts. For they say that they see beasts and the various kinds of birds coupling together both in the temples and in the sacred enclosures of the gods. If then this were not pleasing to the god, the beasts would not do so. 65. Thus do these defend that which they do, which by me is disallowed. But the Egyptians are excessively careful in their observances, both in other matters which concern the sacred rites and also in those which follow. Egypt, though it borders upon Libya, 6301 does not very much abound in wild animals, but such as they have are one and all accounted by them sacred, some of them living with men and others not. But if I should say for what reasons the sacred animals have been thus dedicated, I should fall into discourse of matters pertaining to the gods, of which I most desire not to speak. And what I have actually said touching slightly upon them, I said because I was constrained by necessity. About these animals there is a custom of this kind. Persons have been appointed of the Egyptians, both men and women, to provide the food for each kind of beast separately, and their office goes down from father to son. And those who dwell in the various cities perform vows to them thus, that is, when they make a vow to the god to whom the animal belongs, they shave the head of their children, either the whole or the half or the third part of it, and then set the hair in the balance against silver. And whatever it weighs, this the man gives to the person who provides for the animals, and she cuts up fish of equal value and gives it for food to the animals. Thus food for their support has been appointed, and if anyone kill any of these animals, the penalty, if he do it with his own will, is death, and if against his will, such penalty as the priests may appoint. But whosoever shall kill an ibis or a hawk, whether it be with his will or against his will, must die. 66. Of the animals that live with men there are great numbers, and would be many more, but for the accidents which befall the cats. For when the females have produced young, they are no longer in the habit of going to the males, and these seeking to be united with them are not able. To this end then they contrive as follows. They either take away by force or remove secretly the young from the females and kill them, but after killing they do not eat them. And the females being deprived of their young and desiring more, therefore come to the males, for it is a creature that is fond of its young. Moreover, when a fire occurs, the cats seem to be divinely possessed. 64. For while the Egyptians stand at intervals and look after the cats, not taking any care to extinguish the fire, the cats slipping through or leaping over the men, jump into the fire. And when this happens, great mourning comes upon the Egyptians. And in whatever houses a cat has died by a natural death, all those who dwell in this house shave their eyebrows only, but those in whose houses a dog has died shave their whole body and also their head. 67. The cats, when they are dead, are carried away to sacred buildings in the city of Bubastes, where after being embalmed they are buried. But the dogs they bury each people in their own city in sacred tombs, and the ichneumons are buried just in the same way as the dogs. The shrew mice, however, and the hawks they carry away to the city of Buto, and the ibises to Hermopolis. 65. The bears, which are not commonly seen, and the wolves, not much larger in size than foxes, they bury on the spot where they are found lying. 68. Of the crocodile the nature is as follows. During the 4 most wintry months this creature eats nothing. She has 4 feet and is an animal belonging to the land and the water both. For she produces and hatches eggs on the land, and the most part of the day she remains upon dry land, but the whole of the night in the river. For the water in truth is warmer than the unclouded open air and the dew. Of all the mortal creatures of which we have knowledge, this grows to the greatest bulk from the smallest beginning. For the eggs which she produces are not much larger than those of geese, and the newly hatched young one is in proportion to the egg, but as he grows he becomes as much as 17 cubits long, and sometimes yet larger. He has eyes like those of a pig and teeth large and tusky, in proportion to the size of his body. But unlike all other beasts he grows no tongue, neither does he move his lower jaw, but brings the upper jaw towards the lower, being in this too unlike all other beasts. He has moreover strong claws and a scaly hide upon his back which cannot be pierced, and he is blind in the water, but in the air he is of very keen sight. Since he has his living in the water, he keeps his mouth all full within of leeches, and whereas all other birds and beasts fly from him, the trochilus is a creature which is at peace with him, seeing that from her he receives benefit. For the crocodile having come out of the water to the land, and then having opened his mouth, this he is wont to do generally towards the west wind. The trochilus upon that enters into his mouth and swallows down the leeches, and he being benefited is pleased and does no harm to the trochilus. 69. Now for some of the Egyptians the crocodiles are sacred animals, and for others not so, but they treat them on the contrary as enemies. Those, however, who dwell about Thebes and about the lake of Moeris hold them to be most sacred. And each of these two peoples keeps one crocodile selected from the whole number, which has been trained to tameness, and they put hanging ornaments of molten stone and of gold into the ears of these and anklets round the front feet, and they give them food appointed and victims of sacrifices, and treat them as well as possible while they live. And after they are dead they bury them in sacred tombs, embalming them. But those who dwell about the city of Elephantine even eat them, not holding them to be sacred. They are called not crocodiles but champsi, and the Ionians gave them the name of crocodile, comparing their form to that of the crocodiles, lizards, which appear in their country in the stone walls. 70. There are many ways in use of catching them, and of various kinds. I shall describe that which to me seems the most worthy of being told. A man puts the back of a pig upon a hook as bait, and lets it go into the middle of the river, while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig, which he beats. And the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound, and when he finds the pig's back, he swallows it down. Then they pull, and when he is drawn out to land, first of all the hunter forthwith plasters up his eyes with mud, and having so done he very easily gets the mastery of him, but if he does not do so, he has much trouble. 71. The river horse is sacred in the district of Papremis, but for the other Egyptians he is not sacred. And this is the appearance which he presents. He is 4-footed, cloven-hoofed like an ox, 66 flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, and in size as large as the largest ox. And his hide is so exceedingly thick that when it has been dried, shafts of javelins are made of it. 72. There are moreover otters in the river, which they consider to be sacred. And of fish also they esteem that which is called the lepidotos to be sacred, and also the eel, and these they say are sacred to the Nile, and of birds the fox-goose. 73. There is also another sacred bird called the phoenix, which I did not myself see except in painting, for in truth he comes to them very rarely, at intervals, as the people of Heliopolis say, of 500 years. And these say that he comes regularly when his father dies. And if he be like the painting, he is of this size and nature, that is to say, some of his feathers are of gold color and others red, and in outline and size he is as nearly as possible like an eagle. This bird, they say, but I cannot believe the story, contrives as follows. Setting forth from Arabia, he conveys his father, they say, to the temple of the sun, Helios, plastered up in myrrh, and buries him in the temple of the sun. And he conveys him thus. He forms first an egg of myrrh as large as he is able to carry, and then he makes trial of carrying it, and when he has made trial sufficiently, then he hollows out the egg and places his father within it and plasters over with other myrrh that part of the egg where he hollowed it out to put his father in, and when his father is laid in it, it proves, they say, to be of the same weight as it was. And after he has plastered it up, he conveys the whole to Egypt to the temple of the sun. Thus they say that this bird does. 74. There are also about Thebes sacred serpents, not at all harmful to men, which are small in size and have 2 horns growing from the top of the head. These they bury when they die in the temple of Zeus, for to this god they say that they are sacred. 75. There is a region moreover in Arabia, situated nearly over against the city of Buto, to which place I came to inquire about the winged serpents. And when I came thither, I saw bones of serpents and spines in quantity so great that it is impossible to make report of the number. And there were heaps of spines, some heaps large and others less large and others smaller still than these, and these heaps were many in number. This region in which the spines are scattered upon the ground is of the nature of an entrance from a narrow mountain pass to a great plain, which plain adjoins the plain of Egypt. And the story goes that at the beginning of spring, winged serpents from Arabia fly towards Egypt, and the birds called ibises meet them at the entrance to this country and do not suffer the serpents to go by, but kill them. On account of this deed it is, say the Arabians, that the ibis has come to be greatly honored by the Egyptians, and the Egyptians also agree that it is for this reason that they honor these birds. 76. The outward form of the ibis is this. It is a deep black all over, and has legs like those of a crane and a very curved beak, and in size it is about equal to a rail. This is the appearance of the black kind which fight with the serpents, but of those which most crowd round men's feet, for there are two several kinds of ibises. The head is bare and also the whole of the throat, and it is white in feathering except the head and neck and the extremities of the wings and the rump. In all these parts of which I have spoken it is a deep black, while in legs and in the form of the head it resembles the other. As for the serpent, its form is like that of the water snake, and it has wings not feathered, but most nearly resembling the wings of the bat. Let so much suffice, as has been said, now concerning sacred animals. 77. Of the Egyptians themselves, those who dwell in the part of Egypt which is sown for crops 67 practice memory more than any other men, and are the most learned in history by far of all those of whom I have had experience. And their manner of life is as follows. For 3 successive days in each month they purge, hunting after health with emetics and clysters, and they think that all the diseases which exist are produced in men by the food on which they live. For the Egyptians are from other causes also the most healthy of all men next after the Libyans, in my opinion on account of the seasons, because the seasons do not change, for by the changes of things generally, and especially of the seasons, diseases are most apt to be produced in men. And as to their diet, it is as follows. They eat bread, making loaves of maize, which they call kilestes, and they use habitually a wine made out of barley, for vines they have not in their land. Of their fish, some they dry in the sun, and then eat them without cooking, others they eat cured in brine. Of birds they eat quails and ducks and small birds without cooking, after first curing them, and everything else which they have belonging to the class of birds or fishes, except such as have been set apart by them as sacred, they eat roasted or boiled. 78. In the entertainments of the rich among them, when they have finished eating, a man bears round a wooden figure of a dead body in a coffin, made as like the reality as may be both by painting and carving, and measuring about a cubit or 2 cubits each way. 68 in this he shows to each of those who are drinking together, saying, When thou lookest upon this, drink and be merry, for thou shalt be such as this when thou art dead. Thus they do at their carousals. 79. The customs which they practice are derived from their fathers, and they do not acquire others in addition. But besides other customary things among them which are worthy of mention, they have one song, 6,801, that of Lynos, the same who is sung of both in Phoenicia and in Cyprus and elsewhere, having however a name different according to the various nations. This song agrees exactly with that which the Hellenes sing calling on the name of Lynos. 69, so that besides many other things about which I wonder among those matters which concern Egypt, I wonder especially about this, namely whence they got the song of Lynos. 70, it is evident, however, that they have sung this song from immemorial time, and in the Egyptian tongue Lynos is called Maneros. The Egyptians told me that he was the only son of him who first became king of Egypt, and that he died before his time and was honored with these lamentations by the Egyptians, and that this was their first and only song. 80. In another respect, the Egyptians are in agreement with some of the Hellenes, namely with the Lacedaemonians, but not with the rest, that is to say, the younger of them when they meet the elder give way and move out of the path, and when their elders approach, they rise out of their seat. In this, which follows, however, they are not in agreement with any of the Hellenes. Instead of addressing one another in the roads, they do reverence, lowering their hand down to their knee. 81. They wear tunics of linen about their legs with fringes, which they call calasiris. Above these, they have garments of white wool thrown over. Woolen garments, however, are not taken into the temples, nor are they buried with them, for this is not permitted by religion. In these points, they are in agreement with the observances called Orphic and Bacchic, which are really Egyptian. 71, and also with those of the Pythagoreans, for one who takes part in these mysteries is also forbidden by religious rule to be buried in woolen garments. And about this, there is a sacred story told. 82. Besides these things, the Egyptians have found out also to what god each month and each day belongs, and what fortunes a man will meet with who is born on any particular day, and how he will die, and what kind of a man he will be. And these inventions were taken up by those of the Hellenes who occupied themselves about poesy. Portents, too, have been found out by them more than by all other men besides. For when a portent has happened, they observe and write down the event which comes of it, and if ever afterwards anything resembling this happens, they believe that the event which comes of it will be similar. 83. Their divination is ordered thus. The art is assigned not to any man, but to certain of the gods, for there are in their land oracles of Heracles, of Apollo, of Athene, of Artemis, of Ares, and of Zeus, and moreover that which they hold most in honor of all, namely the oracle of Leto, which is in the city of Buto. The manner of divination, however, is not yet established among them according to the same fashion everywhere, but is different in different places. 84. The art of medicine among them is distributed thus. Each physician is a physician of one disease and of no more, and the whole country is full of physicians, for some profess themselves to be physicians of the eyes, others of the head, others of the teeth, others of the affections of the stomach, and others of the more obscure ailments. 85. Their fashions of mourning and of burial are these. Whenever any household has lost a man who is of any regard amongst them, the whole number of women of that house forthwith plaster over their heads or even their faces with mud. Then leaving the corpse within the house, they go themselves to and fro about the city and beat themselves, with their garments bound up by a girdle 72 and their breasts exposed, and with them go all the women who are related to the dead man, and on the other side the men beat themselves, they too having their garments bound up by a girdle. And when they have done this, they then convey the body to the embalming. 86. In this occupation, certain persons employ themselves regularly and inherit this as a craft. These, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses made like reality by painting, and the best of the ways of embalming, they say, is that of him whose name I think it impiety to mention when speaking of a matter of such a kind. 73. The second which they show is less good than this, and also less expensive. And the third is the least expensive of all. Having told them about this, they inquire of them in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared. Then they, after they have agreed for a certain price, depart out of the way, and the others being left behind in the buildings embalm according to the best of these ways thus. First, with a crooked iron tool, they draw out the brain through the nostrils, extracting it partly thus and partly by pouring in drugs. And after this, with a sharp stone of Ethiopia, they make a cut along the side and take out the whole contents of the belly. And when they have cleared out the cavity and cleansed it with palm wine, they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh pounded up, and with cassia and other spices except frankincense, and sew it together again. Having so done, they keep it for embalming covered up in natron for 70 days, but for a longer time than this, it is not permitted to embalm it. And when the 70 days are past, they wash the corpse and roll its whole body up in fine linen, 74 cut into bands, smearing these beneath with gum, 75 which the Egyptians use generally instead of glue. Then the kinsfolk receive it from them and have a wooden figure made in the shape of a man, and when they have had this made, they enclose the corpse, and having shut it up within, they store it then in a sepulchral chamber, setting it to stand upright against the wall. 87. Thus they deal with the corpses, which are prepared in the most costly way. But for those who desire the middle way and wish to avoid great cost, they prepare the corpse as follows, having filled their syringes with the oil which is got from cedarwood. With this they forthwith fill the belly of the corpse, and this they do without having either cut it open or taken out the bowels. But they inject the oil by the breach, and having stopped the drench from returning back, they keep it then the appointed number of days for embalming. And on the last of the days, they let the cedar oil come out from the belly, which they before put in, and it has such power that it brings out with it the bowels and interior organs of the body dissolved. And the natron dissolves the flesh, so that there is left of the corpse only the skin and the bones. When they have done this, they give back the corpse at once in that condition, without working upon it any more. 88. The third kind of embalming, by which are prepared the bodies of those who have less means, is as follows. They cleanse out the belly with a purge and then keep the body for embalming during the 70 days, and at once after that, they give it back to the bringers to carry away. 89. The wives of men of rank, when they die, are not given at once to be embalmed, nor such women as are very beautiful or of greater regard than others, but on the 3rd or 4th day after their death, and not before, they are delivered to the embalmers. They do so about this matter, in order that the embalmers may not abuse their women. For they say that one of them was taken once doing so to the corpse of a woman lately dead, and his fellow craftsmen gave information. 90. Whenever anyone, either of the Egyptians themselves or of strangers, is found to have been carried off by a crocodile or brought to his death by the river itself, the people of any city by which he may have been cast up on land must embalm him and lay him out in the fairest way they can, and bury him in a sacred burial place, nor may any of his relations or friends besides touch him. But the priests of the Nile themselves handle the corpse and bury it as that of one who is something more than man. 91. Hellenic usages they will by no means follow, and to speak generally they follow those of no other men whatever. This rule is observed by most of the Egyptians, but there is a large city named Chemis in the Theban district near Neapolis, and in this city there is a temple of Perseus the son of Danae, which is of a square shape, and round it grow date palms. The gateway of the temple is built of stone and of very great size, and at the entrance of it stand 2 great statues of stone. Within this enclosure is a temple house 76, and in it stands an image of Perseus. These people of Chemis say that Perseus is wont often to appear in their land and often within the temple, and that a sandal which has been worn by him is found sometimes, being in length 2 cubits, and whenever this appears all Egypt prospers. This they say, and they do in honor of Perseus after Hellenic fashion thus. They hold an athletic contest, which includes the whole list of games, and they offer in prizes cattle and cloaks and skins. And when I inquired why to them alone Perseus was wont to appear, and wherefore they were separated from all the other Egyptians in that they held an athletic contest, they said that Perseus had been born of their city, for Danaus and Lynceus were men of Chemis and had sailed to Hellas, and from them they traced a descent and came down to Perseus. And they told me that he had come to Egypt for the reason which the Hellenes also say, namely to bring from Libya the Gorgon's head, and had then visited them also and recognized all his kinsfolk. And they said that he had well learnt the name of Chemis before he came to Egypt, since he had heard it from his mother, and that they celebrated an athletic contest for him by his own command. 92. All these are customs practiced by the Egyptians who dwell above the fens, and those who are settled in the fen land have the same customs for the most part as the other Egyptians, both in other matters and also in that they live each with one wife only, as do the Hellenes. But for economy in respect of food, they have invented these things besides. When the river has become full and the plains have been flooded, there grow in the water great numbers of lilies, which the Egyptians call lotos. These they cut with a sickle and dry in the sun, and then they pound that which grows in the middle of the lotos, and which is like the head of a poppy, and they make of it loaves baked with fire. The root also of this lotos is edible and has a rather sweet taste. 77, it is round in shape and about the size of an apple. There are other lilies too, in flower resembling roses, which also grow in the river. And from them the fruit is produced in a separate vessel, springing from the root by the side of the plant itself. and very nearly resembles a wasp's comb. In this there grow edible seeds in great numbers of the size of an olive stone, and they are eaten either fresh 78 or dried. Besides this, they pull up from the fens the papyrus which grows every year, and the upper parts of it they cut off and turn to other uses, but that which is left below for about a cubit in length they eat or sell. And those who desire to have the papyrus at its very best bake it in an oven heated red hot, and then eat it. Some too of these people live on fish alone, which they dry in the sun after having caught them and taken out the entrails, and then when they are dry, they use them for food. 93. Fish which swim in shoals are not much produced in the rivers, but are bred in the lakes, and they do as follows. When there comes upon them the desire to breed, they swim out in shoals towards the sea. And the males lead the way, shedding forth their milt as they go, while the females, coming after and swallowing it up, from it become impregnated. And when they have become full of young in the sea, they swim up back again, each shoal to its own haunts. The same, however, no longer lead the way as before, but the lead comes now to the females, and they leading the way in shoals do just as the males did. That is to say, they shed forth their eggs by a few grains at a time. 79, and the males coming after swallow them up. Now these grains are fish, and from the grains which survive and are not swallowed, the fish grow which afterwards are bred up. Now those of the fish which are caught as they swim out to sea are found to be rubbed on the left side of the head, but those which are caught as they swim up again are rubbed on the right side. This happens to them because as they swim down to the sea, they keep close to the land on the left side of the river. And again, as they swim up they keep to the same side, approaching and touching the bank as much as they can, for fear doubtless of straying from their course by reason of the stream. When the Nile begins to swell, the hollow places of the land and the depressions by the side of the river first begin to fill, as the water soaks through from the river, and so soon as they become full of water, at once they are all filled with little fishes. And whence these are in all likelihood produced, I think that I perceive. In the preceding year, when the Nile goes down, the fish first lay eggs in the mud and then retire with the last of the retreating waters. And when the time comes round again, and the water once more comes over the land, from these eggs forthwith are produced the fishes of which I speak. 94. Thus it is as regards the fish. And for anointing those of the Egyptians who dwell in the fens, use oil from the castorberry, 80 which oil the Egyptians call kiki, and thus they do. They sow along the banks of the rivers and pools these plants, which in a wild form grow of themselves in the land of the Hellenes. These are sown in Egypt and produce berries in great quantity, but of an evil smell. And when they have gathered these, some cut them up and press the oil from them. Others again roast them first, and then boil them down and collect that which runs away from them. The oil is fat and not less suitable for burning than olive oil, but it gives forth a disagreeable smell. 95. Against the gnats, which are very abundant, they have contrived as follows. Those who dwell above the fenland are helped by the towers, to which they ascend when they go to rest. For the gnats, by reason of the winds, are not able to fly up high. But those who dwell in the fenland have contrived another way instead of the towers, and this is it. Every man of them has got a casting net, with which by day he catches fish, but in the night he uses it for this purpose. That is to say, he puts the casting net round about the bed in which he sleeps, and then creeps in under it and goes to sleep. And the gnats, if he sleeps rolled up in a garment or a linen sheet, bite through these, but through the net they do not even attempt to bite. 96. Their boats with which they carry cargoes are made of the thorny acacia, of which the form is very like that of the Kyrenian lotos, and that which exudes from it is gum. From this tree they cut pieces of wood about 2 cubits in length and arrange them like bricks, fastening the boat together by running a great number of long bolts through the 2-cubit pieces. And when they have thus fastened the boat together, they lay crosspieces 81 over the top, using no ribs for the sides, and within they caulk the seams with papyrus. They make one steering oar for it, which is passed through the bottom of the boat, and they have a mast of acacia and sails of papyrus. These boats cannot sail up the river unless there be a very fresh wind blowing, but are towed from the shore, downstream however they travel as follows. They have a door-shaped crate made of tamarisk wood and reed mats sewn together, and also a stone of about 2 talents weight bored with a hole. And of these the boatman lets the crate float on in front of the boat, fastened with a rope, and the stone dragged behind by another rope. The crate then, as the force of the stream presses upon it, goes on swiftly and draws on the baris, for so these boats are called, while the stone dragging after it behind and sunk deep in the water keeps its course straight. These boats they have in great numbers, and some of them carry many thousands of talents burden. 97. When the Nile comes over the land, the cities alone are seen rising above the water, resembling more nearly than anything else the islands in the Aegean Sea. For the rest of Egypt becomes a sea, and the cities alone rise above water. Accordingly, whenever this happens, they pass by water not now by the channels of the river, but over the midst of the plain. For example, as one sails up from Naucratis to Memphis, the passage is then close by the pyramids, whereas the usual passage is not the same even here, 82, but goes by the point of the delta and the city of Kirkosaros. While if you sail over the plain to Naucratis from the sea and from Canobos, you will go by Anthala and the city called after Archander. 98. Of these Anthala is a city of note and is especially assigned to the wife of him who reigns over Egypt, to supply her with sandals. This is the case since the time when Egypt came to be under the Persians. The other city seems to me to have its name from Archander, the son-in-law of Danaus, who was the son of Theos, the son of Achaeos, for it is called the city of Archander. There might indeed be another Archander, but in any case the name is not Egyptian. 99. Hitherto my own observation and judgment and inquiry are the vouchers for that which I have said. But from this point onwards, I am about to tell the history of Egypt according to that which I heard, to which will be added also something of that which I have myself seen. Of Min, who first became king of Egypt, the priest said that on the one hand he banked off the site of Memphis from the river. For the whole stream of the river used to flow along by the sandy mountain range on the side of Libya, but Min formed by embankments that bend of the river which lies to the south about 100 furlongs above Memphis. And thus he dried up the old stream and conducted the river so that it flowed in the middle between the mountains. And even now this bend of the Nile is by the Persians kept under very careful watch, that it may flow in the channel to which it is confined, 83, and the bank is repaired every year. For if the river should break through and overflow in this direction, Memphis would be in danger of being overwhelmed by flood. When this Min, who first became king, had made into dry land the part which was dammed off, on the one hand, I say, he founded in it that city which is now called Memphis. For Memphis too is in the narrow part of Egypt. 84, and outside the city he dug round it on the north and west a lake communicating with the river, for the side towards the east is barred by the Nile itself. Then secondly, he established in the city the temple of Hephaestos, a great work, and most worthy of mention. 100. After this man, the priests enumerated to me from a papyrus roll the names of other kings, 330 in number. And in all these generations of men 18 were Ethiopians, one was a woman, a native Egyptian, and the rest were men and of Egyptian race. And the name of the woman who reigned was the same as that of the Babylonian queen, namely Nitocris. Of her they said that desiring to take vengeance for her brother, whom the Egyptians had slain when he was their king, and then, after having slain him, had given his kingdom to her. Desiring, I say, to take vengeance for him, she destroyed by craft many of the Egyptians. For she caused to be constructed a very large chamber underground, and making as though she would hansel it, but in her mind devising other things, she invited those of the Egyptians whom she knew to have had most part in the murder, and gave a great banquet. Then while they were feasting, she let in the river upon them by a secret conduit of large size. Of her they told no more than this, except that, when this had been accomplished, she threw herself into a room full of embers, in order that she might escape vengeance. 101. As for the other kings, they could tell me of no great works which had been produced by them, and they said that they had no renown 85 except only the last of them, Morris. He, they said, produced as a memorial of himself the gateway of the temple of Hephaestos, which is turned towards the north wind, and dug a lake, about which I shall set forth afterwards how many furlongs of circuit it has, and in it built pyramids of the size which I shall mention at the same time when I speak of the lake itself. He, they said, produced these works, but of the rest none produced any. 102. Therefore passing these by I shall make mention of the king who came after these, whose name was Sesostris. He, the priest, said, first of all set out with ships of war from the Arabian Gulf, and subdued those who dwelt by the shores of the Erythraean Sea, until as he sailed he came to a sea which could no further be navigated by reason of shoals. Then secondly, after he had returned to Egypt, according to the report of the priests, he took a great army 86 and marched over the continent, subduing every nation which stood in his way. And those of them whom he found valiant and fighting desperately for their freedom, in their lands he set up pillars which told by inscriptions his own name and the name of his country, and how he had subdued them by his power. But as to those of whose cities he obtained possession without fighting or with ease, on their pillars he inscribed words after the same tenor as he did for the nations which had shown themselves courageous. And in addition, he drew upon them the hidden parts of a woman, desiring to signify by this that the people were cowards and effeminate. 103. Thus doing he traversed the continent, until at last he passed over to Europe from Asia and subdued the Scythians and also the Thracians. These, I am of opinion, were the furthest 87 people to which the Egyptian army came, for in their country the pillars are found to have been set up, but in the land beyond this they are no longer found. From this point he turned and began to go back. And when he came to the river Phasis, what happened then I cannot say for certain, whether the king Sesostris himself divided off a certain portion of his army and left the men there as settlers in the land, or whether some of his soldiers were wearied by his distant marches and remained by the river Phasis. 104. For the people of Colchis are evidently Egyptian, and this I perceived for myself before I heard it from others. So when I had come to consider the matter I asked them both, and the Colchians had remembrance of the Egyptians more than the Egyptians of the Colchians. But the Egyptians said they believed that the Colchians were a portion of the army of Sesostris. That this was so I conjectured myself, not only because they are dark-skinned and have curly hair, this of itself amounts to nothing, for there are other races which are so, but also still more because the Colchians, Egyptians, and Ethiopians alone of all the races of men have practiced circumcision from the first. The Phoenicians and the Syrians 88 who dwell in Palestine confess themselves that they have learnt it from the Egyptians, and the Syrians 89 about the river Thermodon and the river Parthenios, and the Macronians, who are their neighbors, say that they have learnt it lately from the Colchians. These are the only races of men who practice circumcision, and these evidently practice it in the same manner as the Egyptians. Of the Egyptians themselves, however, and the Ethiopians, I am not able to say which learnt from the other, for undoubtedly it is a most ancient custom. But that the other nations learnt it by intercourse with the Egyptians, this among others is to me a strong proof, namely that those of the Phoenicians who have intercourse with Hellas cease to follow the example of the Egyptians in this matter, and do not circumcise their children. 105. Now let me tell another thing about the Colchians to show how they resemble the Egyptians. They alone work flax in the same fashion as the Egyptians. 90 and the two nations are like one another in their whole manner of living and also in their language. Now the linen of Colchis is called by the Hellenes sardonic, whereas that from Egypt is called Egyptian. 106. The pillars which Sesostris of Egypt set up in the various countries are for the most part no longer to be seen extant. But in Syria, Palestine, I myself saw them existing with the inscription upon them which I have mentioned, and the emblem. Moreover, in Ionia, there are two figures of this man carved upon rocks, one on the road by which one goes from the land of Ephesos to Phakia, and the other on the road from Sardis to Smyrna. In each place there is a figure of a man cut in the rock, of 4 cubits and a span in height, holding in his right hand a spear and in his left a bow and arrows, and the other equipment which he has is similar to this, for it is both Egyptian and Ethiopian. And from the one shoulder to the other across the breast runs an inscription carved in sacred Egyptian characters, saying thus, "This land with my shoulders I won for myself." But who he is and from whence, he does not declare in these places, though in other places he has declared this. Some of those who have seen these carvings conjecture that the figure is that of Memnon, but herein they are very far from the truth. 107. As this Egyptian Sesostris was returning and bringing back many men of the nations whose lands he had subdued, when he came, said the priests, to Daphne in the district of Pelusium on his journey home, his brother to whom Sesostris had entrusted the charge of Egypt invited him, and with him his sons to a feast. And then he piled the house round with brushwood and set it on fire. And Sesostris, when he discovered this, forthwith took counsel with his wife, for he was bringing with him, they said, his wife also. And she counseled him to lay out upon the pyre 2 of his sons, which were 6 in number, and so to make a bridge over the burning mass, and that they passing over their bodies should thus escape. This, they said, Sesostris did, and 2 of his sons were burnt to death in this manner, but the rest got away safe with their father. 108. Then Sesostris, having returned to Egypt and having taken vengeance on his brother, employed the multitude which he had brought in of those whose lands he had subdued, as follows. These were they who drew the stones which in the reign of this king were brought to the temple of Hephaestus, being of very great size, and also these were compelled to dig all the channels which now are in Egypt. And thus, having no such purpose, they caused Egypt, which before was all fit for riding and driving, to be no longer fit for this from thenceforth. For from that time forward Egypt, though it is plain land, has become all unfit for riding and driving, and the cause has been these channels, which are many and run in all directions. But the reason why the king cut up the land was this, namely because those of the Egyptians who had their cities not on the river, but in the middle of the country, being in want of water when the river went down from them, found their drink brackish because they had it from wells. 109. For this reason Egypt was cut up, and they said that this king distributed the land to all the Egyptians, giving an equal square portion to each man, and from this he made his revenue, having appointed them to pay a certain rent every year. And if the river should take away anything from any man's portion, he would come to the king and declare that which had happened, and the king used to send men to examine and to find out by measurement how much less the piece of land had become, in order that for the future the man might pay less, in proportion to the rent appointed. And I think that thus the art of geometry was found out, and afterwards came into Hellas also. For as touching the sundial 91, and the gnomon 92, and the 12 divisions of the day, they were learnt by the Hellenes from the Babylonians. 110. He moreover alone of all the Egyptian kings had rule over Ethiopia, and he left as memorials of himself in front of the temple of Hephaestus 2 stone statues of 30 cubits each, representing himself and his wife, and others of 20 cubits, each representing his 4 sons. And long afterwards, the priest of Hephaestus refused to permit Darius the Persian to set up a statue of himself in front of them, saying that deeds had not been done by him equal to those which were done by Sesostris the Egyptian. For Sesostris had subdued other nations besides, not fewer than he, and also the Scythians. But Darius had not been able to conquer the Scythians. Wherefore it was not just that he should set up a statue in front of those which Sesostris had dedicated, if he did not surpass him in his deeds. Which speech, they say, Darius took in good part. 111. Now after Sesostris had brought his life to an end, his son Pharaoh's, they told me, received in succession the kingdom, and he made no warlike expedition. And moreover it chanced to him to become blind by reason of the following accident. When the river had come down in flood rising to a height of 18 cubits, higher than ever before that time, and had gone over the fields, a wind fell upon it, and the river became agitated by waves. And this king, they say, moved by presumptuous folly, took a spear, and cast it into the midst of the eddies of the stream. And immediately upon this he had a disease of the eyes, and was by it made blind. For 10 years then he was blind, and in the 11th year there came to him an oracle from the city of Buto, saying that the time of his punishment had expired, and that he should see again if he washed his eyes with the water of a woman who had accompanied with her own husband only and had not knowledge of other men. And first he made trial of his own wife, and then, as he continued blind, he went on to try all the women in turn. And when he had at last regained his sight, he gathered together all the women of whom he had made trial, excepting her by whose means he had regained his sight, to one city which now is named Erythrabalos, 93, and having gathered them to this, he consumed them all by fire, as well as the city itself. But as for her by whose means he had regained his sight, he had her himself to wife. Then after he had escaped the malady of his eyes, he dedicated offerings at each one of the temples which were of renown, and especially, to mention only that which is most worthy of mention, he dedicated at the temple of the sun works which are worth seeing, namely 2 obelisks of stone, each of a single block, measuring in length 100 cubits each one, and in breadth 8 cubits. 112. After him, they said, there succeeded to the throne a man of Memphis, whose name in the tongue of the Hellenes was Proteus, for whom there is now a sacred enclosure at Memphis, very fair and well ordered, lying on that side of the temple of Hephaestos which faces the north wind. Round about this enclosure dwell Phoenicians of Tyre, and this whole region is called the camp of the Tyrians. 94. Within the enclosure of Proteus, there is a temple called the Temple of the Foreign Aphrodite, which temple I conjecture to be one of Helen the daughter of Tyndarus, not only because I have heard the tale how Helen dwelt with Proteus, but also especially because it is called by the name of the foreign Aphrodite. For the other temples of Aphrodite, which there are, have none of them the addition of the word foreign to the name. 113. And the priests told me, when I inquired, that the things concerning Helen happened thus. Alexander, having carried off Helen, was sailing away from Sparta to his own land, and when he had come to the Aegean Sea, contrary winds drove him from his course to the Sea of Egypt. And after that, since the blasts did not cease to blow, he came to Egypt itself, and in Egypt to that which is now named the Canobic mouth of the Nile, and to Tarichaea. Now there was upon the shore, as still there is now, a temple of Heracles, in which if any man's slave take refuge and have the sacred mark set upon him, giving himself over to the god, it is not lawful to lay hands upon him. And this custom has continued still unchanged from the beginning down to my own time. Accordingly, the attendants of Alexander, having heard of the custom which existed about the temple, ran away from him, and sitting down as suppliants of the god, accused Alexander, because they desired to do him hurt, telling the whole tale how things were about Helen and about the wrong done to Menelaus. And this accusation they made not only to the priests, but also to the warden of this river mouth, whose name was Thonis. 114. Thonis then, having heard their tale, sent forthwith a message to Proteus at Memphis, which said as follows: There hath come a stranger, a Teucrian by race, who hath done in Hellas an unholy deed. For he hath deceived the wife of his own host, and is come hither bringing with him this woman herself and very much wealth, having been carried out of his way by winds to thy land. 95. Shall we then allow him to sail out unharmed, or shall we first take away from him that which he brought with him? In reply to this, Proteus sent back a messenger who said thus: Seize this man, whosoever he may be, who has done impiety to his own host, and bring him away into my presence, that I may know what he will find to say. 115. Hearing this, Thonis seized Alexander and detained his ships. And after that he brought the man himself up to Memphis, and with him Helen and the wealth he had, and also in addition to them the suppliants. So when all had been conveyed up thither, Proteus began to ask Alexander who he was, and from whence he was voyaging. And he both recounted to him his descent, and told him the name of his native land, and moreover related of his voyage, from whence he was sailing. After this Proteus asked him whence he had taken Helen. And when Alexander went astray in his account, and did not speak the truth, those who had become suppliants convicted him of falsehood, relating in full the whole tale of the wrong done. At length Proteus declared to them this sentence, saying, Were it not that I count it a matter of great moment not to slay any of those strangers who, being driven from their course by winds, have come to my land hitherto, I should have taken vengeance on behalf of the man of Hellas, seeing that thou, most base of men, having received from him hospitality, didst work against him a most impious deed. For thou didst go in to the wife of thine own host, and even this was not enough for thee, but thou didst stir her up with desire, and hast gone away with her like a thief. Moreover, not even this by itself was enough for thee, but thou art come hither with plunder taken from the house of thy host. Now therefore depart, seeing that I have counted it of great moment not to be a slayer of strangers. This woman indeed, and the wealth which thou hast, I will not allow thee to carry away, but I shall keep them safe for the Hellene who was thy host, until he come himself and desire to carry them off to his home. To thyself, however, and thy fellow voyagers I proclaim that ye depart from your anchoring within 3 days and go from my land to some other. And if not, that ye will be dealt with as enemies. 116. This, the priest said, was the manner of Helen's coming to Proteus. And I suppose that Homer also had heard this story, but since it was not so suitable to the composition of his poem as the other which he followed, he dismissed it finally, 96, making it clear at the same time that he was acquainted with that story also. And according to the manner in which he described 97 the wanderings of Alexander in the Iliad, nor did he elsewhere retract that which he had said, it is clear that when he brought Helen, he was carried out of his course, wandering to various lands, and that he came among other places to Sidon in Phoenicia. Of this the poet has made mention in the Prowess of Diomed, and the verses run this, 98. There she had robes many-colored, the works of women of Sidon, those whom her son himself, the godlike of form Alexander, carried from Sidon, what time the broad sea path he sailed over bringing back Hellene home, of a noble father begot. And in the Odyssey also he has made mention of it in these verses, 99. Such had the daughter of Zeus, such drugs of exquisite cunning, good, which to her the wife of Thon, Polydamna, had given, dwelling in Egypt, the land where the bountiful meadow produces drugs more than all lands else, many good being mixed, many evil. And thus too Menelaus says to Telemachus, 100. Still the gods stayed me in Egypt, to come back hither desiring, stayed me from voyaging home, since sacrifice was due I performed not. In these lines, he makes it clear that he knew of the wandering of Alexander to Egypt, for Syria borders upon Egypt and the Phoenicians, of whom is Sidon, dwell in Syria. 117. By these lines, and by this passage 101, it is also most clearly shown that the Cyprian epic was not written by Homer, but by some other man. For in this, it is said that on the 3rd day after leaving Sparta Alexander came to Ilion bringing with him Helen, having had a gently blowing wind and a smooth sea. Whereas in the Iliad it says that he wandered from his course when he brought her. 118. Let us now leave Homer and the Cyprian epic. But this I will say, namely that I asked the priests whether it is but an idle tale which the Hellenes tell of that which they say happened about Ilion. And they answered me thus, saying that they had their knowledge by inquiries from Menelaus himself. After the rape of Helen there came indeed, they said, to the Teucrian land a large army of Hellenes to help Menelaus. And when the army had come out of the ships to land and had pitched its camp there, they sent messengers to Ilion, with whom went also Menelaus himself. And when these entered within the wall, they demanded back Helen and the wealth which Alexander had stolen from Menelaus and had taken away. And moreover they demanded satisfaction for the wrongs done. And the Teucrians told the same tale then and afterwards, both with oath and without oath, namely that in deed and in truth they had not Helen nor the wealth for which demand was made, but that both were in Egypt, and that they could not justly be compelled to give satisfaction for that which Proteus the king of Egypt had. The Hellenes, however, thought that they were being mocked by them and besieged the city, until at last they took it. And when they had taken the wall and did not find Helen, but heard the same tale as before, then they believed the former tale and sent Menelaus himself to Proteus. 119. And Menelaus, having come to Egypt and having sailed up to Memphis, told the truth of these matters, and not only found great entertainment, but also received Helen unhurt, and all his own wealth besides. Then, however, after he had been thus dealt with, Menelaus showed himself ungrateful to the Egyptians, for when he set forth to sail away, contrary winds detained him, and as this condition of things lasted long, he devised an impious deed, for he took 2 children of natives and made sacrifice of them. After this, when it was known that he had done so, he became abhorred, and being pursued he escaped and got away in his ships to Libya. But whither he went besides after this, the Egyptians were not able to tell. Of these things they said that they found out part by inquiries, and the rest, namely that which happened in their own land, they related from sure and certain knowledge. 120. Thus the priests of the Egyptians told me, and I myself also agree with the story which was told of Helen, adding this consideration, namely that if Helen had been in Ilion, she would have been given up to the Hellenes, whether Alexander consented or no. For Priam assuredly was not so mad, nor yet the others of his house, that they were desirous to run risk of ruin for themselves and their children and their city, in order that Alexander might have Helen as his wife. And even supposing that during the first part of the time they had been so inclined, yet when many others of the Trojans besides were losing their lives as often as they fought with the Hellenes, and of the sons of Priam himself always 2 or 3 or even more were slain when a battle took place, if one may trust at all to the epic poets. When, I say, things were coming thus to pass, I consider that even if Priam himself had had Helen as his wife, he would have given her back to the Achaeans, if at least by so doing he might be freed from the evils which oppressed him. Nor even was the kingdom coming to Alexander next, so that when Priam was old the government was in his hands. But Hector, who was both older and more of a man than he, would have received it after the death of Priam. And him it behoved not to allow his brother to go on with his wrongdoing, considering that great evils were coming to pass on his account both to himself privately and in general to the other Trojans. In truth, however, they lacked the power to give Helen back, and the Hellenes did not believe them, though they spoke the truth, because, as I declare my opinion, the divine power was purposing to cause them utterly to perish, and so make it evident to men that for great wrongs great also are the chastisements which come from the gods. And thus have I delivered my opinion concerning these matters. 121. After Proteus, they told me, Rhampsinitos received in succession the kingdom, who left as a memorial of himself that gateway to the temple of Hephaestos which is turned towards the west, and in front of the gateway he set up 2 statues, in height 25 cubits, of which the one which stands on the north side is called by the Egyptians Summer, and the one on the south side Winter. And to that one which they call Summer they do reverence and make offerings, while to the other which is called Winter they do the opposite of these things. This king, they said, got great wealth of silver, which none of the kings born after him could surpass or even come near to, and wishing to store his wealth in safety, he caused to be built a chamber of stone, one of the walls whereof was towards the outside of his palace. And the builder of this, having a design against it, contrived as follows, that is, he disposed one of the stones in such a manner that it could be taken out easily from the wall either by 2 men or even by 1. So when the chamber was finished, the king stored his money in it, and after some time the builder, being near the end of his life, called to him his sons, for he had 2, and to them he related how he had contrived in building the treasury of the king, and all in forethought for them, that they might have ample means of living. And when he had clearly set forth to them everything concerning the taking out of the stone, he gave them the measurements, saying that if they paid heed to this matter, they would be stewards of the king's treasury. So he ended his life, and his sons made no long delay in setting to work, but went to the palace by night, and having found the stone in the wall of the chamber, they dealt with it easily and carried forth for themselves great quantity of the wealth within. And the king happening to open the chamber, he marveled when he saw the vessels falling short of the full amount, and he did not know on whom he should lay the blame, since the seals were unbroken and the chamber had been close shut. But when upon his opening the chamber a second and a third time the money was each time seen to be diminished, for the thieves did not slacken in their assaults upon it, he did as follows. Having ordered traps to be made, he set these round about the vessels in which the money was. And when the thieves had come as at former times, and one of them had entered, then so soon as he came near to one of the vessels, he was straightway caught in the trap. And when he perceived in what evil case he was, straightway calling his brother, he showed him what the matter was, and bade him enter as quickly as possible and cut off his head, for fear lest being seen and known he might bring about the destruction of his brother also. And to the other it seemed that he spoke well, and he was persuaded and did so. And fitting the stone into its place, he departed home bearing with him the head of his brother. See, now when it became day, the king entered into the chamber and was very greatly amazed, seeing the body of the thief held in the trap without his head, and the chamber unbroken, with no way to come in or go out. And being at a loss, he hung up the dead body of the thief upon the wall, and set guards there, with charge if they saw anyone weeping or bewailing himself to seize him and bring him before the king. And when the dead body had been hung up, the mother was greatly grieved, and speaking with the son who survived she enjoined him, in whatever way he could, to contrive means by which he might take down and bring home the body of his dead brother. And if he should neglect to do this, she earnestly threatened that she would go and give information to the king that he had the money. So as the mother dealt hardly with the surviving son, and he though saying many things to her did not persuade her, he contrived for his purpose a device as follows. Providing himself with asses, he filled some skins with wine and laid them upon the asses, and after that he drove them along. And when he came opposite to those who were guarding the corpse hung up, he drew towards him 2 or 3 of the necks 102 of the skins, and loosened the cords with which they were tied. Then, when the wine was running out, he began to beat his head and cry out loudly, as if he did not know to which of the asses he should first turn. And when the guards saw the wine flowing out in streams, they ran together to the road with drinking vessels in their hands and collected the wine that was poured out, counting it so much gain. And he abused them all violently, making as if he were angry, but when the guards tried to appease him, after a time he feigned to be pacified and to abate his anger, and at length he drove his asses out of the road and began to set their loads right. Then more talk arose among them, and 1 or 2 of them made jests at him and brought him to laugh with them. And in the end, he made them a present of one of the skins in addition to what they had. Upon that they lay down there without more ado, being minded to drink, and they took him into their company and invited him to remain with them and join them in their drinking. So he, as may be supposed, was persuaded and stayed. Then, as they in their drinking bade him welcome in a friendly manner, he made a present to them also of another of the skins. And so, at length, having drunk liberally, the guards became completely intoxicated. And being overcome by sleep, they went to bed on the spot where they had been drinking. He then, as it was now far on in the night, first took down the body of his brother, and then in mockery shaved the right cheeks of all the guards. And after that he put the dead body upon the asses and drove them away home, having accomplished that which was enjoined him by his mother. Upon this the king, when it was reported to him that the dead body of the thief had been stolen away, displayed great anger. And desiring by all means that it should be found out who it might be who devised these things, did this, so at least they said, but I do not believe the account. He caused his own daughter to sit in the stews, and enjoined her to receive all equally, and before having commerce with anyone to compel him to tell her what was the most cunning, and what the most unholy deed which had been done by him in all his lifetime. And whosoever should relate that which had happened about the thief, him she must seize, and not let him go out. Then, as she was doing that which was enjoined by her father, the thief, hearing for what purpose this was done, and having a desire to get the better of the king in resource, did thus. From the body of one lately dead, he cut off the arm at the shoulder and went with it under his mantle. And having gone in to the daughter of the king, and being asked that which the others also were asked, he related that he had done the most unholy deed when he cut off the head of his brother, who had been caught in a trap in the king's treasure chamber, and the most cunning deed in that he made drunk the guards and took down the dead body of his brother hanging up. And she, when she heard it, tried to take hold of him, but the thief held out to her in the darkness the arm of the corpse, which she grasped and held, thinking that she was holding the arm of the man himself. But the thief left it in her hands and departed, escaping through the door. Now when this also was reported to the king, he was at first amazed at the ready invention and daring of the fellow. And then afterwards he sent round to all the cities and made proclamation granting a free pardon to the thief, and also promising a great reward if he would come into his presence. The thief, accordingly trusting to the proclamation, came to the king, and Rhampsinitos greatly marveled at him, and gave him this daughter of his to wife, counting him to be the most knowing of all men. For as the Egyptians were distinguished from all other men, so was he from the other Egyptians. 122. After these things they said this, king went down alive to that place which by the Hellenes is called Hades, and there played at dice with Demeter, and in some throws he overcame her, and in others he was overcome by her. And he came back again, having as a gift from her a handkerchief of gold. And they told me that because of the going down of Rhampsinitos, the Egyptians, after he came back, celebrated a feast, which I know of my own knowledge also that they still observe even to my time. But whether it is for this cause that they keep the feast or for some other, I am not able to say. However, the priests weave a robe completely on the very day of the feast, and forthwith they bind up the eyes of one of them with a fillet, and having led him with the robe to the way by which one goes to the temple of Demeter, they depart back again themselves. This priest, they say, with his eyes bound up, is led by 2 wolves to the temple of Demeter, which is distant from the city 20 furlongs, and then afterwards the wolves lead him back again from the temple to the same spot. 123. Now as to the tales told by the Egyptians, any man may accept them to whom such things appear credible. As for me, it is to be understood throughout the whole of the history 103 that I write by hearsay that which is reported by the people in each place. The Egyptians say that Demeter and Dionysos are rulers of the world below, and the Egyptians are also the first who reported the doctrine that the soul of man is immortal, and that when the body dies, the soul enters into another creature which chances then to be coming to the birth, and when it has gone the round of all the creatures of land and sea and of the air, it enters again into a human body as it comes to the birth, and that it makes this round in a period of 3,000 years. This doctrine certain Hellenes adopted, some earlier and some later, as if it were of their own invention, and of these men I know the names, but I abstain from recording them. 124. Down to the time when Rhampsinitos was king, they told me there was in Egypt nothing but orderly rule, and Egypt prospered greatly. But after him, Cheops became king over them and brought them 104 to every kind of evil. For he shut up all the temples, and having first kept them from sacrificing there, he then bade all the Egyptians work for him. So some were appointed to draw stones from the stone quarries in the Arabian mountains to the Nile, and others he ordered to receive the stones after they had been carried over the river in boats, and to draw them to those which are called the Libyan mountains. And they worked by 100,000 men at a time, for each 3 months continually. Of this oppression there passed 10 years while the causeway was made by which they drew the stones, which causeway they built, and it is a work not much less, as it appears to me, than the pyramid. For the length of it is 5 furlongs 105, and the breadth 10 fathoms, and the height, where it is highest, 8 fathoms, and it is made of stone smoothed, and with figures carved upon it. For this, they said, the 10 years were spent, and for the underground chambers on the hill upon which the pyramids stand, which he caused to be made as sepulchral chambers for himself in an island, having conducted thither a channel from the Nile. For the making of the pyramid itself, there passed a period of 20 years, and the pyramid is square, each side measuring 800 feet, and the height of it is the same. It is built of stones smoothed and fitted together in the most perfect manner, not one of the stones being less than 30 feet in length. 125. This pyramid was made after the manner of steps, which some call rows, 106 and others bases. 107, and when they had first made it thus, they raised the remaining stones with machines made of short pieces of timber, raising them first from the ground to the first stage of the steps, and when the stone got up to this, it was placed upon another machine standing on the first stage, and so from this it was drawn to the second upon another machine. For as many as were the courses of the steps, so many machines there were also, or perhaps they transferred one and the same machine, made so as easily to be carried, to each stage successively, in order that they might take up the stones. For let it be told in both ways, according as it is reported. However that may be, the highest parts of it were finished first, and afterwards they proceeded to finish that which came next to them, and lastly they finished the parts of it near the ground and the lowest ranges. On the pyramid it is declared in Egyptian, writing how much was spent on radishes and onions and leeks for the workmen. And if I rightly remember that which the interpreter said in reading to me this inscription, a sum of 1,600 talents of silver was spent. And if this is so, how much besides is likely to have been expended upon the iron with which they worked, and upon bread and clothing for the workmen, seeing that they were building the works for the time which has been mentioned and were occupied for no small time besides, as I suppose, in the cutting and bringing of the stones and in working at the excavation under the ground. 126. Cheops moreover came, they said, to such a pitch of wickedness, that being in want of money, he caused his own daughter to sit in the stews, and ordered her to obtain from those who came a certain amount of money. How much it was they did not tell me. But she not only obtained the sum appointed by her father, but also she formed a design for herself privately to leave behind her a memorial, and she requested each man who came into her to give her one stone upon her building. And of these stones, they told me, the pyramid was built which stands in front of the Great Pyramid in the middle of the three, 108 each side being 150 feet in length. 127. This Cheops, the Egyptians said, reigned 50 years, and after he was dead his brother Chephren succeeded to the kingdom. This king followed the same manner as the other, both in all the rest and also in that he made a pyramid, not indeed attaining to the measurements of that which was built by the former. This I know, having myself also measured it. And moreover 109, there are no underground chambers beneath, nor does a channel come from the Nile flowing to this one as to the other, in which the water coming through a conduit built for it flows round an island within, where they say that Cheops himself is laid. But for a basement, he built the first course of Ethiopian stone of divers colors, and this pyramid he made 40 feet lower than the other as regards size, 110, building it close to the Great Pyramid. These stand both upon the same hill, which is about 100 feet high. And Chephren, they said, reigned 56 years. 128. Here then they reckon 106 years, during which they say that there was nothing but evil for the Egyptians, and the temples were kept closed and not opened during all that time. These kings the Egyptians, by reason of their hatred of them, are not very willing to name. Nay, they even call the pyramids after the name of Philetus 111 the shepherd, who at that time pastured flocks in those regions. 129. After him, they said, Mykerinos became king over Egypt, who was the son of Cheops. And to him his father's deeds were displeasing, and he both opened the temples and gave liberty to the people, who were ground down to the last extremity of evil, to return to their own business and to their sacrifices. Also he gave decisions of their causes juster than those of all the other kings besides. In regard to this, then they commend this king more than all the other kings who had arisen in Egypt before him. For he not only gave good decisions, but also when a man complained of the decision, he gave him recompense from his own goods and thus satisfied his desire. But while Mykerinos was acting mercifully to his subjects and practicing this conduct which has been said, calamities befell him, of which the first was this, namely that his daughter died, the only child whom he had in his house. And being above measure grieved by that which had befallen him, and desiring to bury his daughter in a manner more remarkable than others, he made a cow of wood, which he covered over with gold. And then within it he buried this daughter who, as I said, had died. 130. This cow was not covered up in the ground, but it might be seen even down to my own time in the city of Sais, placed within the royal palace in a chamber which was greatly adorned. And they offer incense of all kinds before it every day, and each night a lamp burns beside it all through the night. Near this cow in another chamber stand images of the concubines of Mykerinos, as the priests at Sais told me. For there are in fact colossal wooden statues, in number about 20, made with naked bodies. But who they are I am not able to say, except only that which is reported. 131. Some however tell about this cow, and the colossal statues the following tale, namely that Mykerinos was enamored of his own daughter, and afterwards ravished her. And upon this they say that the girl strangled herself for grief, and he buried her in this cow, and her mother cut off the hands of the maids who had betrayed the daughter to her father. Wherefore now the images of them have suffered that which the maids suffered in their life. In thus saying they speak idly, as it seems to me, especially in what they say about the hands of the statues. For as to this, even we ourselves saw that their hands had dropped off from lapse of time, and they were to be seen still lying at their feet even down to my time. 132. The cow is covered up with a crimson robe, except only the head and the neck, which are seen, overlaid with gold very thickly, and between the horns there is the disk of the sun figured in gold. The cow is not standing up but kneeling, and in size it is equal to a large living cow. Every year it is carried forth from the chamber. At those times, I say, the Egyptians beat themselves for that god whom I will not name upon occasion of such a matter. At these times, I say, they also carry forth the cow to the light of day, for they say that she asked of her father Mykerinos, when she was dying, that she might look upon the sun once in the year. 133. After the misfortune of his daughter it happened, they said, secondly to this king as follows. An oracle came to him from the city of Buto, saying that he was destined to live but 6 years more, in the 7th year to end his life. And he being indignant at it, sent to the oracle a reproach against the god. 112 making complaint in reply that whereas his father and uncle, who had shut up the temples and had not only not remembered the gods, but also had been destroyers of men, had lived for a long time, he himself, who practiced piety, was destined to end his life so soon. And from the oracle there came a second message, which said that it was for this very cause that he was bringing his life to a swift close. 113. For he had not done that which it was appointed for him to do, since it was destined that Egypt should suffer evils for 150 years, and the 2 kings who had risen before him had perceived this, but he had not. Mykerinos having heard this, and considering that this sentence had been passed upon him beyond recall, procured many lamps. And whenever night came on, he lighted these and began to drink and take his pleasure, ceasing neither by day nor by night. And he went about to the fen country and to the woods, and wherever he heard there were the most suitable places for enjoyment. This he devised, having a mind to prove that the oracle spoke falsely, in order that he might have 12 years of life instead of 6, the nights being turned into days. 134. This king also left behind him a pyramid, much smaller than that of his father, of a square shape, and measuring on each side 300 feet lacking 20, built moreover of Ethiopian stone up to half the height. This pyramid some of the Hellenes say was built by the courtesan Rhodopes, not therein speaking rightly. And besides this, it is evident to me that they who speak thus do not even know who Rhodopes was, for otherwise they would not have attributed to her the building of a pyramid like this, on which have been spent, so to speak, innumerable thousands of talents. Moreover, they do not know that Rhodopes flourished in the reign of Amasis, and not in this king's reign. For Rhodopes lived very many years later than the kings who left behind the pyramids. By descent she was of Thrace, and she was a slave of Iadmon the son of Hephaestopolis a Samian, and a fellow slave of Aesop the maker of fables, for he too was once the slave of Iadmon, as was proved especially in this fact, namely that when the people of Delphi repeatedly made proclamation in accordance with an oracle, to find someone who would take up 114 the blood money for the death of Aesop, no one else appeared. But at length the grandson of Iadmon, called Iadmon also, took it up. And thus it is shown that Aesop too was the slave of Iadmon. 135. As for Rhodopes, she came to Egypt brought by Xanthus the Samian. And having come thither to exercise her calling, she was redeemed from slavery for a great sum by a man of Mytilene, Charaxos son of Scamandronymos and brother of Sappho, the lyric poet. Thus was Rhodopes set free, and she remained in Egypt, and by her beauty won so much liking that she made great gain of money for one like Rhodopes. 115, though not enough to suffice for the cost of such a pyramid as this. In truth, there is no need to ascribe to her very great riches, considering that the tithe of her wealth may still be seen even to this time by anyone who desires it. For Rhodopes wished to leave behind her a memorial of herself in Hellas, namely to cause a thing to be made such as happens not to have been thought of or dedicated in a temple by any besides, and to dedicate this at Delphi as a memorial of herself. Accordingly, with the tithe of her wealth she caused to be made spits of iron of size large enough to pierce a whole ox, and many in number, going as far therein as her tithe allowed her, and she sent them to Delphi. These are even at the present time lying there, heaped all together behind the altar which the Chians dedicated, and just opposite to the cell of the temple. 116 Now at Naucrates, as it happens, the courtesans are rather apt to win credit. 117 For this woman first, about whom the story to which I refer is told, became so famous that all the Hellenes without exception come to know the name of Rhodopes. And then, after her one whose name was Archidich became a subject of song over all Hellas, though she was less talked of than the other. As for Charaxos, when after redeeming Rhodopes he returned back to Mytilene, Sappho in an ode violently abused him. 118 Of Rhodopes, then I shall say no more. 136. After Mykerinos the priest Sediciches became king of Egypt, and he made for Hephaestos the temple gateway 119, which is towards the sun rising. by far the most beautiful and the largest of the gateways. For while they all have figures carved upon them, and innumerable ornaments of building 120 besides, this has them very much more than the rest. In this king's reign they told me that, as the circulation of money was very slow, a law was made for the Egyptians that a man might have that money lent to him which he needed, by offering as security the dead body of his father. And there was added moreover to this law another, namely that he who lent the money should have a claim also to the whole sepulchral chamber belonging to him who received it, and that the man who offered that security should be subject to this penalty, if he refused to pay back the debt, namely that neither the man himself should be allowed to have burial when he died, either in that family burial place or in any other, nor should he be allowed to bury any one of his kinsmen whom he lost by death. This king, desiring to surpass the kings of Egypt who had arisen before him, left as a memorial of himself a pyramid which he made of bricks, and on it there is an inscription carved in stone and saying thus, "Despise not me in comparison with the pyramids of stone, seeing that I excel them as much as Zeus excels the other gods. For with a pole they struck into the lake, and whatever of the mud attached itself to the pole, this they gathered up and made bricks, and in such manner they finished me." Such were the deeds which this king performed. 137, and after him reigned a blind man of the city of Eneses, whose name was Eneses. In his reign, the Ethiopians and Sabacos, the king of the Ethiopians, marched upon Egypt with a great host of men. So this blind man departed, flying to the fen country, and the Ethiopian was king over Egypt for 50 years, during which he performed deeds as follows. Whenever any man of the Egyptians committed any transgression, he would never put him to death, but he gave sentence upon each man according to the greatness of the wrongdoing, appointing them work at throwing up an embankment before that city from whence each man came of those who committed wrong. Thus the cities were made higher still than before, for they were embanked first by those who dug the channels in the reign of Sesostris, and then secondly in the reign of the Ethiopian, and thus they were made very high. And while other cities in Egypt also stood 121 high, I think in the town at Bubastes especially the earth was piled up. In this city there is a temple very well worthy of mention, for though there are other temples which are larger and built with more cost, none more than this is a pleasure to the eyes. Now Bubastes in the Hellenic tongue is Artemis. 138, and her temple is ordered thus. Except the entrance it is completely surrounded by water, for channels come in from the Nile, not joining one another, but each extending as far as the entrance of the temple, one flowing round on the one side and the other on the other side, each 100 feet broad and shaded over with trees. And the gateway has a height of 10 fathoms, and it is adorned with figures 6 cubits high, very noteworthy. This temple is in the middle of the city and is looked down upon from all sides as one goes round. For since the city has been banked up to a height, while the temple has not been moved from the place where it was at the first built, it is possible to look down into it. And round it runs a stone wall with figures carved upon it, while within it there is a grove of very large trees planted round a large temple house, within which is the image of the goddess. And the breadth and length of the temple is a furlong every way. Opposite the entrance there is a road paved with stone for about 3 furlongs, which leads through the marketplace towards the east, with a breadth of about 400 feet. And on this side and on that grow trees of height reaching to heaven, and the road leads to the temple of Hermes. This temple, then, is thus ordered. 139. The final deliverance from the Ethiopian came about, they said, as follows. He fled away because he had seen in his sleep a vision, in which it seemed to him that a man came and stood by him and counseled him to gather together all the priests of Egypt and cut them asunder in the midst. Having seen this dream, he said that it seemed to him that the gods were foreshowing him this to furnish an occasion against him, 122, in order that he might do an impious deed with respect to religion, and so receive some evil either from the gods or from men. He would not, however, do so, but in truth, he said, the time had expired, during which it had been prophesied to him that he should rule Egypt before he departed thence. For when he was in Ethiopia, the oracles which the Ethiopians consult had told him that it was fated for him to rule Egypt 50 years. Since then this time was now expiring, and the vision of the dream also disturbed him, Sabacos departed out of Egypt of his own free will. 140. Then, when the Ethiopian had gone away out of Egypt, the blind man came back from the fen country and began to rule again, having lived there during 50 years upon an island which he had made by heaping up ashes and earth. For whenever any of the Egyptians visited him bringing food, according as it had been appointed to them severally to do without the knowledge of the Ethiopian, he bade them bring also some ashes for their gift. 123. This island none was able to find before Amyateos. That is, for more than 700 years. 124. The kings who arose before Amyateos were not able to find it. Now the name of this island is Elbow, and its size is 10 furlongs each way. 141. After him there came to the throne the priest of Hephaestos, whose name was Sethos. This man, they said, neglected and held in no regard the warrior class of the Egyptians, considering that he would have no need of them. And besides other slights which he put upon them, he also took from them the yokes of corn land 125 which had been given to them as a special gift in the reigns of the former kings, 12 yokes to each man. After this, Sennacherib, king of the Arabians and of the Assyrians, marched a great host against Egypt. Then the warriors of the Egyptians refused to come to the rescue, and the priest, being driven into a strait, entered into the sanctuary of the temple 126, and bewailed to the image of the god the danger which was impending over him. And as he was thus lamenting, sleep came upon him, and it seemed to him in his vision that the god came and stood by him and encouraged him, saying that he should suffer no evil if he went forth to meet the army of the Arabians. For he himself would send him helpers. Trusting in these things seen in sleep, he took with him, they said, those of the Egyptians who were willing to follow him, and encamped in Pelusium, for by this way the invasion came. And not one of the warrior class followed him, but shopkeepers and artisans and men of the market. Then after they came, there swarmed by night upon their enemies mice of the fields, and ate up their quivers and their bows, and moreover the handles of their shields, so that on the next day they fled, and being without defense of arms great numbers fell. And at the present time this king stands in the temple of Hephaestos in stone, holding upon his hand a mouse, and by letters inscribed he says these words: "Let him who looks upon me learn to fear the gods." 142. So far in the story the Egyptians and the priests were they who made the report, declaring that from the first king down to this priest of Hephaestos who reigned last, there had been 341 generations of men, and that in them there had been the same number of chief priests and of kings. But 300 generations of men are equal to 10,000 years, for 100 years is 3 generations of men. And in the 140 generations which remain, those, I mean which were added to the 300, there are 1,340 years. Thus, in the period of 11,340 years, they said that there had arisen no god in human form, nor even before that time or afterwards among the remaining kings who arose in Egypt did they report that anything of that kind had come to pass. In this time they said that the sun had moved 4 times from his accustomed place of rising, and where he now sets he had thence twice had his rising, and in the place from whence he now rises he had twice had his setting. 127, and in the meantime nothing in Egypt had been changed from its usual state, neither that which comes from the earth, nor that which comes to them from the river, nor that which concerns diseases or deaths. 143. And formerly, when Hecataeus the historian was in Thebes, and had traced his descent and connected his family with a god in the 16th generation before, the priests of Zeus did for him much the same as they did for me, though I had not traced my descent. They led me into the sanctuary of the temple, which is of great size, and they counted up the number, showing colossal wooden statues in number the same as they said, for each chief priest there sets up in his lifetime an image of himself. Accordingly the priests, counting and showing me these, declared to me that each one of them was a son succeeding his own father, and they went up through the series of images from the image of the one who had died last, until they had declared this of the whole number. And when Hecataeus had traced his descent and connected his family with a god in the 16th generation, they traced a descent in opposition to this, besides their numbering, not accepting it from him that a man had been born from a god. And they traced their counter-descent thus, saying that each one of the statues had been Pyramus son of Pyramus, until they had declared this of the whole 345 statues, each one being surnamed Pyramus. And neither with a god nor a hero did they connect their descent. Now Pyramus means in the tongue of Hellenes, honorable and good man. 144. From their declaration then it followed, that they of whom the images were had been of form like this, and far removed from being gods. But in the time before these men they said that gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling 128 with men, and that of these always one had power at a time. And the last of them who was king over Egypt was Oros the son of Osiris, whom the Hellenes call Apollo. He was king over Egypt last, having deposed Typhon. Now Osiris in the tongue of Hellas is Dionysos. 145. Among the Hellenes, Heracles and Dionysos and Pan are accounted the latest born of the gods. But with the Egyptians Pan is a very ancient god, and he is one of those which are called the 8 gods, while Heracles is of the 2nd rank, who are called the 12 gods, and Dionysos is of the 3rd rank, namely of those who were born of the 12 gods. Now as to Heracles, I have shown already how many years old he is according to the Egyptians themselves, reckoning down to the reign of Amasis, and Pan is said to have existed for yet more years than these, and Dionysos for the smallest number of years as compared with the others. And even for this last, they reckon down to the reign of Amasis 15,000 years. This the Egyptians say that they know for a certainty, since they always kept a reckoning and wrote down the years as they came. Now the Dionysos who is said to have been born of Semele the daughter of Cadmos, was born about 1600 years before my time, and Heracles who was the son of Alcmene, about 900 years. And that Pan who was born of Penelope, for of her and of Hermes Pan is said by the Hellenes to have been born, came into being later than the wars of Troy, about 800 years before my time. 146. Of these 2 accounts, every man may adopt that one which he shall find the more credible when he hears it. I, however, for my part, have already declared my opinion about them. 129. For if these also, like Heracles the son of Amphitryon, had appeared before all men's eyes, and had lived their lives to old age in Hellas, I mean Dionysos the son of Semele, and Pan the son of Penelope, then one would have said that these also 130 had been born mere men, having the names of those gods who had come into being long before. But as it is, with regard to Dionysos the Hellenes say that as soon as he was born Zeus sewed him up in his thigh and carried him to Nyssa, which is above Egypt in the land of Ethiopia. And as to Pan, they cannot say whither he went after he was born. Hence it has become clear to me that the Hellenes learnt the names of these gods later than those of the other gods, and trace their descent as if their birth occurred at the time when they first learnt their names. Thus far, then, the history is told by the Egyptians themselves. 147. But I will now recount that which other nations also tell, and the Egyptians in agreement with the others, of that which happened in this land. And there will be added to this also something of that which I have myself seen. Being set free after the reign of the priest of Hephaestus, the Egyptians, since they could not live any time without a king, set up over them 12 kings, having divided all Egypt into 12 parts. These made intermarriages with one another and reigned, making agreement that they would not put down one another by force, nor seek to get an advantage over one another, but would live in perfect friendship. And the reason why they made these agreements, guarding them very strongly from violation, was this, namely that an oracle had been given to them at first when they began to exercise their rule, that he of them who should pour a libation with a bronze cup in the temple of Hephaestus should be king of all Egypt, for they used to assemble together in all the temples. 148. Moreover, they resolved to join all together and leave a memorial of themselves. And having so resolved, they caused to be made a labyrinth, situated a little above the lake of Moeris, and nearly opposite to that which is called the city of crocodiles. This I saw myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together and reckon up all the buildings and all the great works produced by the Hellenes, they would prove to be inferior in labor and expense to this labyrinth, though it is true that both the temple at Ephesus and that at Samos are works worthy of note. The pyramids also were greater than words can say, and each one of them is equal to many works of the Hellenes, great as they may be. but the labyrinth surpasses even the pyramids. It has 12 courts covered in, with gates facing one another, 6 upon the north side and 6 upon the south, joining on one to another, and the same wall surrounds them all outside. And there are in it 2 kinds of chambers, the one kind below the ground and the other above upon these, 3,000 in number, of each kind 1,500. The upper set of chambers we ourselves saw, going through them, and we tell of them having looked upon them with our own eyes. But the chambers underground we heard about only. For the Egyptians who had charge of them were not willing on any account to show them, saying that here were the sepulchres of the kings who had first built this labyrinth and of the sacred crocodiles. Accordingly, we speak of the chambers below by what we received from hearsay, while those above we saw ourselves, and found them to be works of more than human greatness. For the passages through the chambers, and the goings this way and that way through the courts, which were admirably adorned, afforded endless matter for marvel, as we went through from a court to the chambers beyond it, and from the chambers to colonnades, and from the colonnades to other rooms, and then from the chambers again to other courts. Over the whole of these is a roof made of stone like the walls, and the walls are covered with figures carved upon them, each court being surrounded with pillars of white stone fitted together most perfectly. And at the end of the labyrinth, by the corner of it, there is a pyramid of 40 fathoms, upon which large figures are carved, and to this there is a way made underground. 149. Such is this labyrinth, but a cause for marvel even greater than this is afforded by the lake, which is called the Lake of Moeris, along the side of which this labyrinth is built. The measure of its circuit is 3,600 furlongs, 131, being 60 scoins, and this is the same number of furlongs as the extent of Egypt itself along the sea. The lake lies extended lengthwise from north to south, and in depth where it is deepest it is 50 fathoms. That this lake is artificial and formed by digging is self-evident, for about in the middle of the lake stand 2 pyramids, each rising above the water to a height of 50 fathoms, the part which is built below the water being of just the same height. And upon each is placed a colossal statue of stone sitting upon a chair. Thus the pyramids are 100 fathoms high, and these 100 fathoms are equal to a furlong of 600 feet, the fathom being measured as 6 feet or 4 cubits, the feet being 4 palms each, and the cubit 6. The water in the lake does not come from the place where it is, for the country there is very deficient in water, but it has been brought thither from the Nile by a canal. And for 6 months the water flows into the lake, and for 6 months out into the Nile again. And whenever it flows out, then for the 6 months it brings into the royal treasury a talent of silver a day from the fish which are caught, and 20 pounds 132 when the water comes in. 150. The natives of the place, moreover, said that this lake had an outlet underground to the Cyades, which is in Libya, turning towards the interior of the continent upon the western side, and running along by the mountain which is above Memphis. Now since I did not see anywhere existing the earth dug out of this excavation, for that was a matter which drew my attention, I asked those who dwelt nearest to the lake where the earth was which had been dug out. These told me to what place it had been carried away, and I readily believed them, for I knew by report that a similar thing had been done at Nineveh, the city of the Assyrians. There certain thieves formed a design once to carry away the wealth of Sardanapallo's son of Ninos, the king, which wealth was very great and was kept in treasure houses under the earth. Accordingly they began from their own dwelling, and making estimate of their direction they dug underground towards the king's palace. And the earth which was brought out of the excavation they used to carry away, when night came on, to the river Tigris which flows by the city of Nineveh, until at last they accomplished that which they desired. Similarly, as I heard, the digging of the lake in Egypt was effected, except that it was done not by night but during the day. For as they dug the Egyptians carried to the Nile the earth which was dug out, and the river, when it received it, would naturally bear it away and disperse it. Thus is this lake said to have been dug out. 151. Now the 12 kings continued to rule justly, but in course of time it happened thus. After sacrifice in the temple of Hephaestos, they were about to make libation on the last day of the feast, and the chief priest, in bringing out for them the golden cups with which they had been wont to pour libations, missed his reckoning and brought 11 only for the 12 kings. Then that one of them who was standing last in order, namely Psammetichos, since he had no cup, took off from his head his helmet, which was of bronze, and having held it out to receive the wine, he proceeded to make libation. Likewise all the other kings were wont to wear helmets, and they happened to have them then. Now Psammetichos held out his helmet with no treacherous meaning. But they, taking note of that which had been done by Psammetichos, and of the oracle, namely how it had been declared to them that whosoever of them should make libation with a bronze cup should be sole king of Egypt, recollecting, I say, the saying of the oracle, they did not indeed deem it right to slay Psammetichos, since they found by examination that he had not done it with any forethought, but they determined to strip him of almost all his power and to drive him away into the fen country, and that from the fen country he should not hold any dealings with the rest of Egypt. 152. This Psammetichos had formerly been a fugitive from the Ethiopian Sabacos who had killed his father Nikos. From him, I say, he had then been a fugitive in Syria. And when the Ethiopian had departed in consequence of the vision of the dream, the Egyptians who were of the district of Sais brought him back to his own country. Then afterwards, when he was king, it was his fate to be a fugitive a second time on account of the helmet, being driven by the 11 kings into the fen country. So then, holding that he had been grievously wronged by them, he thought how he might take vengeance on those who had driven him out. And when he had sent to the oracle of Leto in the city of Buto, where the Egyptians have their most truthful oracle, there was given to him the reply that vengeance would come when men of bronze appeared from the sea. And he was strongly disposed not to believe that bronze men would come to help him. But after no long time had passed, certain Ionians and Carians who had sailed forth for plunder were compelled to come to shore in Egypt, and they having landed and being clad in bronze armor, one of the Egyptians, not having before seen men clad in bronze armor, came to the fen land and brought a report to Psammetichos that bronze men had come from the sea and were plundering the plain. So he, perceiving that the saying of the oracle was coming to pass, dealt in a friendly manner with the Ionians and Carians, and with large promises he persuaded them to take his part. Then when he had persuaded them, with the help of those Egyptians who favored his cause and of these foreign mercenaries, he overthrew the kings. 153. Having thus got power over all Egypt, Psammetichos made for Hephaestos that gateway of the temple at Memphis which is turned towards the south wind, and he built a court for Apis, in which Apis is kept when he appears, opposite to the gateway of the temple, surrounded all with pillars and covered with figures. And instead of columns, there stand to support the roof of the court colossal statues 12 cubits high. Now Apis is in the tongue of the Hellenes Epaphos. 154. To the Ionians and to the Carians who had helped him, Psammetichos granted portions of land to dwell in, opposite to one another with the river Nile between, and these were called encampments. 133 These portions of land he gave them, and he paid them besides all that he had promised. Moreover, he placed with them Egyptian boys to have them taught the Hellenic tongue, and from these, who learnt the language thoroughly, are descended the present class of interpreters in Egypt. Now the Ionians and Carians occupied these portions of land for a long time, and they are towards the sea a little below the city of Bubastes, on that which is called the Pelusian mouth of the Nile. These men King Amasis afterwards removed from thence and established them at Memphis, making them into a guard for himself against the Egyptians. And they being settled in Egypt, we who are Hellenes know by intercourse with them the certainty of all that which happened in Egypt beginning from King Psammetichos and afterwards. For these were the first men of foreign tongue who settled in Egypt. And in the land from which they were removed, there still remained down to my time the sheds where their ships were drawn up, and the ruins of their houses. Thus then Psammetichos obtained Egypt. 155. And of the oracle which is in Egypt I have made mention often before this, and now I will give an account of it, seeing that it is worthy to be described. This oracle which is in Egypt is sacred to Leto, and it is established in a great city near that mouth of the Nile which is called Sebennytic, as one sails up the river from the sea. And the name of this city where the oracle is found is Buto, as I have said before in mentioning it. In this Budo there is a temple of Apollo and Artemis, and the temple house 134 of Leto, in which the oracle is both great in itself and has a gateway of the height of 10 fathoms. But that which caused me most to marvel of the things to be seen there, I will now tell. There is in this sacred enclosure a house of Leto made of one single stone as regards both height and length, and of which all the walls are in these two directions equal, each being 40 cubits. And for the covering in of the roof, there lies another stone upon the top, the cornice measuring 4 cubits. 135. 156. This house, then, of all the things that were to be seen by me in that temple, is the most marvelous, and among those which come next is the island called Chemis. This is situated in a deep and broad lake by the side of the temple at Budo, and it is said by the Egyptians that this island is a floating island. I myself did not see it either floating about or moved from its place, and I feel surprise at hearing of it, wondering if it be indeed a floating island. In this island, of which I speak, there is a great temple house of Apollo, and 3 several altars are set up within, and there are planted in the island many palm trees and other trees, both bearing fruit and not bearing fruit. And the Egyptians, when they say that it is floating, add this story, namely that in this island, which formerly was not floating, Leto, being one of the 8 gods who came into existence first, and dwelling in the city of Budo where she has this oracle, received Apollo from Isis as a charge and preserved him, concealing him in the island which is said now to be a floating island. At that time, when Typhon came after him seeking everywhere and desiring to find the son of Osiris. Now they say that Apollo and Artemis are children of Dionysos and of Isis, and that Leto became their nurse and preserver. And in the Egyptian tongue Apollo is Oros, Demeter is Isis, and Artemis is Bubastes. From this story, and from no other Aeschylus, the son of Euphorion took 136 this, which I shall say, wherein he differs from all the preceding poets. He represented namely that Artemis was the daughter of Demeter. For this reason then, they say, it became a floating island. Such is the story which they tell. 157. But as for Psammetichos, he was king over Egypt for 54 years, of which for 30 years save one he was sitting before Azotos, a great city of Syria, besieging it, until at last he took it. And this Azotos of all cities about which we have knowledge held out for the longest time under a siege. 158. The son of Psammetichos was Nikos, and he became king of Egypt. This man was the first who attempted the channel leading to the Erythraean Sea, which Darius the Persian afterwards completed. The length of this is a voyage of 4 days, and in breadth it was so dug that 2 triremes could go side by side driven by oars, and the water is brought into it from the Nile. The channel is conducted a little above the city of Bubastes by Patumos the Arabian city, and runs into the Erythraean Sea. And it is dug first along those parts of the plain of Egypt which lie towards Arabia, just above which run the mountains which extend opposite Memphis, where are the stone quarries. Along the base of these mountains, the channel is conducted from west to east for a great way. And after that it is directed towards a break in the hills, and tends from these mountains towards the noonday and the south wind to the Arabian Gulf. Now in the place where the journey is least and shortest from the northern to the southern sea, which is also called Erythraean, that is from Mount Casion, which is the boundary between Egypt and Syria. The distance is exactly 137,000 furlongs to the Arabian Gulf. But the channel is much longer, since it is more winding, and in the reign of Nikos there perished, while digging it 12 myriads 13,700, one of the Egyptians. Now Nikos ceased in the midst of his digging, because the utterance of an oracle impeded him, which was to the effect that he was working for the barbarian. And the Egyptians call all men barbarians who do not agree with them in speech. 159. Thus having ceased from the work of the channel, Nikos betook himself to waging wars, and triremes were built by him, some for the northern sea and others in the Arabian Gulf for the Erythraean Sea. And of these the sheds are still to be seen. These ships he used when he needed them, and also on land Nikos engaged battle at Magdalos with the Syrians and conquered them. And after this he took Cadides, which is a great city of Syria. And the dress which he wore when he made these conquests he dedicated to Apollo, sending it to Branchidae of the Milesians. After this, having reigned in all 16 years, he brought his life to an end, and handed on the kingdom to Sames his son. 160. While this Sames was king of Egypt, there came to him men sent by the Hellenes, who boasted that they ordered the contest at Olympia in the most just and honorable manner possible, and thought that not even the Egyptians, the wisest of men, could find out anything besides, to be added to their rules. Now when the Hellenes came to Egypt, and said that for which they had come, then this king called together those of the Egyptians who were reputed the wisest. And when the Egyptians had come together, they heard the Hellenes tell of all that which it was their part to do in regard to the contest. And when they had related everything, they said that they had come to learn in addition anything which the Egyptians might be able to find out besides, which was juster than this. They then, having consulted together, asked the Hellenes whether their own citizens took part in the contest. And they said that it was permitted to anyone who desired it, both of their own people and of the other Hellenes equally, to take part in the contest. Upon which the Egyptians said that in so ordering the games they had wholly missed the mark of justice. For it could not be but that they would take part with the man of their own state, if he was contending, and so act unfairly to the stranger. But if they really desired, as they said, to order the games justly, and if this was the cause for which they had come to Egypt, they advised them to order the contest so as to be for strangers alone to contend in, and that no Hellene should be permitted to contend. Such was the suggestion made by the Egyptians to the Hellenes. 161. When Sames had been king of Egypt for only 6 years, and had made an expedition to Ethiopia, and immediately afterwards had ended his life, Apries, the son of Sames, received the kingdom in succession. This man came to be the most prosperous of all the kings up to that time, except only his forefather Psammetichos. And he reigned 25 years, during which he led an army against Sidon and fought a sea fight with the king of Tyre. Since, however, it was fated that evil should come upon him, it came by occasion of a matter which I shall relate at greater length in the Libyan history, 138, and at present but shortly. Apries, having sent a great expedition against the Cyrenians, met with correspondingly great disaster. And the Egyptians, considering him to blame for this, revolted from him, supposing that Apries had with forethought sent them out to evident calamity, in order, as they said, that there might be a slaughter of them, and he might the more securely rule over the other Egyptians. Being indignant at this, both these men who had returned from the expedition, and also the friends of those who had perished, made revolt openly. 162. Hearing this, Apries sent to them Amasis, to cause them to cease by persuasion. And when he had come and was seeking to restrain the Egyptians, as he was speaking and telling them not to do so, one of the Egyptians stood up behind him and put a helmet 139 upon his head, saying as he did so that he put it on to crown him king. And to him, this that was done was in some degree not unwelcome, as he proved by his behavior. For as soon as the revolted Egyptians had set him up as king, he prepared to march against Apries. And Apries, hearing this, sent to Amasis one of the Egyptians who were about his own person, a man of reputation, whose name was Padarbemis, enjoining him to bring Amasis alive into his presence. When this Padarbemis came and summoned Amasis, the latter, who happened to be sitting on horseback, lifted up his leg and behaved in an unseemly manner, 140 bidding him take that back to Apries. Nevertheless, they say, Padarbemis made demand of him that he should go to the king, seeing that the king had sent to summon him. And he answered him that he had for some time past been preparing to do so, and that Apries would have no occasion to find fault with him. Then Padarbemis, both perceiving his intention from that which he said, and also seeing his preparations, departed in haste, desiring to make known as quickly as possible to the king the things which were being done. And when he came back to Apries not bringing Amasis, the king, paying no regard to that which he said, 141, but being moved by violent anger, ordered his ears and his nose to be cut off. And the rest of the Egyptians, who still remained on his side, when they saw the man of most repute among them thus suffering shameful outrage, waited no longer, but joined the others in revolt, and delivered themselves over to Amasis. 163. Then Apries, having heard this also, armed his foreign mercenaries and marched against the Egyptians. Now he had about him Carian and Ionian mercenaries to the number of 30,000, and his royal palace was in the city of Sais, of great size and worthy to be seen. So a prize and his army were going against the Egyptians, and Amasis and those with him were going against the mercenaries. And both sides came to the city of Memphis and were about to make trial of one another in fight. 164. Now of the Egyptians there are 7 classes, and of these one class is called that of the priests, and another that of the warriors, while the others are the cowherds, swineherds, shopkeepers, interpreters, and boatmen. This is the number of the classes of the Egyptians, and their names are given them from the occupations which they follow. Of them the warriors are called Calasirians and Hermotybians, and they are of the following districts: 142, for all Egypt is divided into districts. 165. The districts of the Hermotybians are those of Busiris, Sais, Chemis, Papramis, the island called Prosopitis, and the half of Natho. Of these districts are the Hermotybians, who reached when most numerous the number of 16 myriads. 14,200, one of these not one has learnt anything of handicraft, but they are given up to war entirely. 166. Again, the districts of the Calasirians are those of Thebes, Bubastes, Aphthies, Tanis, Mendes, Sebenitos, Athribis, Pharbaethos, Thmais Anaphis, Enites, Myakphoris. This last is on an island opposite to the city of Bubastes. These are the districts of the Calasirians, and they reached, when most numerous, to the number of 25 myriads, 14,202 of men. Nor is it lawful for these, any more than for the others, to practice any craft. But they practice that which has to do with war only, handing down the tradition from father to son. 167. Now whether the Hellenes have learnt this also from the Egyptians, I am not able to say for certain, since I see that the Thracians also and Scythians and Persians and Lydians and almost all the barbarians esteem those of their citizens who learn the arts, and the descendants of them, as less honorable than the rest, while those who have got free from all practice of manual arts are accounted noble, and especially those who are devoted to war. However that may be, the Hellenes have all learnt this, and especially the Lacedaemonians. But the Corinthians least of all cast slight upon those who practice handicrafts. 168. The following privilege was specially granted to this class, and to none others of the Egyptians except the priests, that is to say, each man had 12 yokes 143 of land specially granted to him free from imposts. Now the yoke of land measures 100 Egyptian cubits every way, and the Egyptian cubit is, as it happens, equal to that of Samos. This, I say, was a special privilege granted to all, and they also had certain advantages in turn, and not the same men twice. That is to say, 1,000 of the Calasirians and 1,000 of the Hermotybians acted as bodyguard to the king during each year. 144, and these had besides their yokes of land an allowance given them for each day of 5 pounds weight 14,400, one of bread to each man, and 2 pounds of beef, and 4 half pints 145 of wine. This was the allowance given to those who were serving as the king's bodyguard for the time being. 169. So when a prize leading his foreign mercenaries, and Amasis at the head of the whole body of the Egyptians, in their approach to one another had come to the city of Memphis, they engaged battle. And although the foreign troops fought well, yet being much inferior in number they were worsted by reason of this. But a prize is said to have supposed that not even a god would be able to cause him to cease from his rule, so firmly did he think that it was established. In that battle then, I say, he was worsted, and being taken alive was brought away to the city of Sais, to that which had formerly been his own dwelling, but from thenceforth was the palace of Amasis. There for some time he was kept in the palace, and Amasis dealt well with him. But at last, since the Egyptians blamed him, saying that he acted not rightly in keeping alive him who was the greatest foe both to themselves and to him, therefore he delivered a prize over to the Egyptians. And they strangled him, and after that buried him in the burial place of his fathers. This is in the temple of Athene, close to the sanctuary, on the left hand as you enter. Now the men of Sais buried all those of this district who had been kings within the temple. For the tomb of Amasis also, though it is further from the sanctuary than that of a prize and his forefathers. Yet this too is within the court of the temple, and it consists of a colonnade of stone of great size, with pillars carved to imitate date palms, and otherwise sumptuously adorned. And within the colonnade are double doors, and inside the doors a sepulchral chamber. 170. Also at Sais there is the burial place of him whom I account it not pious to name in connection with such a matter, which is in the temple of Athene behind the house of the goddess, 146 stretching along the whole wall of it. And in the sacred enclosure stand great obelisks of stone, and near them is a lake adorned with an edging of stone and fairly made in a circle, being in size, as it seemed to me, equal to that which is called the Round Pool, 147 in Delos. 171. On this lake they perform by night the show of his sufferings, and this the Egyptians call mysteries. Of these things I know more fully in detail how they take place, but I shall leave this unspoken. And of the mystic rites of Demeter, which the Hellenes call the Smephoria, of these also, although I know, I shall leave unspoken all except so much as piety permits me to tell. The daughters of Danaus were they who brought this rite out of Egypt and taught it to the women of the Pelasgians. Then afterwards, when all the inhabitants of Peloponnese were driven out by the Dorians, the rite was lost, and only those who were left behind of the Peloponnesians and not driven out, that is to say the Arcadians, preserved it. 172. A prize having thus been overthrown, Amasis became king, being of the district of Sais, and the name of the city whence he was is Siaf. Now at the first, the Egyptians despised Amasis and held him in no great regard, because he had been a man of the people and was of no distinguished family. But afterwards Amasis won them over to himself by wisdom and not willfulness. Among innumerable other things of price which he had, there was a foot basin of gold in which both Amasis himself and all his guests were wont always to wash their feet. This he broke up, and of it he caused to be made the image of a god and set it up in the city where it was most convenient. And the Egyptians went continually to visit the image and did great reverence to it. Then Amasis, having learnt that which was done by the men of the city, called together the Egyptians and made known to them the matter, saying that the image had been produced from the foot basin, into which formerly the Egyptians used to vomit and make water, and in which they washed their feet, whereas now they did to it great reverence. And just so, he continued, had he himself now fared as the foot basin. For though formerly he was a man of the people, yet now he was their king, and he bade them accordingly honor him and have regard for him. 173. In such manner he won the Egyptians to himself, so that they consented to be his subjects, and his ordering of affairs was thus. In the early morning, and until the time of the filling of the market, he did with a good will the business which was brought before him. But after this, he passed the time in drinking and in jesting at his boon companions, and was frivolous and playful. And his friends being troubled at it admonished him in some such words as these. O king, thou dost not rightly govern thyself in thus letting thyself descend to behavior so trifling. For thou oughtest rather to have been sitting throughout the day stately upon a stately throne and administering thy business. And so the Egyptians would have been assured that they were ruled by a great man, and thou wouldest have had a better report. But as it is, thou art acting by no means in a kingly fashion. And he answered them thus. They who have bows stretch them at such time as they wish to use them, and when they have finished using them, they loose them again. 148. For if they were stretched tight always they would break, so that the men would not be able to use them when they needed them. So also is the state of man. If he should always be in earnest and not relax himself for sport at the due time, he would either go mad or be struck with stupor before he was aware. And knowing this well, I distribute a portion of the time to each of the two ways of living. Thus he replied to his friends. 174. It is said, however, that Amasis, even when he was in a private station, was a lover of drinking and of jesting, and not at all seriously disposed. And whenever his means of livelihood failed him through his drinking and luxurious living, he would go about and steal, and they from whom he stole would charge him with having their property, and when he denied it would bring him before the judgment of an oracle, whenever there was one in their place. And many times he was convicted by the oracles, and many times he was absolved. And then when finally he became king, he did as follows. As many of the gods as had absolved him and pronounced him not to be a thief, to their temples he paid no regard, nor gave anything for the further adornment of them, nor even visited them to offer sacrifice, considering them to be worth nothing and to possess lying oracles. But as many as had convicted him of being a thief, to these he paid very great regard, considering them to be truly gods, and to present oracles which did not lie. 175. First in Sais he built and completed for Athene a temple gateway which is a great marvel, and he far surpassed herein all who had done the like before, both in regard to height and greatness, so large are the stones and of such quality. Then secondly, he dedicated great colossal statues and man-headed sphinxes very large, and for restoration he brought other stones of monstrous size. Some of these he caused to be brought from the stone quarries which are opposite Memphis, others of very great size from the city of Elephantine, distant a voyage of not less than 20 days from Sais. And of them all I marvel most at this, namely a monolith chamber which he brought from the city of Elephantine, and they were 3 years engaged in bringing this, and 2,000 men were appointed to convey it, who all were of the class of boatmen. Of this house the length outside is 21 cubits, the breadth is 14 cubits, and the height 8. These are the measures of the monolith house outside. But the length inside is 18 cubits and 5/6 of a cubit, 149 the breadth 12 cubits, and the height 5 cubits. This lies by the side of the entrance to the temple. For within the temple they did not draw it, because, as it said, while the house was being drawn along, the chief artificer of it groaned aloud, seeing that much time had been spent and he was wearied by the work. And Amasis took it to heart as a warning and did not allow them to draw it further onwards. Some say, on the other hand, that a man was killed by it, of those who were heaving it with levers, and that it was not drawn in for that reason. 176. Amasis also dedicated in all the other temples which were of repute, works which are worth seeing for their size, and among them also at Memphis, the colossal statue which lies on its back in front of the temple of Hephaestos, whose length is 75 feet. And on the same base made of the same stone 150 are set 2 colossal statues, each of 20 feet in length, one on this side and the other on that side of the large statue. 151. There is also another of stone of the same size in Sais, lying in the same manner as that at Memphis. Moreover, Amasis was he who built and finished for Isis her temple at Memphis, which is of great size and very worthy to be seen. 177. In the reign of Amasis, it is said that Egypt became more prosperous than at any other time before, both in regard to that which comes to the land from the river, and in regard to that which comes from the land to its inhabitants, and that, at this time, the inhabited towns in it numbered in all 20,000. It was Amasis, too, who established the law that every year each one of the Egyptians should declare to the ruler of his district from what source he got his livelihood, and if any man did not do this, or did not make declaration of an honest way of living, he should be punished with death. Now Solon the Athenian received from Egypt this law, and had it enacted for the Athenians, and they have continued to observe it, since it is a law with which none can find fault. 178. Moreover, Amasis became a lover of the Hellenes, and besides other proofs of friendship which he gave to several among them, he also granted the city of Naucratis for those of them who came to Egypt to dwell in. And to those who did not desire to stay, but who made voyages thither, he granted portions of land to set up altars and make sacred enclosures for their gods. Their greatest enclosure, and that one which has most name and is most frequented, is called the Hellenian, and this was established by the following cities in common: of the Ionians Kiastios, Phakia, Clazomni, of the Dorians Rhodes, Cnidos, Halicarnassos, Faesles, and of the Iolians Mytilene alone. To these belongs this enclosure, and these are the cities which appoint superintendents of the port, and all other cities which claim a share in it are making a claim without any right. 152. Besides this, the Aeginetans established on their own account a sacred enclosure dedicated to Zeus, the Samians one to Hera, and the Milesians one to Apollo. 179. Now in old times Naucratis alone was an open trading place, and no other place in Egypt. And if anyone came to any other of the Nile mouths, he was compelled to swear that he came not thither of his own will. And when he had thus sworn his innocence, he had to sail with his ship to the Canobic mouth, or if it were not possible to sail by reason of contrary winds, then he had to carry his cargo round the head of the delta in boats to Naucrates. Thus highly was Naucrates privileged. 180. Moreover, when the Amphictyons had let out the contract for building the temple which now exists at Delphi, agreeing to pay a sum of 300 talents, for the temple which formerly stood there had been burnt down of itself, it fell to the share of the people of Delphi to provide the fourth part of the payment. And accordingly the Delphians went about to various cities and collected contributions. And when they did this, they got from Egypt as much as from any place. For Amasis gave them 1,000 talents weight of alum, while the Hellenes who dwelt in Egypt gave them 20 pounds of silver. 153. 181. Also with the people of Cyrene Amasis made an agreement for friendship and alliance, and he resolved too to marry a wife from thence, whether because he desired to have a wife of Hellenic race, or apart from that, on account of friendship for the people of Cyrene. However that may be, he married, some say the daughter of Bados, others of Archesilaus, 154 and others of Critibulos, a man of repute among the citizens, and her name was Laodice. Now whenever Amasis lay with her, he found himself unable to have intercourse, but with his other wives he associated as he was wont. And as this happened repeatedly, Amasis said to his wife, whose name was Laodice, "Woman, thou hast given me drugs, and thou shalt surely perish 155 more miserably than any other woman." Then Laodice, when by her denials Amasis was not at all appeased in his anger against her, made a vow in her soul to Aphrodite, that if Amasis on that night had intercourse with her, seeing that this was the remedy for her danger, she would send an image to be dedicated to her at Cyrene. And after the vow immediately Amasis had intercourse, and from thenceforth whenever Amasis came in to her he had intercourse with her. And after this he became very greatly attached to her. And Laodice paid the vow that she had made to the goddess, for she had an image made and sent it to Cyrene, and it was still preserved even to my own time, standing with its face turned away from the city of the Cyrenians. This Laodice Cambyses, having conquered Egypt and heard from her who she was, sent back unharmed to Cyrene. 182. Amasis also dedicated offerings in Hellas, first at Cyrene an image of Athene covered over with gold and a figure of himself made like by painting. Then in the temple of Athene at Linson 2 images of stone and a corslet of linen worthy to be seen. And also at Samos 2 wooden figures of himself dedicated to Hera, which were standing even to my own time in the great temple, behind the doors. Now at Samos he dedicated offerings because of the guest friendship between himself and Polycrates the son of Aix. At Lindos for no guest friendship, but because the temple of Athene at Lindos is said to have been founded by the daughters of Danaus, who had touched land there at the time when they were fleeing from the sons of Aegyptos. These offerings were dedicated by Amasis, and he was the first of men who conquered Cyprus and subdued it so that it paid him tribute. Zia. Book 3. The third book of the Histories, called Thalia. 1. Against this Amasis, then Cambyses the son of Cyrus was making his march, taking with him not only other nations of which he was ruler, but also Hellenes, both Ionians and Iolians. One and the cause of the expedition was as follows. Cambyses sent an envoy to Egypt and asked Amasis to give him his daughter. And he made the request by counsel of an Egyptian, who brought this upon Amasis too, having a quarrel with him for the following reason. At the time when Cyrus sent to Amasis and asked him for a physician of the eyes, whosoever was the best of those in Egypt, Amasis had selected him from all the physicians in Egypt and had torn him away from his wife and children and delivered him up to Persia. Having, I say, this cause of quarrel, the Egyptian urged Cambyses on by his counsel, bidding him ask Amasis for his daughter, in order that he might either be grieved if he gave her, or if he refused to give her, might offend Cambyses. So Amasis, who was vexed by the power of the Persians and afraid of it, knew neither how to give nor how to refuse, for he was well assured that Cambyses did not intend to have her as his wife, but as a concubine. So making account of the matter thus, he did as follows. There was a daughter of Apries the former king, very tall and comely of form, and the only person left of his house, and her name was Nites. This girl Amasis adorned with raiment and with gold, and sent her away to Persia as his own daughter. But after a time, when Cambyses saluted her calling her by the name of her father, the girl said to him, "O king, thou dost not perceive how thou hast been deceived by Amasis, for he adorned me with ornaments and sent me away giving me to thee as his own daughter, whereas in truth I am the daughter of Apries against whom Amasis rose up with the Egyptians and murdered him, who was his lord and master." These words uttered, and this occasion having arisen, led Cambyses the son of Cyrus against Egypt, moved to very great anger. 2. Such is the report made by the Persians. But as for the Egyptians, they claim Cambyses as one of themselves, saying that he was born of this very daughter of Apries. For they say that Cyrus was he who sent to Amasis for his daughter, and not Cambyses. In saying this, however, they say not rightly. Nor can they have failed to observe, for the Egyptians fully as well as any other people are acquainted with the laws and customs of the Persians. First, that it is not customary among them for a bastard to become king, when there is a son born of a true marriage, and secondly, that Cambyses was the son of Cassandane, the daughter of Pharnaspes, a man of the Achaemenid family, and not the son of the Egyptian woman. But they pervert the truth of history, claiming to be kindred with the house of Cyrus. Thus it is with these matters. 3. And the following story is also told, which for my part one do not believe, namely that one of the Persian women came in to the wives of Cyrus, and when she saw standing by the side of Cassandane children comely of form and tall, she was loud in her praises of them, expressing great admiration. And Cassandane, who was the wife of Cyrus, spoke as follows: "Nevertheless, though I am the mother of such children of these, Cyrus treats me with dishonor and holds in honor her whom he has brought in from Egypt." Thus she spoke, they say, being vexed by Nites, and upon that Cambyses the elder of her sons said, "For this cause, mother, when I am grown to be a man, I will make that which is above in Egypt to be below, and that which is below above." This he is reported to have said when he was perhaps about 10 years old, and the women were astonished by it. And he, they say, kept it ever in mind. And so at last when he had become a man and had obtained the royal power, he made the expedition against Egypt. 4. Another thing also contributed to this expedition, which was as follows. There was among the foreign mercenaries 3 of Amasis, a man who was by race of Halicarnassos, and his name was Phanes, one who was both capable in judgment and valiant in that which pertained to war. This Phanes, having, as we may suppose, some quarrel with Amasis, fled away from Egypt in a ship, desiring to come to speech with Cambyses. And as he was of no small repute among the mercenaries and was very closely acquainted with all the affairs of Egypt, Amasis pursued him and considered it a matter of some moment to capture him. And he pursued by sending after him the most trusted of his eunuchs with a trireme, who captured him in Lycia. But having captured him, he did not bring him back to Egypt, since Phanes got the better of him by cunning, for he made his guards drunk and escaped to Persia. So when Cambyses had made his resolve to march upon Egypt, and was in difficulty about the march, as to how he should get safely through the waterless region, this man came to him, and besides informing of the other matters of Amasis, he instructed him also as to the march, advising him to send to the king of the Arabians and ask that he would give him safety of passage through this region. 5. Now by this way only is there a known entrance to Egypt. For from Phoenicia to the borders of the city of Cadides belongs to the Syrians 4 who are called of Palestine, and from Cadides, which is a city I suppose not much less than Sardis. From this city, the trading stations on the sea coast, as far as the city of Inissos, belong to the king of Arabia. And then from Inissos again the country belongs to the Syrians as far as the Serbonian lake, along the side of which Mount Casion extends towards the sea. After that, from the Serbonian lake, in which the story goes that Typhon is concealed, from this point onwards the land is Egypt. Now the region which lies between the city of Inissos on the one hand and Mount Casion, and the Serbonian lake on the other, which is of no small extent, but as much as a 3 days' journey, is grievously destitute of water. 6. And one thing I shall tell of, which few of those who go in ships to Egypt have observed, and it is this: Into Egypt from all parts of Hellas and also from Phoenicia are brought twice every year earthenware jars full of wine. And yet it may almost be said that you cannot see there one single empty 5 wine jar. 7. In what manner, then, it will be asked, are they used up? This also I will tell. The headman 6 of each place must collect all the earthenware jars from his own town and convey them to Memphis, and those at Memphis must fill them with water and convey them to these same waterless regions of Syria. This the jars which come regularly to Egypt and are emptied 7 there, are carried to Syria to be added to that which has come before. It was the Persians who thus prepared this approach to Egypt, furnishing it with water in the manner which has been said, from the time when they first took possession of Egypt. But at the time of which I speak, seeing that water was not yet provided, Cambyses, in accordance with what he was told by his Halicarnassan guest, sent envoys to the Arabian king and from him asked and obtained the safe passage, having given him pledges of friendship and received them from him in return. 8. Now the Arabians have respect for pledges of friendship, as much as those men, in all the world who regard them most. And they give them in the following manner. A man different from those who desire to give the pledges to one another, standing in the midst between the two, cuts with a sharp stone the inner parts of the hands, along by the thumbs, of those who are giving the pledges to one another. And then he takes a thread from the cloak of each one and smears with the blood 7 stones laid in the midst between them. And as he does this, he calls upon Dionysos and Urania. When the man has completed these ceremonies, he who has given the pledges commends to the care of his friends the stranger, or the fellow tribesman, if he is giving the pledges to one who is a member of his tribe. And the friends think it right that they also should have regard for the pledges given. Of gods they believe in Dionysos and Urania alone. Moreover, they say that the cutting of their hair is done after the same fashion as that of Dionysos himself. And they cut their hair in a circle round, shaving away the hair of the temples. Now they call Dionysos Orotalt 8, and Urania they call Alalat. 9. So then, when the Arabian king had given the pledge of friendship to the men who had come to him from Cambyses, he contrived as follows. He took skins of camels and filled them with water and loaded them upon the backs of all the living camels that he had. And having so done, he drove them to the waterless region and there awaited the army of Cambyses. This which has been related is the more credible of the accounts given, but the less credible must also be related, since it is a current account. There is a great river in Arabia called Croesus, and this runs out into the sea which is called Erythraean. From this river, then, it is said that the king of the Arabians, having got a conduit pipe made by sewing together raw ox hides and other skins, of such a length as to reach to the waterless region, conducted the water through these forsooth, 9 and had great cisterns dug in the waterless region, that they might receive the water and preserve it. Now it is a journey of 12 days from the river to this waterless region. And moreover, the story says that he conducted the water by 310 conduit pipes to 3 different parts of it. 10. Meanwhile Samanitos, the son of Amasis, was encamped at the Pelusian mouth of the Nile, waiting for the coming of Cambyses. For Cambyses did not find Amasis yet living when he marched upon Egypt, but Amasis had died after having reigned 44 years, during which no great misfortune had befallen him. And when he had died and had been embalmed, he was buried in the burial place in the temple, which he had built for himself. 11. Now, when Samanitos, son of Amasis, was reigning as king, there happened to the Egyptians a prodigy, the greatest that had ever happened. For rain fell at Thebes in Egypt, where never before had rain fallen nor afterwards down to my time, as the Thebans themselves say, for in the upper parts of Egypt no rain falls at all. But at the time of which I speak rain fell at Thebes in a drizzling shower. 12. 11. Now when the Persians had marched quite through the waterless region and were encamped near the Egyptians with design to engage battle, then the foreign mercenaries of the Egyptian king, who were Hellenes and Carians, having a quarrel with Phanes, because he had brought against Egypt an army of foreign speech, contrived against him as follows. Phanes had children whom he had left behind in Egypt. These they brought to their camp and into the sight of their father, and they set up a mixing bowl between the 2 camps. And after that they brought up the children one by one and cut their throats, so that the blood ran into the bowl. Then when they had gone through the whole number of the children, they brought and poured into the bowl both wine and water, and not until the mercenaries had all drunk of the blood did they engage battle. Then after a battle had been fought with great stubbornness, and very many had fallen of both the armies, the Egyptians at length turned to flight. 12. I was witness, moreover, of a great marvel, being informed of it by the natives of the place. For of the bones scattered about of those who fell in this fight, each side separately, since the bones of the Persians were lying apart on one side according as they were divided at first, and those of the Egyptians on the other, the skulls of the Persians are so weak that if you shall hit them only with a pebble you will make a hole in them, while those of the Egyptians are so exceedingly strong that you would hardly break them if you struck them with a large stone. The cause of it, they say, was this, and I for my part readily believe them, namely that the Egyptians beginning from their early childhood shave their heads, and the bone is thickened by exposure to the sun. And this is also the cause of their not becoming bald-headed. For among the Egyptians you see fewer bald-headed men than among any other race. This then is the reason why these have their skulls strong. And the reason why the Persians have theirs weak is that they keep them delicately in the shade from the first by wearing tiaras, that is felt caps. So far of this. And I saw also a similar thing to this at Papermus, in the case of those who were slain together with Achaemenes the son of Darius, by Inaros the Libyan. 13. The Egyptians, when they turned to flight from the battle, fled in disorder. And they being shut up in Memphis, Cambyses sent a ship of Mytilene up the river bearing a Persian herald, to summon the Egyptians to make terms of surrender. But they, when they saw the ship had entered into Memphis, pouring forth in a body from the fortress 13, both destroyed the ship and also tore the men in it limb from limb, and so bore them into the fortress. After this, the Egyptians being besieged, in course of time surrendered themselves. And the Libyans who dwell on the borders of Egypt, being struck with terror by that which had happened to Egypt, delivered themselves up without resistance, and they both laid on themselves a tribute and sent presents. Likewise also those of Cairan and Barca, being struck with terror equally with 14 the Libyans, acted in a similar manner. And Cambyses accepted graciously the gifts which came from the Libyans, but as for those which came from the men of Cairan, finding fault with them, as I suppose, because they were too small in amount, for the Cairanians sent in fact 500 pounds weight 15 of silver. He took the silver by handfuls and scattered it with his own hand among his soldiers. 14. On the 10th day after that on which he received the surrender of the fortress of Memphis, Cambyses set the king of the Egyptians Samanitos, who had been king for 6 months, to sit in the suburb of the city, to do him dishonor. Him, I say, with other Egyptians he set there, and he proceeded to make trial of his spirit as follows. Having arrayed his daughter in the clothing of a slave, he sent her forth with a pitcher to fetch water. And with her he sent also other maidens chosen from the daughters of the chief men, arrayed as was the daughter of the king. And as the maidens were passing by their fathers with cries and lamentation, the other men all began to cry out and lament aloud, 16 seeing that their children had been evilly entreated. But Samanitos, when he saw it before his eyes and perceived it, bent himself down to the earth. Then, when the water-bearers had passed by, next Cambyses sent his son with 2,000 Egyptians, besides who were of the same age, with ropes bound round their necks and bits placed in their mouths. And these were being led away to execution to avenge the death of the Mytileneans, who had been destroyed at Memphis with their ship. For the royal judges 17 had decided that for each man 10 of the noblest Egyptians should lose their lives in retaliation. He then, when he saw them passing out by him and perceived that his son was leading the way 18 to die, did the same as he had done with respect to his daughter, while the other Egyptians who sat round him were lamenting and showing signs of grief. When these also had passed by, it chanced that a man of his table companions, advanced in years, who had been deprived of all his possessions and had nothing except such things as a beggar possesses, and was asking alms from the soldiers, passed by Samanitos the son of Amasis and the Egyptians who were sitting in the suburb of the city. And when Samanitos saw him, he uttered a great cry of lamentation, and he called his companion by name and beat himself upon the head. Now there was, it seems, men set to watch him, who made known to Cambyses all that he did on the occasion of each going forth. And Cambyses marveled at that which he did, and he sent a messenger and asked him thus: Samanitos, thy master Cambyses asks thee for what reason, when thou sawest thy daughter evilly entreated and thy son going to death, thou didst not cry aloud nor lament for them, whereas thou didst honor with these signs of grief the beggar who, as he hears from others, is not in any way related to thee. Thus he asked, and the other answered as follows: O son of Cyrus, my own troubles were too great for me to lament them aloud, but the trouble of my companion was such as called for tears, seeing that he has been deprived of great wealth and has come to beggary upon the threshold of old age. When this saying was reported by the messenger, it seemed to them 19 that it was well spoken. And, as is reported by the Egyptians, Croesus shed tears, for he also, as fortune would have it, had accompanied Cambyses to Egypt, and the Persians who were present shed tears also. And there entered some pity into Cambyses himself, and forthwith he bade them save the life of the son of Samanitos from among those who were being put to death, and also he bade them raise Samanitos himself from his place in the suburb of the city and bring him into his own presence. 15. As for the son, those who went for him found that he was no longer alive, but had been cut down first of all. But Samanitos himself they raised from his place and brought him into the presence of Cambyses, with whom he continued to live for the rest of his time without suffering any violence. And if he had known how to keep himself from meddling with mischief, he would have received Egypt so as to be ruler of it, since the Persians are wont to honor the sons of kings, and even if the kings have revolted from them, they give back the power into the hands of their sons. Of this, namely that it is their established rule to act so, one may judge by many instances besides, and especially 20, by the case of Thanairas the son of Aneros, who received back the power which his father had, and by that of Posiris the son of Amyateos, for he too received back the power of his father. Yet it is certain that no men ever up to this time did more evil to the Persians than Aneros and Amyateos. As it was, however, Samanitos devised evil and received the due reward, for he was found to be inciting the Egyptians to revolt, and when this became known to Cambyses, Samanitos drank bull's blood and died forthwith. Thus he came to his end. 16. From Memphis Cambyses came to the city of Sais with the purpose of doing that which in fact he did. For when he had entered into the palace of Amasis, he forthwith gave command to bring the corpse of Amasis forth out of his burial place. And when this had been accomplished, he gave command to scourge it and pluck out the hair and stab it, and to do to it dishonor in every possible way besides. And when they had done this too, until they were wearied out, for the corpse being embalmed held out against the violence, and did not fall to pieces in any part, Cambyses gave command to consume it with fire, enjoining thereby a thing which was not permitted by religion. For the Persians hold fire to be a god. To consume corpses with fire, then, is by no means according to the custom of either people, of the Persians for the reason which has been mentioned, since they say that it is not right to give the dead body of a man to a god, while the Egyptians have the belief established that fire is a living wild beast, and that it devours everything which it catches, and when it is satiated with the food it dyes itself together with that which it devours. But it is by no means their custom to give the corpse of a man to wild beasts, for which reason they embalm it, that it may not be eaten by worms as it lies in the tomb. Thus then Cambyses was enjoining them to do that which is not permitted by the customs of either people. However, the Egyptians say that it was not Amasis who suffered this outrage, but another of the Egyptians who was of the same stature of body as Amasis, and that to him the Persians did outrage, thinking that they were doing it to Amasis. For they say that Amasis learnt from an oracle that which was about to happen with regard to himself after his death. And accordingly, to avert the evil which threatened to come upon him, he buried the dead body of this man who was scourged within his own sepulchral chamber near the doors, and enjoined his son to lay his own body as much as possible in the inner recess of the chamber. These injunctions, said to have been given by Amasis with regard to his burial and with regard to the man mentioned, were not in my opinion really given at all, but I think that the Egyptians make pretense of it from pride and with no good ground. 17. After this, Cambyses planned 3 several expeditions, one against the Carthaginians, another against the Ammonians, and a third against the long-lived Ethiopians, who dwell in that part of Libya which is by the southern sea. And in forming these designs, he resolved to send his naval force against the Carthaginians, and a body chosen from his land army against the Ammonians. And to the Ethiopians to send spies first, both to see whether the table of the sun existed really, which is said to exist among these Ethiopians, and in addition to this to spy out all else, but pretending to be bearers of gifts for their king. 18. Now the table of the sun is said to be as follows. There is a meadow in the suburb of their city full of flesh meat boiled of all 4-footed creatures. And in this, it is said, those of the citizens who are in authority at the time place the flesh by night, managing the matter carefully, and by day any man who wishes comes there and feasts himself. And the natives, it is reported, say that the earth of herself produces these things continually. 19. Of such nature is the so-called table of the sun said to be. So when Cambyses had resolved to send the spies, forthwith he sent for those men of the Ichthyophagoi who understood the Ethiopian tongue to come from the city of Elephantine. And while they were going to fetch these men, he gave command to the fleet to sail against Carthage. But the Phoenicians said that they would not do so, for they were bound not to do so by solemn vows, and they would not be acting piously if they made expedition against their own sons. And as the Phoenicians were not willing, the rest were rendered unequal to the attempt. Thus then, the Carthaginians escaped being enslaved by the Persians. For Cambyses did not think it right to apply force to compel the Phoenicians, both because they had delivered themselves over to the Persians of their own accord, and because the whole naval force was dependent upon the Phoenicians. Now the men of Cyprus also had delivered themselves over to the Persians, and were joining in the expedition against Egypt. 20. Then, as soon as the Ichthyophagoi came to Cambyses from Elephantine, he sent them to the Ethiopians, enjoining them what they should say and giving them gifts to bear with them, that is to say, a purple garment, and a collar of twisted gold with bracelets, and an alabaster box of perfumed ointment, and a jar of palm wine. Now these Ethiopians to whom Cambyses was sending are said to be the tallest and the most beautiful of all men. And besides other customs which they are reported to have different from other men, there is especially this, it is said, with regard to their regal power. Whomsoever of the men of their nation they judge to be the tallest, and to have strength in proportion to his stature, this man they appoint to reign over them. 21. So when the Ichthyophagoi had come to this people, they presented their gifts to the king who ruled over them, and at the same time they said as follows. The king of the Persians Cambyses, desiring to become a friend and guest to thee, sent us with command to come to speech with thee, and he gives thee for gifts these things which he himself most delights to use. The Ethiopian, however, perceiving that they had come as spies, spoke to them as follows. Neither did the king of the Persians send you bearing gifts, because he thought it a matter of great moment to become my guest friend, nor do ye speak true things, for ye have come as spies of my kingdom. Nor again is he a righteous man, for if he had been righteous, he would not have coveted a land other than his own, nor would he be leading away into slavery men at whose hands he has received no wrong. Now, however, give him this bow and speak to him these words. The king of the Ethiopians gives this counsel to the king of the Persians, that when the Persians draw their bows, of equal size to mine as easily as I do this, then he should march against the long-lived Ethiopians, provided that he be superior in numbers. But until that time, he should feel gratitude to the gods that they do not put it into the mind of the sons of the Ethiopians to acquire another land in addition to their own. 22. Having thus said, and having unbent the bow, he delivered it to those who had come. Then he took the garment of purple and asked what it was and how it had been made. And when the Ichthyophagoi had told him the truth about the purple fish and the dyeing of the tissue, he said that the men were deceitful, and deceitful also were their garments. Then secondly he asked concerning the twisted gold of the collar and the bracelets. And when the Ichthyophagoi were setting forth to him the manner in which it was fashioned, the king broke into a laugh and said, supposing them to be fetters, that they had stronger fetters than those in their country. Thirdly he asked about the perfumed ointment, and when they had told him of the manner of its making and of the anointing with it, He said the same as he had said before about the garment. Then, when he came to the wine, and had learned about the manner of its making, being exceedingly delighted with the taste of the drink, he asked besides what food the king ate, and what was the longest time that a Persian man lived. They told him that he ate bread, explaining to him first the manner of growing the wheat, and they said that 80 years was the longest term of life appointed for a Persian man. In answer to this, the Ethiopian said that he did not wonder that they lived but a few years when they fed upon dung. For indeed they would not be able to live even so many years as this, if they did not renew their vigor with the drink, indicating to the ichthyophagoi the wine. For in regard to this, he said, his people were much behind the Persians. 23. Then, when the ichthyophagoi asked the king in return about the length of days and the manner of life of his people, he answered that the greater number of them reached the age of 120 years, and some surpassed even this, and their food was boiled flesh, and their drink was milk. And when the spies marveled at the number of years, he conducted them to a certain spring, in the water of which they washed and became more sleek of skin, as if it were a spring of oil. And from it there came a scent as it were of violets. And the water of this spring, said the spies, was so exceedingly weak that it was not possible for anything to float upon it, either wood or any of those things which are lighter than wood, but they all went to the bottom. If this water which they have be really such as it is said to be, it would doubtless be the cause why the people are long-lived, as making use of it for all the purposes of life. Then when they departed from this spring, he led them to a prison house for men, and there all were bound in fetters of gold. Now among these Ethiopians bronze is the rarest and most precious of all things. Then when they had seen the prison house, they saw also the so-called table of the sun. 24. And after this they saw last of all their receptacles of dead bodies, which are said to be made of crystal in the following manner. When they have dried the corpse, whether it be after the Egyptian fashion or in some other way, they cover it over completely with plaster 21, and then adorn it with painting, making the figure as far as possible like the living man. After this they put about it a block of crystal hollowed out. For this they dig up in great quantity, and it is very easy to work. And the dead body being in the middle of the block is visible through it, but produces no unpleasant smell, nor any other effect which is unseemly, and it has all its parts visible like the dead body itself. For a year then they who are most nearly related to the man keep the block in their house, giving to the dead man the first share of everything and offering to him sacrifices. And after this period they carry it out and set it up round about the city. 25. After they had seen all, the spies departed to go back. And when they reported these things, forthwith Cambyses was enraged and proceeded to march his army against the Ethiopians, not having ordered any provision of food, nor considered with himself that he was intending to march an army to the furthest extremities of the earth. But as one who is mad and not in his right senses, when he heard the report of the ichthyophagoi, he began the march, ordering those of the Hellenes who were present to remain behind in Egypt, and taking with him his whole land force. And when in the course of his march he had arrived at Thebes, he divided off about 50,000 of his army, and these he enjoined to make slaves of the Ammonians and to set fire to the seat of the oracle of Zeus. But he himself, with the remainder of his army, went on against the Ethiopians. But before the army had passed over the 5th part of the way, all that they had of provisions came to an end completely. And then, after the provisions, the beasts of burden also were eaten up and came to an end. Now if Cambyses, when he perceived this, had changed his plan and led his army back, he would have been a wise man in spite of 22 his first mistake. As it was, however, he paid no regard, but went on forward without stopping. Soldiers accordingly, so long as they were able to get anything from the ground, prolonged their lives by eating grass. But when they came to the sand, some did a fearful deed, that is to say, out of each company of 10 they selected by lot one of themselves and devoured him. And Cambyses, when he heard it, being alarmed by this eating of one another, gave up the expedition against the Ethiopians and set forth to go back again. And he arrived at Thebes, having suffered loss of a great number of his army. Then from Thebes he came down to Memphis, and allowed the Hellenes to sail away home. 26. Thus fared the expedition against the Ethiopians. and those of the Persians who had been sent to march against the Ammonians set forth from Thebes and went on their way with guides. And it is known that they arrived at the city of Oasis, which is inhabited by Samians said to be of the Asrionian tribe, and is distant 7 days' journey from Thebes over sandy desert. Now this place is called in the speech of the Hellenes the Isle of the Blessed. It is said that the army reached this place, but from that point onwards, except the Ammonians themselves and those who have heard the account from them, no man is able to say anything about them, for they neither reached the Ammonians nor returned back. This, however, is added to the story by the Ammonians themselves. They say that as the army was going from this oasis through the sandy desert to attack them, and had got to a point about midway between them and the oasis, while they were taking their morning meal, a violent south wind blew upon them, and bearing with it heaps of the desert sand, it buried them under it, and so they disappeared and were seen no more. Thus the Ammonians say that it came to pass with regard to this army. 27. When Cambyses arrived at Memphis, Apis appeared to the Egyptians, whom the Hellenes call Epaphos. And when he had appeared, forthwith the Egyptians began to wear their fairest garments and to have festivities. Cambyses, accordingly seeing the Egyptians doing thus, and supposing that they were certainly acting so by way of rejoicing because he had fared ill, called for the officers who had charge of Memphis. And when they had come into his presence, he asked them why when he was at Memphis on the former occasion, the Egyptians were doing nothing of this kind, but only now, when he came there after losing a large part of his army. They said that a god had appeared to them, who was wont to appear at intervals of long time, and that whenever he appeared, then all the Egyptians rejoiced and kept festival. Hearing this, Cambyses said that they were lying, and as liars he condemned them to death. 28. Having put these to death, next he called the priests into his presence. And when the priests answered him after the same manner, he said that it should not be without his knowledge if a tame god had come to the Egyptians. And having so said, he bade the priests bring Apis away into his presence. So they went to bring him. Now this Epaphos is a calf born of a cow, who after this is not permitted to conceive any other offspring. And the Egyptians say that a flash of light comes down from heaven upon this cow, and of this she produces Apis. This calf, which is called Apis, is black and has the following signs, namely a white square 23 upon the forehead, and on the back the likeness of an eagle, and in the tail the hairs are double, and on 24 the tongue there is a mark like a beetle. 29. When the priest had brought Apis, Cambyses, being somewhat affected with madness, drew his dagger, and aiming at the belly of Apis, struck his thigh. Then he laughed and said to the priests, "O ye wretched creatures, are gods born such as this, with blood and flesh, and sensible of the stroke of iron weapons? Worthy indeed of Egyptians is such a god as this. Ye, however, at least shall not escape without punishment for making a mock of me." Having thus spoken, he ordered those whose duty it was to do such things, to scourge the priests without mercy, and to put to death any one of the other Egyptians whom they should find keeping the festival. Thus the festival of the Egyptians had been brought to an end, and the priests were being chastised, and Apis, wounded by the stroke in his thigh, lay dying in the temple. 30. Him, when he had brought his life to an end by reason of the wound, the priests buried without the knowledge of Cambyses. But Cambyses, as the Egyptians say, immediately after this evil deed became absolutely mad, not having been really in his right senses even before that time. And the first of his evil deeds was that he put to death his brother Smerdis, who was of the same father and the same mother as himself. This brother he had sent away from Egypt to Persia in envy, because alone of all the Persians he had been able to draw the bow which the Ichthyophagoi brought from the Ethiopian king, to an extent of about 2 finger breadths, while of the other Persians not one had proved able to do this. Then, when Smerdis had gone away to Persia, Cambyses saw a vision in his sleep of this kind. It seemed to him that a messenger came from Persia, and reported that Smerdis sitting upon the royal throne had touched the heaven with his head. Fearing therefore with regard to this, lest his brother might slay him and reign in his stead, he sent Prixaspes to Persia, the man whom of all the Persians he trusted most, with command to slay him. He accordingly went up to Susa and slew Smerdis, and some say that he took him out of the chase and so slew him, others that he brought him to the Erythraean Sea and drowned him. 31. This, they say, was the first beginning of the evil deeds of Cambyses, and next after this he put to death his sister, who had accompanied him to Egypt, to whom also he was married, she being his sister by both parents. Now he took her to wife in the following manner, for before this the Persians had not been wont at all to marry their sisters. Cambyses fell in love with one of his sisters, and desired to take her to wife. So since he had it in mind to do that which was not customary, he called the royal judges and asked them whether there existed any law which permitted him, who desired it, to marry his sister. Now the royal judges are men chosen out from among the Persians, and hold their office until they die or until some injustice is found in them, so long and no longer. These pronounce decisions for the Persians and are the expounders of the ordinances of their fathers, and all matters are referred to them. So when Cambyses asked them, they gave him an answer which was both upright and safe, saying that they found no law which permitted a brother to marry his sister. But apart from that, they had found a law to the effect that the king of the Persians might do whatsoever he desired. Thus, on the one hand, they did not tamper with the law for fear of Cambyses, and at the same time, that they might not perish themselves in maintaining the law, they found another law beside that which was asked for, which was in favor of him who wished to marry his sisters. So Cambyses at that time took to wife her with whom he was in love, but after no long time he took another sister. Of these it was the younger whom he put to death, she having accompanied him to Egypt. 32. About her death, as about the death of Smyrtis, two different stories are told. The Hellenes say that Cambyses had matched a lion's cub in fight with a dog's whelp, and this wife of his was also a spectator of it. And when the whelp was being overcome, another whelp, its brother, broke its chain and came to help it. And having become two instead of one, the whelps then got the better of the cub. And Cambyses was pleased at the sight, but she sitting by him began to weep. And Cambyses perceived it and asked wherefore she wept. And she said that she had wept when she saw that the whelp had come to the assistance of its brother, because she remembered Smyrtis and perceived that there was no one who would come to his 25 assistance. The Hellenes say that it was for this saying that she was killed by Cambyses. But the Egyptians say that as they were sitting round at table, the wife took a lettuce and pulled off the leaves all round, and then asked her husband whether the lettuce was fairer when thus plucked round or when covered with leaves, and he said, when covered with leaves. She then spoke thus: Nevertheless thou didst once produce the likeness of this lettuce, when thou didst strip bare the house of Cyrus. And he moved to anger leapt upon her, being with child, and she miscarried and died. 33. These were the acts of madness done by Cambyses towards those of his own family, whether the madness was produced really on account of appease or from some other cause, as many ills are wont to seize upon men. For it is said moreover that Cambyses had from his birth a certain grievous malady, that which is called by some the sacred disease. 26. And it was certainly nothing strange that when the body was suffering from a grievous malady, the mind should not be sound either. 34. The following also are acts of madness which he did to the other Persians. To Croesus, the man whom he honored most and who used to bear his messages 2601, his son also was cupbearer to Cambyses, and this too was no small honor. To him it is said that he spoke as follows: Croesus, what kind of a man do the Persians esteem me to be, and what speech do they hold concerning me? And he said, Master, in all other respects thou art greatly commended, but they say that thou art overmuch given to love of wine. Thus he spoke concerning the Persians, and upon that Cambyses was roused to anger, and answered thus: It appears then that the Persians say I am given to wine, and that therefore I am beside myself and not in my right mind, and their former speech then was not sincere. For before this time, it seems, when the Persians and Croesus were sitting with him in council, Cambyses asked what kind of a man they thought he was as compared with his father Cyrus. 27. And they answered that he was better than his father, for he not only possessed all that his father had possessed, but also in addition to this had acquired Egypt and the sea. Thus the Persians spoke, but Croesus, who was present and was not satisfied with their judgment, spoke thus to Cambyses: To me, O son of Cyrus, thou dost not appear to be equal to thy father, for not yet hast thou a son such as he left behind him in you. Hearing this, Cambyses was pleased and commended the judgment of Croesus. 35. So calling to mind this, he said in anger to Praxaspes, "Learn then now for thyself whether the Persians speak truly, or whether when they say this they are themselves out of their senses. For if I, shooting at thy son there standing before the entrance of the chamber, hit him in the very middle of the heart, the Persians will be proved to be speaking falsely. But if I miss, then thou mayest say that the Persians are speaking the truth, and that I am not in my right mind." Having thus said, he drew his bow and hit the boy. And when the boy had fallen down, it is said that he ordered them to cut open his body and examine the place where he was hit. And as the arrow was found to be sticking in the heart, he laughed and was delighted, and said to the father of the boy, "Praxaspes, it has now been made evident, as thou seest, that I am not mad, but that it is the Persians who are out of their senses. And now tell me, whom of all men didst thou ever see before this time hit the mark so well in shooting?" Then Praxaspes, seeing that the man was not in his right senses and fearing for himself, said, "Master, I think that not even God himself could have hit the mark so fairly." Thus he did at that time, and at another time he condemned 12 of the Persians, men equal to the best, on a charge of no moment, and buried them alive with the head downwards. 36. When he was doing these things, Croesus the Lydian judged it right to admonish him in the following words: "O king, do not thou indulge the heat of thy youth and passion in all things, but retain and hold thyself back. It is a good thing to be prudent, and forethought is wise. Thou, however, are putting to death men who are of thine own people, condemning them on charges of no moment, and thou art putting to death men's sons also. If thou do many such things, beware lest the Persians make revolt from thee. As for me, thy father Cyrus gave me charge, earnestly bidding me to admonish thee, and suggest to thee that which I should find to be good." Thus he counseled him, manifesting goodwill towards him. But Cambyses answered, "Dost thou venture to counsel me, who excellently well didst rule thine own country, and well didst counsel my father, bidding him pass over the river Araxes and go against the Massagetae, when they were willing to pass over into our land, and so didst utterly ruin thyself by ill government of thine own land, and didst utterly ruin Cyrus, who followed thy counsel. However, thou shalt not escape punishment now, for know that before this I had very long been desiring to find some occasion against thee." Thus having said, he took his bow, meaning to shoot him, but Croesus started up and ran out. And so since he could not shoot him, he gave orders to his attendants to take and slay him. The attendants, however, knowing his moods, concealed Croesus, with the intention that if Cambyses should change his mind and seek to have Croesus again, they might produce him and receive gifts as the price of saving his life. But if he did not change his mind nor feel desire to have him back, then they might kill him. Not long afterwards, Cambyses did in fact desire to have Croesus again, and the attendants perceiving this reported to him that he was still alive. And Cambyses said that he rejoiced with Croesus that he was still alive, but that they who had preserved him should not get off free, but he would put them to death, and thus he did. 37. Many such acts of madness did he both to Persians and allies, remaining at Memphis and opening ancient tombs and examining the dead bodies. Likewise also he entered into the temple of Hephaestos and very much derided the image of the god. For the image of Hephaestos very nearly resembles the Phoenician patekoi, which the Phoenicians carry about on the prows of their triremes, and for him who has not seen these, I will indicate its nature. It is the likeness of a dwarfish man. He entered also into the temple of the Caberoi, into which it is not lawful for anyone to enter except the priest only, and the images there he even set on fire, after much mockery of them. Now these also are like the images of Hephaestos, and it is said that they are the children of that god. 38. It is clear to me, therefore, by every kind of proof that Cambyses was mad exceedingly. For otherwise, he would not have attempted to deride religious rites and customary observances. For if one should propose to all men a choice, bidding them select the best customs from all the customs that there are, each race of men, after examining them all, would select those of his own people. Thus all think that their own customs are by far the best, and so it is not likely that any but a madman would make a jest of such things. Now of the fact that all men are thus wont to think about their customs, we may judge by many other proofs, and more specially by this which follows. Darius, in the course of his reign, summoned those of the Hellenes who were present in his land, and asked them for what price they would consent to eat up their fathers when they died. And they answered that for no price would they do so. After this, Darius summoned those Indians who are called Chalatians, who eat their parents, and asked them in presence of the Hellenes, who understood what they said by help of an interpreter, for what payment they would consent to consume with fire the bodies of their fathers when they died. And they cried out aloud and bade him keep silence from such words. Thus then these things are established by usage, and I think that Pindar spoke rightly in his verse when he said that of all things law is king. 28. 39. Now while Cambyses was marching upon Egypt, the Lacedaemonians also had made an expedition against Samos and against Polycrates the son of Aix, who had risen against the government and obtained rule over Samos. At first he had divided the state into 3 parts and had given a share to his brothers Pantagnotos and Silason. But afterwards he put to death one of these, and the younger, namely Silason, he drove out, and so obtained possession of the whole of Samos. Then, being in possession, 29, he made a guest friendship with Amasis the king of Egypt, sending him gifts and receiving gifts in return from him. After this straightway, within a short period of time, the power of Polycrates increased rapidly, and there was much fame of it not only in Ionia, but also over the rest of Hellas. For to whatever part he directed his forces, everything went fortunately for him, and he had got for himself 150-oared galleys and 1,000 archers, and he plundered from all, making no distinction of any. For it was his wont to say that he would win more gratitude from his friend, by giving back to him that which he had taken, than by not taking at all. 30. So he had conquered many of the islands and also many cities of the continent, and besides other things he gained the victory in a sea fight over the Lesbians, as they were coming to help the Milesians with their forces, and conquered them. These men dug the whole trench round the wall of the city of Samos, working in chains. 40. Now Amasis, as may be supposed, did not fail to perceive that Polycrates was very greatly fortunate, and 31 it was to him an object of concern. And as much more good fortune yet continued to come to Polycrates, he wrote upon a paper these words and sent them to Samos. Amasis to Polycrates thus saith, "It is a pleasant thing indeed to hear that one who is a friend and guest is faring well. Yet to me thy great good fortune is not pleasing, since I know that the divinity is jealous. And I think that I desire, both for myself and for those about whom I have care, that in some of our affairs we should be prosperous and in others should fail, and thus go through life alternately faring 32 well and ill, rather than that we should be prosperous in all things. For never yet did I hear tell of anyone who was prosperous in all things, and did not come to an utterly 33 evil end at the last. Now therefore do thou follow my counsel and act, as I shall say with respect to thy prosperous fortunes. Take thought and consider, and that which thou findest to be the most valued by thee, and for the loss of which thou wilt most be vexed in thy soul, that take and cast away in such a manner that it shall never again come to the sight of men. And if in future from that time forward good fortune does not befall thee in alternation with calamities, 34 apply remedies in the manner by me suggested." 41. Polycrates, having read this, and having perceived by reflection that Amasis suggested to him good counsel, sought to find which one of his treasures he would be most afflicted in his soul to lose. And seeking, he found this which I shall say. He had a signet which he used to wear, enchased in gold and made of an emerald stone, and it was the work of Theodoros, the son of Telecles of Samos. 35. Seeing then that he thought it good to cast this away, he did thus. He manned a 50-oared galley with sailors and went on board of it himself, and then he bade them put out into the deep sea. And when he had got to a distance from the island, he took off the signet ring, and in the sight of all who were with him in the ship, he threw it into the sea. Thus having done, he sailed home, and when he came to his house, he mourned for his loss. 42. But on the 5th or 6th day after these things, it happened to him as follows. A fisherman, having caught a large and beautiful fish, thought it right that this should be given as a gift to Polycrates. He bore it therefore to the door of the palace and said that he desired to come into the presence of Polycrates, and when he had obtained this, he gave him the fish, saying, "O king, having taken this fish, I did not think fit to bear it to the market, although I am one who lives by the labor of his hands. But it seemed to me that it was worthy of thee and of thy monarchy. Therefore I bring it and present it to thee." He then, being pleased at the words spoken, answered thus, "Thou didst exceedingly well, and double thanks are due to thee for thy words and also for thy gift, and we invite thee to come to dinner." The fishermen then, thinking this a great thing, went away to this house, and the servants, as they were cutting up the fish, found in its belly the signet-ring of Polycrates. Then, as soon as they had seen it and taken it up, they bore it rejoicing to Polycrates, and giving him the signet-ring they told him in what manner it had been found. And he, perceiving that the matter was of God, wrote upon paper all that he had done and all that had happened to him, and having written, he dispatched it to Egypt. 36. 43. Then Amasis, when he had read the paper which had come from Polycrates, perceived that it was impossible for man to rescue man from the event which was to come to pass, and that Polycrates was destined not to have a good end, being prosperous in all things, seeing that he found again even that which he cast away. Therefore he sent an envoy to him in Samos, and said that he broke off the guest friendship. And this he did lest when a fearful and great mishap befell Polycrates, he might himself be grieved in his soul, as for a man who was his guest. 44. It was this Polycrates then, prosperous in all things, against whom the Lacedaemonians were making an expedition, being invited by those Samians who afterwards settled at Kydonia in Crete, to come to their assistance. Now Polycrates had sent an envoy to Cambyses the son of Cyrus without the knowledge of the Samians, as he was gathering an army to go against Egypt, and had asked him to send to him in Samos and to ask for an armed force. So Cambyses, hearing this, very readily sent to Samos to ask Polycrates to send a naval force with him against Egypt. And Polycrates selected of the citizens those whom he most suspected of desiring to rise against him, and sent them away in 40 triremes, charging Cambyses not to send them back. 45. Now some say that those of the Samians who were sent away by Polycrates never reached Egypt, but when they arrived on their voyage at Carpathos, 37 they considered with themselves, and resolved not to sail on any further. Others say that they reached Egypt, and being kept under guard there, they made their escape from thence. Then, as they were sailing into Samos, Polycrates encountered them with ships and engaged battle with them. And those who were returning home had the better and landed in the island. But having fought a land battle in the island, they were worsted, and so sailed to Lacedaemon. Some, however, say that those from Egypt defeated Polycrates in the battle. But this, in my opinion, is not correct, for there would have been no need for them to invite the assistance of the Lacedaemonians if they had been able by themselves to bring Polycrates to terms. Moreover, it is not reasonable either, seeing that he had foreign mercenaries and native archers very many in number, to suppose that he was worsted by the returning Samians, who were but few. Then Polycrates gathered together the children and wives of his subjects, and confined them in the shipsheds, keeping them ready so that, if it should prove that his subjects deserted to the side of the returning exiles, he might burn them with the sheds. 46. When those of the Samians who had been driven out by Polycrates reached Sparta, they were introduced before the magistrates and spoke at length, being urgent in their request. The magistrates, however, at the first introduction, replied that they had forgotten the things which had been spoken at the beginning, and did not understand those which were spoken at the end. After this they were introduced a second time, and bringing with them a bag they said nothing else but this, namely that the bag was in want of meal. To which the others replied that they had overdone it with the bag. 38, however, they resolved to help them. 47. Then the Lacedaemonians prepared a force and made expedition to Samos, in repayment of former services, as the Samians say, because the Samians had first helped them with ships against the Messenians. But the Lacedaemonians say that they made the expedition not so much from desire to help the Samians at their request, as to take vengeance on their own behalf for the robbery of the mixing bowl which they had been bearing as a gift to Croesus. 39, and of the corslet which Amasis the king of Egypt had sent as a gift to them. For the Samians had carried off the corslet also in the year before they took the bowl. And it was of linen with many figures woven into it, and embroidered with gold, and with cotton. And each thread of this corslet is worthy of admiration, For that being itself fine, it has in it 360 fibers, all plain to view. Such another as this, moreover, is that which Amasis dedicated as an offering to Athene at Lindos. 48. The Corinthians also took part with zeal in this expedition against Samos, that it might be carried out. For there had been an offense perpetrated against them also by the Samians a generation before 40 the time of this expedition, and about the same time as the robbery of the bowl. Periander, the son of Kypselos, had dispatched 300 sons of the chief men of Corcyra to Aliats at Sardis to be made eunuchs. And when the Corinthians who were conducting the boys had put in to Samos, the Samians, being informed of the story, and for what purpose they were being conducted to Sardis, first instructed the boys to lay hold of the temple of Artemis, and then they refused to permit the Corinthians to drag the suppliants away from the temple. And as the Corinthians cut the boys off from supplies of food, the Samians made a festival, which they celebrate even to the present time in the same manner. For when night came on, as long as the boys were suppliants, they arranged dances of maidens and youths, and in arranging the dances, they made it a rule of the festival that sweet cakes of sesame and honey should be carried, in order that the Corcyraean boys might snatch them and so have support. And this went on so long that at last the Corinthians who had charge of the boys departed and went away. And as for the boys, the Samians carried them back to Corcyra. 49. Now, if after the death of Periander the Corinthians had been on friendly terms with the Corcyraeans, they would not have joined in the expedition against Samos for the cause which has been mentioned. But as it is, they have been ever at variance with one another since they first colonized the island. 41. This, then, was the cause why the Corinthians had a grudge against the Samians. 50. Now Periander had chosen out the sons of the chief men of Corcyra, and was sending them to Sardis to be made eunuchs, in order that he might have revenge, since the Corcyraeans had first begun the offense and had done to him a deed of reckless wrong. For after Periander had killed his wife Melissa, it chanced to him to experience another misfortune in addition to that which had happened to him already, and this was as follows. He had by Melissa 2 sons, the one of 17 and the other of 18 years. These sons their mother's father Procles, who was despot of Epidaurus, sent for to himself and kindly entertained, as was to be expected seeing that they were the sons of his own daughter. And when he was sending them back, he said in taking leave of them, "Do ye know, boys, who it was that killed your mother?" Of this saying the elder of them took no account, but the younger, whose name was Lycophron, was grieved so greatly at hearing it, that when he reached Corinth again, he would neither address his father, nor speak to him when his father would have conversed with him, nor give any reply when he asked questions, regarding him as the murderer of his mother. At length, Periander, being enraged with his son, drove him forth out of his house. 51. And having driven him forth, he asked of the elder son what his mother's father had said to them in his conversation. He then related how Procles had received them in a kindly manner, but of the saying which he had uttered when he parted from them, he had no remembrance, since he had taken no note of it. So Periander said that it could not be but that he had suggested to them something, and urged him further with questions. And he after that remembered, and told of this also. Then Periander, taking note of it 42, and not desiring to show any indulgence, sent a messenger to those with whom the son who had been driven forth was living at that time, and forbade them to receive him into their houses. And whenever having been driven away from one house he came to another, he was driven away also from this, since Periander threatened those who received him, and commanded them to exclude him. And so being driven away again, he would go to another house, where persons lived who were his friends, and they perhaps received him because he was the son of Periander, notwithstanding that they feared. 52. At last Periander made a proclamation that whosoever should either receive him into their houses or converse with him should be bound to pay a fine 43 to Apollo, stating the amount that it should be. Accordingly, by reason of this proclamation, no one was willing either to converse with him or to receive him into their house. And moreover, even he himself did not think it fit to attempt it, since it had been forbidden, but he lay about in the porticos enduring exposure. And on the 4th day after this, Periander, seeing him fallen into squalid misery and starvation, felt pity for him. And abating his anger, he approached him and began to say, "Son, which of these two is to be preferred, the fortune which thou dost now experience and possess, 44, or to inherit the power and wealth which I possess now, by being submissive to thy father's will? Thou, however, being my son and the prince 45 of wealthy Corinth, didst choose nevertheless the life of a vagabond, by making opposition and displaying anger against him with whom it behoved thee least to deal so. For if any misfortune happened in those matters, for which cause thou hast suspicion against me, this has happened to me first, and I am sharer in the misfortune more than others, inasmuch as I did the deed 46 myself. Do thou, however, having learnt by how much to be envied is better than to be pitied, and at the same time what a grievous thing it is to be angry against thy parents and against those who are stronger than thou, come back now to the house." Periander with these words endeavored to restrain him, but he answered nothing else to his father, but said only that he ought to pay a fine to the god for having come to speech with him. Then Periander, perceiving that the malady of his son was hopeless and could not be overcome, dispatched a ship to Corcyra, and so sent him away out of his sight, for he was ruler also of that island. And having sent him away, Periander proceeded to make war against his father-in-law Procles, esteeming him most to blame for the condition in which he was, and he took Epidaurus and took also Procles himself, and made him a prisoner. 53. When, however, as time went on, Periander had passed his prime and perceived within himself that he was no longer able to overlook and manage the government of the state, he sent to Corcyra and summoned Lycophron to come back and take the supreme power. For in the elder of his sons he did not see the required capacity, but perceived clearly that he was of wits too dull. Lycophron, however, did not deign even to give an answer to the bearer of his message. Then Periander, clinging still in affection to the youth, sent to him next his own daughter, the sister of Lycophron, supposing that he would yield to her persuasion more than to that of others. And she arrived there and spoke to him thus: "Boy, dost thou desire that both the despotism should fall to others, and also the substance of thy father, carried off as plunder, rather than that thou shouldest return back and possess them? Come back to thy home, cease to torment thyself. Pride is a mischievous possession. Heal not evil with evil. Many prefer that which is reasonable to that which is strictly just, and many ere now in seeking the things of their mother have lost the things of their father. Despotism is an insecure thing, and many desire it. Moreover, he is now an old man and past his prime. Give not thy good things unto others." She thus said to him the most persuasive things, having been before instructed by her father. But he in answer said that he would never come to Corinth so long as he heard that his father was yet alive. When she had reported this, Periander the third time sent an envoy, and said that he desired himself to come to Corcyra, exhorting Lycophron at the same time to come back to Corinth and to be his successor on the throne. The son having agreed to return on these terms, Periander was preparing to sail to Corcyra and his son to Corinth. But the Corcyrians, having learnt all that had taken place, put the young man to death, in order that Periander might not come to their land. For this cause it was that Periander took vengeance on those of Corcyra. 54. The Lacedaemonians then had come with a great armament and were besieging Samos, and having made an attack upon the wall, they occupied the tower which stands by the sea in the suburb of the city. But afterwards, when Polycrates came up to the rescue, with a large body, they were driven away from it. Meanwhile, by the upper tower, which is upon the ridge of the mountain, there had come out to the fight the foreign mercenaries and many of the Samians themselves. And these stood their ground against the Lacedaemonians for a short while, and then began to fly backwards. And the Lacedaemonians followed and were slaying them. 55. Now if the Lacedaemonians there present had all been equal on that day to Archias and Lycopas, Samos would have been captured. For Archias and Lycopas alone rushed within the wall together with the flying Samians, and being shut off from retreat, were slain within the city of the Samians. I myself, moreover, had converse in Pitting, for to that deme he belonged, with the third in descent from this Archias, another Archias the son of Samios the son of Archias, who honored the Samians of all strangers most. And not only so, but he said that his own father had been called Samios, because his father Archias had died by a glorious death in Samos. And he said that he honored Samians because his grandfather had been granted a public funeral by the Samians. 56. The Lacedaemonians then, when they had been besieging Samos for 40 days, and their affairs made no progress, set forth to return to Peloponnesus. But according to the less credible account which has been put abroad of these matters, Polycrates struck in lead a quantity of a certain native coin, and having gilded the coins over, gave them to the Lacedaemonians, and they received them, and upon that set forth to depart. This was the first expedition which the Lacedaemonians, being Dorians, 4,601 made into Asia. 57. Those of the Samians who had made the expedition against Polycrates themselves also sailed away, when the Lacedaemonians were about to desert them, and came to Siphnos. For they were in want of money, and the people of Siphnos were then at their greatest height of prosperity, and possessed wealth more than all the other islanders, since they had in their island mines of gold and silver, so that there is a treasury dedicated at Delphi with the tithe of the money which came in from these mines, and furnished in a manner equal to the wealthiest of these treasuries. And the people used to divide among themselves the money which came in from the mines every year. So when they were establishing the treasury, they consulted the oracle as to whether their present prosperity was capable of remaining with them for a long time, and the Pythian prophetess gave them this reply. But when with white shall be shining 47 the hall of the city 48 in Siphnos, and when the market is white of brow, one wary is needed then, to beware of an army 49 of wood and a red-colored herald. Now just at that time, the marketplace and city hall of the Siphnians had been decorated with Parian marble. 58. This oracle they were not able to understand either then at first or when the Samians had arrived. For as soon as the Samians were putting in 50 to Siphnos, they sent one of their ships to bear envoys to the city. Now in old times all ships were painted with red, and this was that which the Pythian prophetess was declaring beforehand to the Siphnians, bidding them guard against the army of wood and the red-colored herald. The messengers accordingly came and asked the Siphnians to lend them 10 talents, and as they refused to lend to them, the Samians began to lay waste their lands. So when they were informed of it, forthwith the Siphnians came to the rescue, and having engaged battle with them were defeated, and many of them were cut off by the Samians and shut out of the city. And the Samians after this imposed upon them a payment of 100 talents. 59. Then from the men of Hermion they received by payment of money the island of Hydrea, which is near the coast of Peloponnese, and they gave it in charge to the Trysenians, but they themselves settled at Kydonia, which is in Crete, not sailing thither for that purpose, but in order to drive the Zacinthians out of the island. Here they remained and were prosperous for 5 years, so much so that they were the builders of the temples which are now existing in Kydonia, and also of the house of Dictina. 51. In the 6th year, however, the Aeginetans together with the Cretans conquered them in a sea fight and brought them to slavery. And they cut off the prows of their ships, which were shaped like boars, and dedicated them in the temple of Athene in Aegina. This the Aeginetans did because they had a grudge against the Samians. For the Samians had first made expedition against Aegina when Amphicrates was king in Samos, and had done much hurt to the Aeginetans, and suffered much hurt also from them. Such was the cause of this event. 60. And about the Samians I have spoken at greater length, because they have 3 works which are greater than any others that have been made by Hellenes. First, a passage beginning from below and open at both ends, dug through a mountain not less than 150 fathoms 52 in height. The length of the passage is 7 furlongs 53, and the height and breadth each 8 feet, and throughout the whole of it another passage has been dug 20 cubits in depth and 3 feet in breadth, through which the water is conducted and comes by the pipes to the city, brought from an abundant spring. And the designer of this work was a Megarian, Eupolinos the son of Nostraphos. This is one of the 3, and the second is a mole in the sea about the harbor, going down to a depth of as much as 5420 fathoms, and the length of the mole is more than 2 furlongs. The third work which they have executed is a temple larger than all the other temples of which we know. Of this the first designer was Rhoecos the son of Phils, a native of Samos. For this reason, I have spoken at greater length of the Samians. 61. Now while Cambyses the son of Cyrus was spending a long time in Egypt, and had gone out of his right mind, there rose up against him 2 brothers, Magians, of whom the one had been left behind by Cambyses as caretaker of his household. This man, I say, rose up against him, perceiving that the occurrence of the death of Smerdis was being kept secret, and that there were but few of the Persians who were aware of it, while the greater number believed without doubt that he was still alive. Therefore he endeavored to obtain the kingdom, and he formed his plan as follows. He had a brother, that one who, as I said, rose up with him against Cambyses, and this man in form very closely resembled Smerdis the son of Cyrus, whom Cambyses had slain, being his own brother. He was like Smerdis, I say, in form, and not only so, but he had the same name, Smerdis. Having persuaded this man that he would manage everything for him, the Magian Patizithes brought him and seated him upon the royal throne. And having so done, he sent heralds about to the various provinces, and among others one to the army in Egypt, to proclaim to them that they must obey Smerdis the son of Cyrus for the future instead of Cambyses. 62. So then the other heralds made this proclamation, and also the one who was appointed to go to Egypt, finding Cambyses and his army at Ecbatana in Syria, stood in the midst and began to proclaim that which had been commanded to him by the Magian. Hearing this from the herald, and supposing that the herald was speaking the truth, and that he had himself been betrayed by Praxaspes, that is to say, that when Praxaspes was sent to kill Smerdis he had not done so, Cambyses looked upon Praxaspes and said, Praxaspes, was it thus that thou didst perform for me the thing which I gave over to thee to do? And he said, Master, the saying is not true that Smerdis thy brother has risen up against thee, nor that thou wilt have any contention arising from him, either great or small. For I myself, having done that which thou didst command me to do, buried him with my own hands. If therefore the dead have risen again to life, then thou mayest expect that Astyages also the Mede will rise up against thee. But if it is as it was before a time, there is no fear now that any trouble shall spring up for you, at least from him. Now therefore I think it well that some should pursue after the herald, and examine him, asking from whom he has come to proclaim to us that we are to obey Smerdis as king. 63. When Praxaspes had thus spoken, Cambyses was pleased with the advice, and accordingly the herald was pursued forthwith and returned. Then when he had come back, Praxaspes asked him as follows, Man, thou sayest that thou art come as a messenger from Smerdis the son of Cyrus. Now therefore speak the truth and go away in peace. I ask thee whether Smerdis himself appeared before thine eyes and charged thee to say this, or some one of those who serve him. He said, Smerdis the son of Cyrus I have never yet seen, since the day that King Cambyses marched to Egypt. But the Magian whom Cambyses appointed to be guardian of his household, he, I say, gave me this charge, saying that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was he who laid the command upon me to speak these things to you. Thus he spoke to them, adding no falsehoods to the first, and Cambyses said, Praxaspes, thou hast done that which was commanded thee like an honest man, and hast escaped censure. But who of the Persians may this be who has risen up against me and usurped the name of Smerdis? He said, I seem to myself, O king, to have understanding of this which has come to pass. The Magians have risen against thee, Patizithes namely, whom thou didst leave as caretaker of thy household, and his brother Smerdis. 64. Then Cambyses, when he heard the name of Smerdis, perceived at once the true meaning of this report and of the dream, for he thought in his sleep that someone had reported to him that Smerdis was sitting upon the royal throne and had touched the heaven with his head. And perceiving that he had slain his brother without need, he began to lament for Smerdis. And having lamented for him and sorrowed greatly for the whole mishap, he was leaping upon his horse, meaning as quickly as possible to march his army to Susa against the Magian. And as he leapt upon his horse, the cap of his sword sheath fell off, and the sword being left bare struck his thigh. Having been wounded then in the same part where he had formerly struck Apis the god of the Egyptians, and believing that he had been struck with a mortal blow, Cambyses asked what was the name of that town, and they said Ecbatana. Now even before this, he had been informed by the oracle at the city of Buto that in Ecbatana he should bring his life to an end. And he supposed that he should die of old age in Ecbatana in Media, where was his chief seat of power. But the oracle, it appeared, meant in Ecbatana of Syria. So when by questioning now, he learnt the name of the town, being struck with fear both by the calamity caused by the Magian and at the same time by the wound, he came to his right mind, and understanding the meaning of the oracle he said, "Here it is fated that Cambyses the son of Cyrus shall end his life." 65. So much only he said at that time. But about 20 days afterwards, he sent for the most honorable of the Persians who were with him, and said to them as follows: "Persians, it has become necessary for me to make known to you the thing which I was wont to keep concealed beyond all other things. Being in Egypt, I saw a vision in my sleep, which I would I had never seen. And it seemed to me that a messenger came from home and reported to me that Smerdis was sitting upon the royal throne and had touched the heaven with his head. Fearing then lest I should be deprived of my power by my brother, I acted quickly rather than wisely, for it seems that it is not possible for man 55 to avert that which is destined to come to pass. I therefore, fool that I was, sent away Prexasps to Susa to kill Smerdis. And when this great evil had been done, I lived in security, never considering the danger that some other man might at some time rise up against me, now that Smerdis had been removed. And altogether missing the mark of that which was about to happen, I have both made myself the murderer of my brother, when there was no need, and I have been deprived none the less of the kingdom. For it was in fact Smerdis the Magian, of whom the divine power declared to me beforehand, in the vision that he should rise up against me. So then, as I say, this deed has been done by me, and ye must imagine that ye no longer have Smerdis the son of Cyrus alive. But it is in truth the Magians who are masters of your kingdom, he whom I left as guardian of my household and his brother Smerdis. The man then who ought above all others to have taken vengeance on my behalf for the dishonor which I have suffered from the Magians, has ended his life by an unholy death received from the hands of those who were his nearest of kin. And since he is no more, it becomes most needful for me, as the thing next best of those which remain, 56 to charge you, O Persians, with that which dying I desire should be done for me. This then I lay upon you, calling upon the gods of the royal house to witness it, upon you and most of all upon those of the Achaemenidae who are present here, that ye do not permit the return of the chief power to the Medes, but that if they have acquired it by craft they be deprived of it by you, or if they have conquered it by any kind of force, by force, and by a strong hand ye recover it. And if ye do this, may the earth bring forth her produce, and may your wives and your cattle be fruitful, while ye remain free forever. But if ye do not recover the power nor attempt to recover it, I pray that curses the contrary of these blessings may come upon you, and moreover that each man of the Persians may have an end to his life like that which has come upon me." Then as soon as he had finished speaking these things, Cambyses began to bewail and make lamentation for all his fortunes. 66. And the Persians, when they saw that the king had begun to bewail himself, both rent the garments which they wore and made lamentation without stint. After this, when the bone had become diseased and the thigh had mortified, Cambyses the son of Cyrus was carried off by the wound, having reigned in all 7 years and 5 months, and being absolutely childless both of male and female offspring. The Persians meanwhile who were present there were very little disposed to believe 57 that the power was in the hands of the Magians. On the contrary, they were surely convinced that Cambyses had said that which he said about the death of Smerdis to deceive them, in order that all the Persians might be moved to war against him. These then were surely convinced that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was established to be king. For Prexasps also very strongly denied that he had slain Smerdis, since it was not safe, now that Cambyses was dead, for him to say that he had destroyed with his own hand the son of Cyrus. 67. Thus, when Cambyses had brought his life to an end, the Magian became king without disturbance, usurping the place of his namesake Smerdis the son of Cyrus. And he reigned during the 7 months which were wanting yet to Cambyses for the completion of the 8 years. And during them he performed acts of great benefit to all his subjects, so that after his death all those in Asia, except the Persians themselves, mourned for his loss. For the Magians sent messengers abroad to every nation over which he ruled, and proclaimed freedom from military service and from tribute for 3 years. 68. This proclamation, I say, he made at once when he established himself upon the throne. But in the 8th month it was discovered who he was in the following manner. There was one Autines the son of Pharnaspes, in birth and in wealth not inferior to any of the Persians. This Autines was the first who had had suspicion of the Magian, that he was not Smerdis the son of Cyrus, but the person that he really was, drawing his inference from these facts, namely that he never went abroad out of the fortress, and that he did not summon into his presence any of the honorable men among the Persians. And having formed a suspicion of him, he proceeded to do as follows. Cambyses had taken to wife his daughter, whose name was Phaedime. 58. And this same daughter the Magian at that time was keeping as his wife, and living with her, as with all the rest also of the wives of Cambyses. Autines therefore sent a message to this daughter, and asked her who the man was by whose side she slept, whether Smerdis the son of Cyrus or some other. She sent back word to him, saying that she did not know, for she had never seen Smerdis the son of Cyrus, nor did she know otherwise who he was who lived with her. Autines then sent a second time and said, If thou dost not thyself know Smerdis the son of Cyrus, then do thou ask of Atossa who this man is, with whom both she and thou live as wives. For assuredly it must be that she knows her own brother. 69. To this the daughter sent back word. I am not able either to come to speech with Atossa or to see any other of the women who live here with me. For as soon as this man, whosoever he may be, succeeded to the kingdom, he separated us and placed us in different apartments by ourselves. When Autines heard this, the matter became more and more clear to him, and he sent another message into her, which said, Daughter, it is right for thee, nobly born as thou art, to undertake any risk which thy father bids thee take upon thee. For if in truth this is not Smerdis the son of Cyrus, but the man whom I suppose, he ought not to escape with impunity either for taking thee to his bed or for holding the dominion of Persians, but he must pay the penalty. Now therefore do as I say. When he sleeps by thee and thou perceivest that he is sound asleep, feel his ears. And if it prove that he has ears, then believe that thou art living with Smerdis the son of Cyrus, but if not, believe that it is with the Magian Smerdis. To this Phaedime sent an answer saying that, if she should do so, she would run a great risk. For supposing that he should chance not to have his ears, and she were detected feeling for them, she was well assured that he would put her to death, but nevertheless she would do this. So she undertook to do this for her father. But as for this Magian Smerdis, he had had his ears cut off by Cyrus the son of Cambyses when he was king, for some grave offense. This Phaedime then, the daughter of Autines, proceeding to perform all that she had undertaken for her father, when her turn came to go to the Magian, for the wives of the Persians go into them regularly each in her turn, came and lay down beside him. And when the Magian was in deep sleep, she felt his ears. And perceiving not with difficulty, but easily that her husband had no ears, so soon as it became day she sent, and informed her father of that which had taken place. 70. Then Autines took to him Espathanes and Gobryas, 59 who were leading men among the Persians and also his own most trusted friends, and related to them the whole matter. And they, as it then appeared, had suspicions also themselves that it was so. And when Autines reported this to them, they readily accepted his proposals. Then it was resolved by them that each one should associate with himself that man of the Persians whom he trusted most. So Autines brought in Taphrens, 60 Gobryas brought in Megabizos, and Espathanes brought in Hydarnes. When they had thus become 6, Darius the son of Hystaspes arrived at Susa, having come from the land of Persia, for of this his father was governor. Accordingly when he came, the 6 men of the Persians resolved to associate Darius also with themselves. 71. These then having come together, being 7 in number, gave pledges of faith to one another and deliberated together. And when it came to Darius to declare his opinion, he spoke to them as follows. I thought that I alone knew this, namely that it was the Magian who was reigning as king, and that Smerdis the son of Cyrus had brought his life to an end. And for this very reason I am come with earnest purpose to contrive death for the Magian. Since however it has come to pass that ye also know, and not I alone, I think it well to act at once and not to put the matter off, for that is not the better way. To this replied Autines, son of Hystaspes, thou art the scion of a noble stock, and thou art showing thyself, as it seems, in no way inferior to thy father. Do not, however, hasten this enterprise so much without consideration, but take it up more prudently. For we must first become more in numbers, and then undertake the matter. In answer to this, Darius said, Men who are here present, if ye shall follow the way suggested by Athens, know that ye will perish miserably. For someone will carry word to the Magian, getting gain thereby privately for himself. Your best way would have been to do this action upon your own risk alone. But since it seemed good to you to refer the matter to a greater number, and ye communicated it to me, either let us do the deed today, or be ye assured that if this present day shall pass by, none other shall prevent me 61 as your accuser, but I will myself tell these things to the Magian. 72. To this Athens, when he saw Darius in violent haste, replied, Since thou dost compel us to hasten the matter, and dost not permit us to delay, come expound to us thyself in what manner we shall pass into the palace and lay hands upon them. For that there are guards set in various parts, thou knowest probably thyself as well as we, if not from sight at least from hearsay. And in what manner shall we pass through these? Darius made reply with these words, Athens, there are many things in sooth which it is not possible to set forth in speech, but only in deed, and other things there are which in speech can be set forth, but from them comes no famous deed. Know ye, however, that the guards which are set are not difficult to pass. For in the first place, we being what we are, there is no one who will not let us go by, partly, as may be supposed, from having respect for us, and partly also perhaps from fear. And secondly, I have myself a most specious pretext, by means of which we may pass by. For I shall say that I am just now come from the Persian land, and desire to declare to the king a certain message from my father. For where it is necessary that a lie be spoken, let it be spoken, seeing that we all aim at the same object, both they who lie and they who always speak the truth. Those lie whenever they are likely to gain anything by persuading with their lies, and these tell the truth in order that they may draw to themselves gain by the truth, and that things 62 may be entrusted to them more readily. Thus, while practicing different ways, we aim all at the same thing. If, however, they were not likely to make any gain by it, the truth-teller would lie, and the liar would speak the truth, with indifference. Whosoever then of the doorkeepers shall let us pass by of his own free will, for him it shall be the better afterwards. But whosoever shall endeavor to oppose our passage, let him then, and there be marked as our enemy, 63, and after that, let us push in and set about our work. 73. Then said Gobryas, Friends, at what time will there be a fairer opportunity for us either to recover our rule, or, if we are not able to get it again, to die? Seeing that we being Persians on the one hand lie under the rule of a Mede, a Magian, and that to a man whose ears have been cut off. Moreover, all those of you who stood by the side of Cambyses, when he was sick, remember assuredly what he laid upon the Persians as he was bringing his life to an end, if they should not attempt to win back the power. And this we did not accept then, but supposed that Cambyses had spoken in order to deceive us. Now therefore I give my vote that we follow the opinion of Darius, and that we do not depart from this assembly to go anywhere else, but straight to attack the Magian. Thus spoke Gobryas, and they all approved of this proposal. 74. Now while these were thus taking counsel together, it was coming to pass by coincidence as follows. The Magians taking counsel together had resolved to join Croesus with themselves as a friend, both because he had suffered grievous wrong from Cambyses, who had killed his son by shooting him, and because he alone knew for a certainty of the death of Smerdis, the son of Cyrus, having killed him with his own hands, and finally because Croesus was in very great repute among the Persians. For these reasons, they summoned him and endeavored to win him to be their friend, engaging him by pledge and with oaths that he would assuredly keep to himself and not reveal to any man the deception which had been practiced by them upon the Persians, and promising to give him things innumerable 64 in return. After Croesus had promised to do this, the Magians, having persuaded him so far, proposed to him a second thing, and said that they would call together all the Persians to come up to the wall of the palace, and bade him go up upon a tower and address them, saying that they were living under the rule of Smerdis the son of Cyrus, and no other. This they so enjoined, because they supposed 65 that he had the greatest credit among the Persians, and because he had frequently declared the opinion that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was still alive, and had denied that he had slain him. 75. When Prixaspes said that he was ready to do this also, the Magians, having called together the Persians, caused him to go up upon a tower and bade him address them. Then he chose to forget those things which they asked of him, and beginning with Achaemenes, he traced the descent of Cyrus on the father's side. And then, when he came down to Cyrus, he related at last what great benefits he had conferred upon the Persians. And having gone through this recital, he proceeded to declare the truth, saying that formerly he kept it secret, since it was not safe for him to tell of that which had been done. But at the present time, he was compelled to make it known. He proceeded to say how he had himself slain Smerdis the son of Cyrus, being compelled by Cambyses, and that it was the Magians who were now ruling. Then he made imprecation of many evils on the Persians, if they did not win back again the power and take vengeance upon the Magians, and upon that he let himself fall down from the tower head foremost. Thus Prixaspes ended his life, having been throughout his time a man of repute. 76. Now the 7 of the Persians, when they had resolved forthwith to lay hands upon the Magians, and not to delay, made prayer to the gods and went, knowing nothing of that which had been done with regard to Prixaspes. And as they were going and were in the middle of their course, they heard that which had happened about Prixaspes. Upon that they retired out of the way and again considered with themselves, Atenes and his supporters strongly urging that they should delay and not set to the work when things were thus disturbed. 66. While Darius and those of his party urged that they should go forthwith and do that which had been resolved, and not delay. Then while they were contending, there appeared 7 pairs of hawks pursuing 2 pairs of vultures, plucking out their feathers and tearing them. Seeing this, the 7 all approved the opinion of Darius, and thereupon they went to the king's palace, encouraged by the sight of the birds. 77. When they appeared at the gates, it happened nearly as Darius supposed, for the guards, having respect for men who were chief among the Persians, and not suspecting that anything would be done by them of the kind proposed, allowed them to pass in under the guiding of heaven, and none asked them any question. Then when they had passed into the court, they met the eunuchs who bore in the messages to the king, and these inquired of them for what purpose they had come, and at the same time they threatened with punishment the keepers of the gates for having let them pass in, and tried to stop the 7 when they attempted to go forward. Then they gave the word to one another, and drawing their daggers stabbed these men there upon the spot, who tried to stop them, and themselves went running on towards the chamber of the men. 6601. 78. Now the Magians happened both of them to be there within, consulting about that which had been done by Prixaspes. So when they saw that the eunuchs had been attacked and were crying aloud, they ran back 67 both of them, and perceiving that which was being done, they turned to self-defense. And one of them got down his bow and arrows before he was attacked, while the other had recourse to his spear. Then they engaged in combat with one another. And that one of them who had taken up his bow and arrows found them of no use, since his enemies were close at hand and pressed hard upon him, but the other defended himself with his spear, and first he struck Aspathanes in the thigh, and then Intaphrens in the eye. And Intaphrens lost his eye by reason of the wound, but his life he did not lose. These then were wounded by one of the Magians, but the other, when his bow and arrows proved useless to him, fled into a bedchamber which opened into the chamber of the men, intending to close the door. And with him there rushed in 2 of the 7, Darius and Gobryas. And when Gobryas was locked together in combat with the Magian, Darius stood by, and was at a loss what to do, because it was dark, and he was afraid lest he should strike Gobryas. Then seeing him standing by idle, Gobryas asked why he did not use his hands, and he said, "Because I am afraid lest I may strike thee." And Gobryas answered, "Thrust with thy sword even though it stab through us both." So Darius was persuaded, and he thrust with his danger and happened to hit the Magian. 79. So when they had slain the Magians and cut off their heads, they left behind those of their number who were wounded, both because they were unable to go, and also in order that they might take charge of the fortress. And the 5 others taking with them, the heads of the Magians ran with shouting and clashing of arms and called upon the other Persians to join them. telling them of that which had been done and showing the heads. And at the same time, they proceeded to slay every one of the Magians who crossed their path. So the Persians, when they heard of that which had been brought to pass by the seven and of the deceit of the Magians, thought good themselves also to do the same, and drawing their daggers they killed the Magians wherever they found one, so that if night had not come on and stopped them, they would not have left a single Magian alive. This day the Persians celebrate in common more than all other days, and upon it they keep a great festival which is called by the Persians the Festival of the Slaughter of the Magians. 6701, on which no Magian is permitted to appear abroad, but the Magians keep themselves within their houses throughout that day. 80. When the tumult had subsided and more than 5 days had elapsed, 68 those who had risen against the Magians began to take counsel about the general state, and there were spoken speeches which some of the Hellenes do not believe were really uttered, but spoken they were nevertheless. 69. On the one hand, Athens urged that they should resign the government into the hands of the whole body of the Persians, and his words were as follows: "To me, it seems best that no single one of us should henceforth be ruler, for that is neither pleasant nor profitable." Ye saw the insolent temper of Cambyses, to what lengths it went, and ye have had experience also of the insolence of the Magian. And how should the rule of one alone be a well-ordered thing, seeing that the monarch may do what he desires without rendering any account of his acts? Even the best of all men, if he were placed in this disposition, would be caused by it to change from his wonted disposition. For insolence is engendered in him by the good things which he possesses, and envy is implanted in man from the beginning. And having these two things, he has all vice. For he does many deeds of reckless wrong, partly moved by insolence proceeding from satiety, and partly by envy. And yet a despot at least ought to have been free from envy, seeing that he has all manner of good things. He is, however, naturally in just the opposite temper towards his subjects, for he grudges to the nobles that they should survive and live, but delights in the basest of citizens, and he is more ready than any other man to receive calumnies. Then of all things he is the most inconsistent, for if you express admiration of him moderately, he is offended that no very great court is paid to him, whereas if you pay court to him extravagantly, he is offended with you for being a flatterer. And the most important matter of all is that which I am about to say. He disturbs the customs handed down from our fathers, he is a ravisher of women, and he puts men to death without trial. On the other hand, the rule of many has first a name attaching to it which is the fairest of all names, that is to say, equality. 70 Next, the multitude does none of those things which the monarch does. Offices of state are exercised by lot, and the magistrates are compelled to render account of their action. And finally, all matters of deliberation are referred to the public assembly. I therefore give as my opinion that we let monarchy go and increase the power of the multitude, for in the many is contained everything. 81. This was the opinion expressed by Athens, but Megabizos urged that they should entrust matters to the rule of a few, saying these words: "That which Athens said in opposition to a tyranny, let it be counted as said for me also. But in that which he said urging that we should make over the power to the multitude, he has missed the best counsel. For nothing is more senseless or insolent than a worthless crowd. And for men flying from the insolence of a despot to fall into that of unrestrained popular power is by no means to be endured. For he, if he does anything, does it knowing what he does, but the people cannot even know. For how can that know which has neither been taught anything noble by others nor perceived anything of itself? 71, but pushes on matters with violent impulse, and without understanding, like a torrent stream. Rule of the people then let them adopt who are foes to the Persians, but let us choose a company of the best men, and to them attach the chief power. For in the number of these we shall ourselves also be, and it is likely that the resolutions taken by the best men will be the best. 82. This was the opinion expressed by Megabizos, and thirdly Darius proceeded to declare his opinion, saying, "To me, it seems that in those things which Megabizos said with regard to the multitude he spoke rightly, but in those which he said with regard to the rule of a few, not rightly. For whereas there are 3 things set before us, and each is supposed 72 to be the best in its own kind, that is to say a good popular government, and the rule of a few, and thirdly the rule of one, I say that this last is by far superior to the others. For nothing better can be found than the rule of an individual man of the best kind, seeing that using the best judgment he would be guardian of the multitude without reproach. And resolutions directed against enemies would so best be kept secret. In an oligarchy, however, it happens often that many, while practicing virtue with regard to the commonwealth, have strong private enmities arising among themselves. For as each man desires to be himself the leader and to prevail in councils, they come to great enmities with one another, whence arise factions among them. And out of the factions comes murder, and from murder results the rule of one man, and thus it is shown in this instance by how much that is the best. Again, when the people rules, it is impossible that corruption 73 should not arise, and when corruption arises in the commonwealth, there arise among the corrupt men not enmities but strong ties of friendship. For they who are acting corruptly to the injury of the commonwealth put their heads together secretly to do so. And this continues so, until at last some one takes the leadership of the people and stops the course of such men. By reason of this, the man of whom I speak is admired by the people, and being so admired, he suddenly appears as monarch. Thus he too furnishes herein an example to prove that the rule of one is the best thing. Finally, to sum up all in a single word, whence arose the liberty which we possess, and who gave it to us? Was it a gift of the people, or of an oligarchy, or of a monarch? I therefore am of opinion that we, having been set free by one man, should preserve that form of rule, and in other respects also that we should not annul the customs of our fathers which are ordered well. For that is not the better way. 83. These 3 opinions then had been proposed, and the other 4 men of the 7 gave their assent to the last. So when Audienes, who was desirous to give equality to the Persians, found his opinion defeated, he spoke to those assembled thus: Partisans, it is clear that someone of us must become king, selected either by casting lots or by entrusting the decision to the multitude of the Persians and taking him whom it shall choose, or by some other means. I therefore shall not be a competitor with you, for I do not desire either to rule or to be ruled. And on this condition I withdraw from my claim to rule, namely that I shall not be ruled by any of you, either I myself or my descendants in future time. When he had said this, the 6 made agreement with him on those terms, and he was no longer a competitor with them, but withdrew from the assembly. And at the present time, this house remains free alone of all the Persian houses, and submits to rule only so far as it wills to do so itself, not transgressing the laws of the Persians. 84. The rest, however, of the 7 continued to deliberate how they should establish a king in the most just manner. And it was resolved by them that to Audienes and his descendants in succession, if the kingdom should come to any other of the 7, there should be given as special gifts a Median dress every year, and all those presents which are esteemed among the Persians to be the most valuable. And the reason why they determined that these things should be given to him was because he first suggested to them the matter and combined them together. These were special gifts for Audienes, and this they also determined for all in common, namely that any one of the 7 who wished might pass into the royal palaces without any to bear in a message, unless the king happened to be sleeping with his wife, and that it should not be lawful for the king to marry from any other family, but only from those of the men who had made insurrection with him. And about the kingdom they determined this, namely that the man whose horse should first neigh at sunrise in the suburb of the city when they were mounted upon their horses, he should have the kingdom. 85. Now Darius had a clever horsekeeper, whose name was Oibers. To this man, when they had left their assembly, Darius spoke these words: Oibers, we have resolved to do about the kingdom thus, namely that the man whose horse first neighs at sunrise, when we are mounted upon our horses, he shall be king. Now therefore, if thou hast any cleverness, contrive that we may obtain this prize, and not any other man. Oibers replied thus: If my master, it depends in truth upon this whether thou be king or no, have confidence so far as concerns this, and keep a good heart, for none other shall be king before thee. Such charms have I at my command. Then Darius said, If then thou hast any such trick, it is time to devise it and not to put things off, for our trial is tomorrow. Oibers therefore hearing this did as follows. When night was coming on, he took one of the mares, namely that one which the horse of Darius preferred, and this he led into the suburb of the city and tied her up. Then he brought to her the horse of Darius, and having for some time led him round her, making him go so close by so as to touch the mare, at last he let the horse mount. 86. Now at dawn of day, the six came to the place as they had agreed, riding upon their horses. And as they rode through by the suburb of the city, when they came near the place where the mare had been tied up on the former night, the horse of Darius ran up to the place and neighed. And just when the horse had done this, there came lightning and thunder from a clear sky. And the happening of these things to Darius consummated his claim, for they seemed to have come to pass by some design, and the others leapt down from their horses and did obeisance to Darius. 87. Some say that the contrivance of Oibers was this, but others say as follows, for the story is told by the Persians in both ways, namely that he touched with his hands the parts of this mare and kept his hand hidden in his trousers. And when at sunrise they were about to let the horses go, this Oibers pulled out his hand and applied it to the nostrils of the horse of Darius. And the horse, perceiving the smell, snorted and neighed. 88. So Darius the son of Hystaspes had been declared king, and in Asia all except the Arabians were his subjects, having been subdued by Cyrus and again afterwards by Cambyses. The Arabians, however, were never obedient to the Persians under conditions of subjection, but had become guest friends when they let Cambyses pass by to Egypt. For against the will of the Arabians, the Persians would not be able to invade Egypt. Moreover, Darius made the most noble marriages possible in the estimation of the Persians, for he married two daughters of Cyrus, Atossa and Artistone, of whom the one, Arasa, had before been the wife of Cambyses her brother, and then afterwards of the Magian, while Artistone was a virgin. And besides them, he married the daughter of Smyrdes the son of Cyrus, whose name was Parmes, and he also took to wife the daughter of Autines, he who had discovered the Magian, and all things became filled with his power. And first he caused to be a carving in stone, and set it up. And in it there was the figure of a man on horseback, and he wrote upon it writing to this effect: Darius son of Hystaspes by the excellence of his horse, mentioning the name of it, and of his horsekeeper Oibers obtained the kingdom of the Persians. 89. Having so done in Persia, he established 20 provinces, which the Persians themselves call satrapies. And having established the provinces and set over them rulers, he appointed tribute to come to him from them according to races, joining also to the chief races those who dwelt on their borders, or passing beyond the immediate neighbors and assigning to various races those which lay more distant. He divided the provinces and the yearly payment of tribute as follows. And those of them who brought in silver were commanded to pay by the standard of the Babylonian talent, but those who brought in gold by the Euboic talent. Now, the Babylonian talent is equal to 870 Euboic pounds. 74 for in the reign of Cyrus, and again of Cambyses, nothing was fixed about tribute, but they used to bring gifts. And on account of this appointing of tribute and other things like this, the Persians say that Darius was a shopkeeper, Cambyses a master, and Cyrus a father. The one because he dealt with all his affairs like a shopkeeper, the second because he was harsh and had little regard for anyone, and the other because he was gentle and contrived for them all things good. 90. From the Ionians and the Magnesians who dwell in Asia, and the Iolians, Carians, Lycians, Millians, and Pamphylians, for one single sum was appointed by him as tribute for all these. There came in 400 talents of silver. This was appointed by him to be the first division. 75 from the Mysians and Lydians and Laconians and Cabalians and Hytenians, 76, there came in 500 talents. This is the second division. From the Hellespontians who dwell on the right as one sails in, and the Phrygians and the Thracians who dwell in Asia, and the Paphlagonians and Mariandanoi and Syrians, 77, the tribute was 360 talents. This is the third division. From the Cilicians, besides 360 white horses, one for every day in the year, there came also 500 talents of silver. Of these 140 talents were spent upon the horsemen, which served as a guard to the Cilician land, and the remaining 360 came in year by year to Darius. This is the fourth division. 91. From that division, which begins with the city of Poseidon, founded by Amphilachos, the son of Amphiaraus, on the borders of the Cilicians and the Syrians, and extends as far as Egypt, not including the territory of the Arabians. For this was free from payment. The amount was 350 talents. And in this division are the whole of Phoenicia and Syria, which is called Palestine and Cyprus. This is the 5th division. From Egypt and the Libyans bordering upon Egypt, and from Kairan and Barca, for these were so ordered as to belong to the Egyptian division, there came in 700 talents, without reckoning the money produced by the lake of Moeris, that is to say, from the fish. 7701 without reckoning this, I say, or the corn which was contributed in addition by measure, there came in 700 talents. For as regards the corn, they contribute by measure 120,078 bushels for the use of those Persians who are established in the White Fortress at Memphis, and for their foreign mercenaries. This is the 6th division. The Satygidae and Gandarians and Datikans and Aparatai, being joined together, brought in 170 talents. This is the 7th division. From Susa and the rest of the land of the Kishans, there came in 300. This is the 8th division. 92. From Babylon and from the rest of Assyria, there came in to him 1,000 talents of silver and 500 boys for eunuchs. This is the 9th division. From Agbatana and from the rest of Media and the Paracanians and Orthocorabantians, 450 talents. This is the 10th division. The Caspians and Posicans, 79, and Pantamath and Daratai, contributing together, brought in 200 talents. This is the 11th division. From the Bactrians as far as the Agloi, the tribute was 360 talents. This is the 12th division. 93. From Paktiik and the Armenians, and the people bordering upon them as far as the Euxine, 400 talents. This is the 13th division. From the Sagartians and Sarangians and Thamanaeans and Eushans and Mycans, and those who dwell in the islands of the Erythraean Sea, where the king settles those who are called the removed, 80 from all these together a tribute was produced of 600 talents. This is the 14th division. The Saccans and the Caspians 81 brought in 250 talents. This is the 15th division. The Parthians and Chorasmians and Sogdians and Aryans 300 talents. This is the 16th division. 94. The Paracanians and Ethiopians in Asia brought in 400 talents. This is the 17th division. To the Machinaeans and Sasparians and Alerodians was appointed a tribute of 200 talents. This is the 18th division. To the Mosch and Tiberenians and Macronians and Mosanoikoi and Mares 300 talents were ordered. This is the 19th division. Of the Indians, the number is far greater than that of any other race of men of whom we know, and they brought in a tribute larger than all the rest, that is to say 360 talents of gold dust. This is the 20th division. 95. Now if we compare Babylonian with Euboic talents, the silver is found to amount to 9,882 talents. And if we reckon the gold at 13 times the value of silver, weight for weight, the gold dust is found to amount to 4,680 Euboic talents. These being all added together, the total which was collected as yearly tribute for Darius amounts to 14,560 Euboic talents. The sums which are less than these 83 I pass over and do not mention. 96. This was the tribute which came in to Darius from Asia and from a small part of Libya. But as time went on, other tribute came in also from the islands, and from those who dwell in Europe as far as Thessaly. This tribute the king stores up in his treasury in the following manner. He melts it down and pours it into jars of earthenware, and when he has filled the jars, he takes off the earthenware jar from the metal. And when he wants money, he cuts off so much as he needs on each occasion. 97. These were the provinces and the assessments of tribute, and the Persian land alone has not been mentioned by me as paying a contribution, for the Persians have their land to dwell in free from payment. The following, moreover, had no tribute fixed for them to pay, but brought gifts, namely the Ethiopians who border upon Egypt, whom Cambyses subdued as he marched against the long-lived Ethiopians, those 84 who dwell about Nissa, which is called sacred. and who celebrate the festivals in honor of Dionysos. These Ethiopians and those who dwell near them have the same kind of seed as the Kalanchian Indians, and they have underground dwellings. 85 these both together brought every other year, and continue to bring even to my own time, 2 quart measures 86 of unmelted gold, and 200 blocks of ebony, and 5 Ethiopian boys, and 20 large elephant tusks. The Colchians also had set themselves among those who brought gifts, and with them those who border upon them, extending as far as the range of the Caucasus, for the Persian rule extends as far as these mountains. But those who dwell in the parts beyond Caucasus, toward the north wind, regard the Persians no longer. These, I say, continue to bring the gifts which they had fixed for themselves every 4 years 87, even down to my own time, that is to say, 100 boys and 100 maidens. Finally, the Arabians brought 1,000 talents of frankincense every year. Such were the gifts which these brought to the king apart from the tribute. 98. Now this great quantity of gold, out of which the Indians bring in to the king the gold dust which has been mentioned, is obtained by them in a manner which I shall tell. That part of the Indian land which is towards the rising sun is sand. For of all the peoples in Asia of which we know, or about which any certain report is given, the Indians dwell furthest away towards the east and the sun rising, seeing that the country to the east of the Indians is desert on account of the sand. Now there are many tribes of Indians, and they do not agree with one another in language. And some of them are pastoral and others not so, and some dwell in the swamps of the river 88 and feed upon raw fish, which they catch by fishing from boats made of cane, and each boat is made of one joint of cane. These Indians of which I speak wear clothing made of rushes. They gather and cut the rushes from the river, and then weave them together into a kind of mat, and put it on like a corslet. 99. Others of the Indians, dwelling to the east of these, are pastoral and eat raw flesh. These are called Padians, and they practice the following customs. Whenever any of their tribe falls ill, whether it be a woman or a man, if a man, then the men who are his nearest associates put him to death, saying that he is wasting away with the disease and his flesh is being spoilt for them. 89. And meanwhile he denies stoutly and says that he is not ill, but they do not agree with him. And after they have killed him, they feast upon his flesh. But if it be a woman who falls ill, the women who are her greatest intimates do to her in the same manner as the men do in the other case. For 90, in fact, even if a man has come to old age, they slay him and feast upon him. But very few of them come to be reckoned as old, for they kill every one who falls into sickness before he reaches old age. 100. Other Indians have, on the contrary, a manner of life as follows. They neither kill any living thing, nor do they sow any crops, nor is it their custom to possess houses. But they feed on herbs, and they have a grain of the size of millet in a sheath, which grows of itself from the ground. This they gather and boil with the sheath, and make it their food. And whenever any of them falls into sickness, he goes to the desert country and lies there, and none of them pay any attention either to one who is dead or to one who is sick. 101. The sexual intercourse of all these Indians of whom I have spoken is open like that of cattle, and they have all one color of skin, resembling that of the Ethiopians. Moreover, the seed which they emit is not white like that of other races, but black like their skin, and the Ethiopians also are similar in this respect. These tribes of Indians dwell further off than the Persian power extends, and towards the south wind, and they never became subjects of Darius. 102. Others, however, of the Indians are on the borders of the city of Caspatiros and the country of Paktiak, dwelling towards the north 91 of the other Indians, and they have a manner of living nearly the same as that of the Bactrians. These are the most warlike of the Indians, and these are they who make expeditions for the gold. For in the parts where they live it is desert on account of the sand. And in this desert and sandy tract are produced ants, which are in size smaller than dogs but larger than foxes. For 92 there are some of them kept at the residence of the king of Persia, which are caught here. These ants then make their dwelling underground, and carry up the sand just in the same manner as the ants found in the land of the Hellenes, which they themselves 93 also very much resemble in form. And the sand which is brought up contains gold. To obtain this sand, the Indians make expeditions into the desert. each one having yoked together 3 camels, placing a female in the middle and a male like a trace horse to draw by each side. On this female he mounts himself, having arranged carefully that she shall be taken to be yoked from young ones, the more lately born the better. For their female camels are not inferior to horses in speed, and moreover they are much more capable of bearing weights. 103. As to the form of the camel, I do not here describe it, since the Hellenes for whom I write are already acquainted with it. But I shall tell that which is not commonly known about it, which is this. The camel has in the hind legs 4 thighs and 4 knees, 94, and its organs of generation are between the hind legs, turned towards the tail. 104. The Indians, I say, ride out to get the gold in the manner, and with the kind of yoking which I have described, making calculations so that they may be engaged in carrying it off at the time when the greatest heat prevails. For the heat causes the ants to disappear underground. Now among these nations, the sun is hottest in the morning hours, not at midday as with others, but from sunrise to the time of closing the market. And during this time it produces much greater heat than at midday in Hellas, so that it is said that then they drench themselves with water. Midday, however, has about equal degree of heat with the Indians as with other men, while after midday their sun becomes like the morning sun with other men. And after this, as it goes further away, it produces still greater coolness, until at last at sunset it makes the air very cool indeed. 105. When the Indians have come to the place with bags, they fill them with the sand and ride away back as quickly as they can. For forthwith the ants, perceiving, as the Persians allege, by the smell, begin to pursue them. And this animal, they say, is superior to every other creature in swiftness, so that unless the Indians got a start in their course, while the ants were gathering together, not one of them would escape. So then the male camels, for they are inferior in speed of running to the females, if they drag behind are even let loose 95 from the side of the female, one after the other. 96, the females, however, remembering the young which they left behind, do not show any slackness in their course. 97, thus it is that the Indians get most part of the gold, as the Persians say. There is however other gold also in their land obtained by digging, but in smaller quantities. 106. It seems indeed that the extremities of the inhabited world had allotted to them by nature the fairest things, just as it was the lot of Hellas to have its seasons far more fairly tempered than other lands. For first, India is the most distant of inhabited lands towards the east, as I have said a little above, and in this land not only the animals, birds as well as 4-footed beasts are much larger than in other places, except the horses, which are surpassed by those of Media called Nesian, but also there is gold in abundance there, some got by digging, some brought down by rivers, and some carried off as I explained just now. And there also the trees which grow wild produce wool which surpasses in beauty and excellence that from sheep, and the Indians wear clothing obtained from these trees. 107. Then again, Arabia is the furthest of inhabited lands in the direction of the midday, and in it alone of all lands grow frankincense, and myrrh and cassia, and cinnamon and gum mastich. All these except myrrh are got with difficulty by the Arabians. Frankincense they collect by burning the storax, which is brought thence to the Hellenes by the Phoenicians. By burning this, I say, so as to produce smoke they take it. For these trees which produce frankincense are guarded by winged serpents, small in size and of various colors, which watch in great numbers about each tree, of the same kind as those which attempt to invade Egypt. 9701, and they cannot be driven away from the trees by any other thing but only the smoke of storax. 108. The Arabians say also that all the world would have been by this time filled with these serpents, if that did not happen with regard to them, which I knew happened with regard to vipers. And it seems that the divine providence, as indeed was to be expected, seeing that it is wise, has made all those animals prolific which are of cowardly spirit and good for food, in order that they may not be all eaten up and their race fail, whereas it has made those which are bold and noxious to have small progeny. For example, because the hare is hunted by every beast and bird as well as by man, therefore it is so very prolific as it is. And this is the only one of all beasts which becomes pregnant again before the former young are born, and has in its womb some of its young covered with fur and others bare. And while one is just being shaped in the matrix, another is being conceived. Thus it is in this case, whereas the lioness, which is the strongest and most courageous of creatures, produces one cub once only in her life. For when she produces young, she casts out her womb together with her young, and the cause of it is this. When the cub being within the mother 98 begins to move about, then having claws by far sharper than those of any other beast he tears the womb, and as he grows larger he proceeds much further in his scratching. At last the time of birth approaches, and there is now nothing at all left of it in a sound condition. 109. Just so also, if vipers and the winged serpents of the Arabians were produced in the ordinary course of their nature, man would not be able to live upon the earth. But as it is, when they couple with one another, and the male is in the act of generation, as he lets go from him the seed, the female seizes hold of his neck, and fastening on to it does not relax her hold till she has eaten it through. The male then dies in the manner which I have said, but the female pays the penalty of retribution for the male in this manner. The young while they are still in the womb take vengeance for their father by eating through their mother, 99, and having eaten through her belly, they thus make their way out for themselves. Other serpents, however, which are not hurtful to man, produce eggs and hatch from them a very large number of offspring. Now vipers are distributed over all the earth, but the others, which are winged, are found in great numbers together in Arabia and in no other land. Therefore it is that they appear to be numerous. 110. This frankincense, then, is obtained thus by the Arabians, and cassia is obtained as follows. They bind up in cow's hide and other kinds of skins all their body and their face except only the eyes, and then go to get the cassia. This grows in a pool not very deep, and round the pool and in it lodge, it seems, winged beasts nearly resembling bats, and they squeak horribly and are courageous in fight. These they must keep off from their eyes, and so cut the cassia. 111. Cinnamon they collect in a yet more marvelous manner than this, for where it grows and what land produces it they are not able to tell, except only that some say, and it is a probable account, that it grows in those regions where Dionysos was brought up. And they say that large birds carry those dried sticks which we have learnt from the Phoenicians to call cinnamon, carry them, I say, to nests which are made of clay and stuck on to precipitous sides of mountains, which man can find no means of scaling. With regard to this, then, the Arabians practice the following contrivance. They divide up the limbs of the oxen and asses that die and of their other beasts of burden into pieces as large as convenient, and convey them to these places, and when they have laid them down not far from the nests, they withdraw to a distance from them. And the birds fly down and carry the limbs 100 of the beasts of burden off to their nests, and these are not able to bear them, but break down and fall to the earth. And the men come up to them and collect the cinnamon. Thus cinnamon is collected, and comes from this nation to the other countries of the world. 112. Gum mastich, however, which the Arabians call ladanum, comes in a still more extraordinary manner. For though it is the most sweet-scented of all things, it comes in the most evil-scented thing, since it is found in the beards of he-goats, produced there like resin from wood. This is of use for the making of many perfumes, and the Arabians use it more than anything else as incense. 113. Let what we have said suffice with regard to spices, and from the land of Arabia there blows a scent of them most marvelously sweet. They have also 2 kinds of sheep which are worthy of admiration and are not found in any other land. The one kind has the tail long, not less than 3 cubits in length, and if one should allow these to drag these after them, they would have sores 101 from their tails being worn away against the ground. But as it is, every one of the shepherds knows enough of carpentering to make little cars, which they tie under the tails, fastening the tail of each animal to a separate little car. The other kind of sheep has the tail broad, even as much as a cubit in breadth. 114. As one passes beyond the place of the midday, the Ethiopian land is that which extends furthest of all inhabited lands towards the sunset. This produces both gold in abundance and huge elephants and trees of all kinds growing wild and ebony, and men who are of all men the tallest, the most beautiful and the most long-lived. 115. These are the extremities in Asia and in Libya, but as to the extremities of Europe towards the west, I am not able to speak with certainty. For neither do I accept the tale that there is a river called in barbarian tongue Eridanos, flowing into the sea which lies towards the north wind, whence it is said that amber comes. Nor do I know of the real existence of Tin Islands, 102, from which Tin 103 comes to us. For first, the name Eridanos itself declares that it is Hellenic, and that it does not belong to a barbarian speech, but was invented by some poet. And secondly, I am not able to hear from anyone who has been an eyewitness, though I took pains to discover this, that there is a sea on the other side of Europe. However that may be, tin and amber certainly come to us from the extremity of Europe. 116. Then again, towards the north of Europe, there is evidently a quantity of gold by far larger than in any other land. As to how it is got, here again I am not able to say for certain, but it is said to be carried off from the Griffins by Arimaspians, a one-eyed race of men. 104. But I do not believe this tale either, that nature produces one-eyed men which in all other respects are like other men. However, it would seem that the extremities which bound the rest of the world on every side, and enclose it in the midst, possess the things which by us are thought to be the most beautiful and the most rare. 117. Now there is a plain in Asia bounded by mountains on all sides, and through the mountains there are 5 clefts. This plain belonged once to the Chorasmians, and it lies on the borders of the Chorasmians themselves, the Hyrcanians, Parthians, Sarangians, and Thamanaeans. But from the time that the Persians began to bear rule, it belongs to the king. From this enclosing mountain of which I speak there flows a great river, and its name is Aix. This formerly watered the lands of these nations which have been mentioned, being divided into 5 streams and conducted through a separate cleft in the mountains to each separate nation. But from the time that they have come to be under the Persians, they have suffered as follows. The king built up the clefts in the mountains and set gates at each cleft. And so, since the water has been shut off from its outlet, the plain within the mountains is made into a sea, because the river runs into it and has no way out in any direction. Those therefore who in former times had been wont to make use of the water, not being able now to make use of it, are in great trouble. For during the winter they have rain from heaven, as also other men have, but in the summer they desire to use the water when they sow millet and sesame seed. So then, the water not being granted to them, they come to the Persians both themselves and their wives, and standing at the gates of the king's court they cry and howl. And the king orders that for those who need it most, the gates which lead to their land shall be opened. And when their land has become satiated with drinking in the water, these gates are closed, and he orders the gates to be opened for others, that is to say those most needing it of the rest who remain. And as I have heard, he exacts large sums of money for opening them, besides the regular tribute. 118. Thus it is with these matters. But of the 7 men who had risen against the Magian, it happened to one, namely Intaphrens, to be put to death immediately after their insurrection for an outrage which I shall relate. He desired to enter into the king's palace and confer with the king. For the law was in fact so, that those who had risen up against the Magian were permitted to go into the king's presence without anyone to announce them, unless the king happened to be lying with his wife. Accordingly, Intaphrens did not think it fit that anyone should announce his coming, but as he was one of the 7, he desired to enter. The gatekeeper, however, and the bearer of messages endeavored to prevent him, saying that the king was lying with his wife. But Intaphrens, believing that they were not speaking the truth, drew his sword 105 and cut off their ears and their noses, and stringing these upon his horse's bridle, he tied them round their necks, and so let them go. 119. Upon this they showed themselves to the king, and told the cause for which they had suffered this. And Darius, fearing that the 6 might have done this by common design, sent for each one separately and made trial of his inclinations, as to whether he approved of that which had been done. And when he was fully assured that Intaphrens had not done this in combination with them, he took both Intaphrens himself and his sons and all his kinsmen, being much disposed to believe that he was plotting insurrection against him with the help of his relations. And having seized them, he put them in bonds as for execution. Then the wife of Intaphrens, coming constantly to the doors of the king's court, wept and bewailed herself, And by doing this continually after the same manner, she moved Darius to pity her. Accordingly, he sent a messenger and said to her, Woman, King Darius grants to thee to save from death one of thy kinsmen who are lying in bonds, whomsoever thou desirest of them all. She then, having considered with herself, answered thus, If in truth the king grants me the life of one, I choose of them all my brother. Darius, being informed of this, and marveling at her speech, sent and addressed her thus, Woman, the king asks thee what was in thy mind, that thou didst leave thy husband and thy children to die, and didst choose thy brother to survive, seeing that he is surely less near to thee in blood than thy children, and less dear to thee than thy husband. She made answer, O king, I might, if heaven willed, have another husband and other children, if I should lose these. But another brother I could by no means have, seeing that my father and my mother are no longer alive. This was in my mind when I said those words. To Darius then, it seemed that the woman had spoken well, and he let go not only him for whose life she asked, but also the eldest of her sons because he was pleased with her, but all the others he slew. One therefore of the 7 had perished immediately in the manner which has been related. 120. Now about the time of the sickness of Cambyses, it had come to pass as follows. There was one Oretes, a Persian, who had been appointed by Cyrus to be governor of the province of Sardis. 106. This man had set his desire upon an unholy thing. For though from Polycrates the Samian he had never suffered anything nor heard any offensive word, nor even seen him before that time, he desired to take him and put him to death for a reason of this kind, as most who report the matter say. While Oretes and another Persian whose name was Mithridates, ruler of the province of Daskylion, 107 were sitting at the door of the king's court, they came from words to strife with one another. And as they debated their several claims to excellence, Mithridates taunting Oretes said, Dost thou 108 count thyself a man, who didst never yet win for the king the island of Samos, which lies close to thy province, when it is so exceedingly easy of conquest that one of the natives of it rose up against the government with 15 men at arms and got possession of the island, and is now despot of it? Some say that because he heard this and was stung by the reproach, he formed the desire, not so much to take vengeance on him who said this, as to bring Polycrates to destruction at all costs, since by reason of him he was ill spoken of. 121. The lesser number, however, of those who tell the tale say that Oretes sent a herald to Samos to ask for something or other, but what it was is not mentioned. And Polycrates happened to be lying down in the men's chamber 109 of his palace, and Anacreon also of Teos was present with him. And somehow, whether it was by intention, and because he made no account of the business of Oretes, or whether some chance occurred to bring it about, it happened that the envoy of Oretes came into his presence and spoke with him, and Polycrates, who chanced to be turned away 110 towards the wall, neither turned round at all nor made any answer. 122. The cause, then, of the death of Polycrates is reported in these 2 different ways, and we may believe whichever of them we please. Oretes, however, having his residence at that Magnesia which is situated upon the river Maeander, sent Miosos the son of Gyges, a Lydian, to Samos bearing a message, since he had perceived the designs of Polycrates. For Polycrates was the first of the Hellenes of whom we have any knowledge, who set his mind upon having command of the sea, excepting minus the Cenotian and any other who may have had command of the sea before his time. Of that which we call mortal race Polycrates was the first, and he had great expectation of becoming ruler of Ionia and of the islands. Oretes accordingly, having perceived that he had this design, sent a message to him and said thus, Oretes to Polycrates saith as follows, I hear that thou art making plans to get great power, and that thou hast not wealth according to thy high thoughts. Now therefore if thou shalt do as I shall say, thou wilt do well for thyself on the one hand, and also save me from destruction. For King Cambyses is planning death for me, and this is reported to me so that I cannot doubt it. Do thou then carry away out of danger both myself and with me my wealth. And of this keep a part for thyself and a part let me keep, and then so far as wealth may bring it about, thou shalt be ruler of all Hellas. And if thou dost not believe that which I say about the money, send someone, whosoever happens to be most trusted by thee, and to him I will show it. 123. Polycrates, having heard this, rejoiced, and was disposed to agree, and, as he had a great desire, it seems, for wealth, he first sent Maandrios the son of Maandrios, a native of Samos who was his secretary, to see it. This man was the same who not long after these events dedicated all the ornaments of the men's chamber in the palace of Polycrates, ornaments well worth seeing, as an offering to the temple of Hera. Orytes, accordingly, having heard that the person sent to examine might be expected soon to come, did as follows, that is to say, he filled 8 chests with stones except a small depth at the very top of each, and laid gold above upon the stones. Then he tied up the chests and kept them in readiness. So Maandrios came and looked at them, and brought back word to Polycrates. 124. And he upon that prepared to set out thither, although the diviners and also his friends strongly dissuaded him from it, and in spite moreover of a vision which his daughter had seen in sleep of this kind. It seemed to her that her father was raised up on high and was bathed by Zeus and anointed by the sun. Having seen this vision, she used every kind of endeavor to dissuade Polycrates from leaving his land to go to Orytes, and besides that, as he was going to his 50-oared galley, she accompanied his departure with prophetic words, and he threatened her that if he should return safe, she should remain unmarried for long. But she prayed that this might come to pass, for she desired rather, she said, to be unmarried for long than to be an orphan, having lost her father. 125. Polycrates, however, neglected every counsel and set sail to go to Orytes, taking with him, besides many others of his friends, Demox also the son of Caliphon, a man of Croton, who was a physician and practiced his art better than any other man of his time. Then, when he arrived at Magnesia, Polycrates was miserably put to death in a manner unworthy both of himself and of his high ambition. For excepting those who become despots of the Syracusans, not one besides of the Hellenic despots is worthy to be compared with Polycrates in magnificence. And when he had killed him in a manner not fit to be told, Orytes impaled his body. And of those who accompanied him, as many as were Samians he released, bidding them be grateful to him that they were free men. But all those of his company who were either allies or servants, he held in the estimation of slaves and kept them. Polycrates then being hung up accomplished wholly the vision of his daughter. For he was bathed by Zeus whenever it rained, 11,001, and anointed by the sun, giving forth moisture himself from his body. 126. To this end came the great prosperity of Polycrates, as Amasis the king of Egypt had foretold to him. 111. But not long afterwards retribution overtook Orytes in his turn for the murder of Polycrates. For after the death of Cambyses and the reign of the Magians, Orytes remained at Sardis and did no service to the Persians, when they had been deprived of their empire by the Medes. Moreover, during this time of disturbance, he slew Mithridates the governor in Daskylion, who had brought up against him the matter of Polycrates as a reproach. And he slew also Cranasps the son of Mithridates, both men of repute among the Persians. And besides other various deeds of insolence, once when a bearer of messages had come to him from Darius, not being pleased with the message which he brought, he slew him as he was returning, having set men to lie in wait for him by the way. And having slain him, he made away with the bodies both of the man and of his horse. 127. Darius, accordingly, when he had come to the throne, was desirous of taking vengeance upon Orytes for all his wrongdoings, and especially for the murder of Mithridates and his son. However, he did not think it good to act openly and to send an army against him, since his own affairs were still in a disturbed state. 112, and he had only lately come to the throne, while he heard that the strength of Orytes was great, seeing that he had a bodyguard of 1,000 Persian spearmen, and was in possession of the divisions 113 of Phrygia and Lydia and Ionia. Therefore Darius contrived as follows. Having called together those of the Persians who were of most repute, he said to them, Persians, which of you all will undertake to perform this matter for me with wisdom, and not by force or with tumult? For where wisdom is wanted, there is no need of force. Which of you, I say, will either bring Orytes alive to me or slay him? For he never yet did any service to the Persians, and on the other hand he has done to them great evil. First he destroyed 2 of us, Mithridates and his son. Then he slays the men who go to summon him, sent by me, displaying insolence not to be endured. Before, therefore, he shall accomplish any other evil against the Persians, we must check his course by death. 128. Thus Darius asked, and 30 men undertook the matter, each one separately desiring to do it himself. And Darius stopped their contention and bade them cast lots. So when they cast lots, Bagios the son of Artauntes obtained the lot from among them all. Bagios accordingly, having obtained the lot, did thus. He wrote many papers dealing with various matters, and on them set the seal of Darius, and with them he went to Sardis. When he arrived there, and came into the presence of Orates, he took the covers off the papers one after another, and gave them to the royal secretary to read. For all the governors of provinces have royal secretaries. Now Bagios thus gave the papers in order to make trial of the spearmen of the guard, whether they would accept the motion to revolt from Orates. And seeing that they paid great reverence to the papers, and still more to the words which were recited from them, he gave another paper in which were contained these words: Persians, King Darius forbids you to serve as guards to Orates. And they hearing this lowered to him the points of their spears. Then Bagios, seeing that in this they were obedient to the paper, took courage upon that and gave the last of the papers to the secretary, and in it was written, King Darius commands the Persians who are in Sardis to slay Orates. So the spearmen of the guard, when they heard this, drew their swords and slew him forthwith. Thus did retribution for the murder of Polycrates, the Samian, overtake Orates. 129. When the wealth of Orates had come, or had been carried 114 up to Susa, it happened not long after, that King Darius, while engaged in hunting wild beasts, twisted his foot in leaping off his horse. And it was twisted, as it seems, rather violently, for the ball of his ankle joint was put out of the socket. Now he had been accustomed to keep about him those of the Egyptians who were accounted the first in the art of medicine, and he made use of their assistance then. But these, by wrenching and forcing the foot, made the evil continually greater. For 7 days then and 7 nights Darius was sleepless owing to the pain which he suffered. And at last on the 8th day, when he was in a wretched state, some one who had heard talk before while yet at Sardis of the skill of Demox of Croton reported this to Darius, and he bade them bring him forthwith into his presence. So having found him somewhere unnoticed among the slaves of Orates, they brought him forth into the midst, dragging fetters after him, and clothed in rags. 130. When he had been placed in the midst of them, Darius asked him whether he understood the art. But he would not admit it, fearing lest, if he declared himself to be what he was, he might lose for ever the hope of returning to Hellas. And it was clear to Darius that he understood that art, but was practicing another, 115, and he commanded those who had brought him thither to produce scourges and pricks. Accordingly, upon that he spoke out, saying that he did not understand it precisely, but that he had kept company with a physician and had some poor knowledge of the art. Then after this, when Darius had committed the case to him, by using Hellenic drugs and applying mild remedies after the former violent means, he caused him to get sleep, and in a short time made him perfectly well, though he had never hoped to be sound of foot again. Upon this, Darius presented him with 2 pairs of golden fetters, and he asked him whether it was by design that he had given to him a double share of his suffering, because he had made him well. Being pleased by this saying, Darius sent him to visit his wives, and the eunuchs in bringing him in said to the women that this was he who had restored to the king his life. Then each one of them plunged a cup into the gold chest 116, and presented Demox with so abundant a gift that his servant, whose name was Scyton, following and gathering up the coins 117 which fell from the cups, collected for himself a very large sum of gold. 131. This Demox came from Croton and became the associate of Polycrates in the following manner. At Croton he lived in strife with his father, who was of a harsh temper, and when he could no longer endure him, he departed and came to Aegina. Being established there, he surpassed in the first year all the other physicians, although he was without appliances and had none of the instruments which are used in the art. In the next year the Aeginetan state engaged him for a payment of 1 talent. In the 3rd year he was engaged by the Athenians for 100 pounds weight of silver, 118, and in the 4th by Polycrates for 2 talents. Thus he arrived in Samos, and it was by reason of this man more than anything else that the physicians of Croton got their reputation. For this event happened at the time when the physicians of Croton began to be spoken of as the first in Hellas, while the Kyrenians were reputed to have the second place. About this same time, also the Argives had the reputation of being the first musicians in Hellas. 119. 132. Then Demox, having healed King Darius, had a very great house in Susa, and had been made a table companion of the king. And except the one thing of returning to the land of the Hellenes, he had everything. And first, as regards the Egyptian physicians who tried to heal the king before him, when they were about to be impaled because they had proved inferior to a physician who was a Hellene, he asked their lives of the king and rescued them from death. Then secondly, he rescued an Elean prophet, who had accompanied Polycrates and had remained unnoticed among the slaves. In short, Demox was very great in the favor of the king. 133. Not long time after this another thing came to pass, which was this. Adossa, the daughter of Cyrus and wife of Darius, had a tumor upon her breast, which afterwards burst and then was spreading further, and so long as it was not large, she concealed it and said nothing to anybody, because she was ashamed. But afterwards, when she was in evil case, she sent for Demox and showed it to him. And he said that he would make her well, and caused her to swear that she would surely do for him in return that which he should ask of her. And he would ask, he said, none of such things as are shameful. 134. So when after this by his treatment he had made her well, then Adossa, instructed by Demox, uttered to Darius in his bedchamber some such words as these. O king, though thou hast such great power, thou dost sit still, and dost not win in addition any nation or power for the Persians. And yet it is reasonable that a man who is both young and master of much wealth should be seen to perform some great deed, in order that the Persians may know surely that he is a man by whom they are ruled. It is expedient indeed in two ways that thou shouldest do so, both in order that the Persians may know that their ruler is a man, and in order that they may be worn down by war and not have leisure to plot against thee. For now thou mightest display some great deed, while thou art still young, seeing that as the body grows the spirit grows old also with it, and is blunted for every kind of action. Thus she spoke according to instructions received, and he answered thus. Woman, thou hast said all the things which I myself have in mind to do, for I have made the plan to yoke together a bridge from this continent to the other, and to make expedition against the Scythians, and these designs will be by way of being fulfilled within a little time. Then Adossa said, Look now, forbear to go first against the Scythians, for these will be in thy power whenever thou desirest. But do thou, I pray thee, make an expedition against Hellas, for I am desirous to have Lacedaemonian women and Argive and Athenian and Corinthian for attendants, because I hear of them by report. And thou hast the man who of all men is most fitted to show thee all things which relate to Hellas, and to be thy guide, that man, I mean, who healed thy foot. Darius made answer, Woman, since it seems good to thee that we should first make trial of Hellas, I think it better to send first to the men of the Persians together with him of whom thou speakest, to make investigation, that when these have learnt and seen, they may report each several thing to us. And then I shall go to attack them with full knowledge of all. 135. Thus he said, and he proceeded to do the deed as he spoke the word. For as soon as day dawned, he summoned 15 Persians, men of repute, and bade them pass through the coasts of Hellas in company with Demox, and take care not to let Demox escape from them, but bring him back at all costs. Having thus commanded them, next he summoned Demox himself and asked him to act as a guide for the whole of Hellas and show it to the Persians, and then return back. And he bade him take all his movable goods and carry them as gifts to his father and his brothers, saying that he would give him in their place many times as much. And besides this, he said, he would contribute to the gifts a merchant ship filled with all manner of goods, which should sail with him. Darius, as it seems to me, promised him these things with no crafty design. But Demox was afraid that Darius was making trial of him, and did not make haste to accept all that was offered, but said that he would leave his own things where they were, so that he might have them when he came back. He said, however, that he accepted the merchant ship, which Darius promised him for the presents to his brothers. Darius then, having thus given command to him also, sent them away to the sea. 136. So these, when they had gone down to Phoenicia, and in Phoenicia to the city of Sidon, forthwith manned 2 triremes. And besides them they also filled a large ship of burden with all manner of goods. Then, when they had made all things ready, they set sail for Hellas, and touching at various places, they saw the coast regions of it and wrote down a description. Until at last, when they had seen the greater number of the famous places, they came to Tara's 120 in Italy. There from Complacence 121 to Demox Aristophilides the king of the Tarentines unfastened and removed the steering oars of the Median ships, and also confined the Persians in prison, because, as he alleged, they came as spies. While they were being thus dealt with, Demox went away and reached Croton, and when he had now reached his own native place, Aristophilides set the Persians free and gave back to them those parts of their ships which he had taken away. 137. The Persians then sailing thence and pursuing Demox reached Croton, and finding him in the marketplace they laid hands upon him, and some of the men of Croton fearing the Persian power were willing to let him go, but others took hold of him and struck with their staves at the Persians, who pleaded for themselves in these words: Men of Croton, take care what ye are about. Ye are rescuing a man who was a slave of King Darius and who ran away from him. How, think you, will King Darius be content to receive such an insult? And how shall this which ye do be well for you, if ye take him away from us? Against what city, think you, shall we make expedition sooner than against this? And what city before this shall we endeavor to reduce to slavery? Thus saying, they did not, however, persuade the men of Croton, but having had Demox rescued from them, and the ship of burden which they were bringing with them taken away, they set sail to go back to Asia, and did not endeavor to visit any more parts of Hellas or to find out about them, being now deprived of their guide. This much, however, Demox gave them as a charge when they were putting forth to sea, bidding them say to Darius that Demox was betrothed to the daughter of Milon, for the wrestler Milon had a great name at the king's court. And I suppose that Demox was urgent for this marriage, spending much money to further it, in order that Darius might see that he was held in honor also in his own country. 138. The Persians, however, after they had put out from Croton, were cast away with their ships in Iapygia. And as they were remaining there as slaves, Gillos, a Tarentine exile, rescued them and brought them back to King Darius. In return for this, Darius offered to give him whatsoever thing he should desire. And Gillos chose that he might have the power of returning to Taras, narrating first the story of his misfortune. And in order that he might not disturb all Hellas, as would be the case if on his account a great armament should sail to invade Italy, he said it was enough for him that the men of Cnidos should be those who brought him back, without any others. Because he supposed that by these, who were friends with the Tarentines, his return from exile would most easily be effected. Darius accordingly, having promised, proceeded to perform, for he sent a message to Cnidos and bade them being back Gillos to Taras, and the men of Cnidos obeyed Darius, but nevertheless they did not persuade the Tarentines, and they were not strong enough to apply force. Thus then it happened with regard to these things, and these were the first Persians who came from Asia to Hellas, and for the reason which has been mentioned, these were sent as spies. 139. After this King Darius took Samos before all other cities, whether of Hellenes or barbarians, and for a cause which was as follows. When Cambyses the son of Cyrus was marching upon Egypt, many Hellenes arrived in Egypt, some, as might be expected, joining in the campaign to make profit, 122, and some also coming to see the land itself. And among these was Silason, the son of Aix and brother of Polycrates, an exile from Samos. To this Silason a fortunate chance occurred, which was this. He had taken and put upon him a flame-colored mantle, and was about the marketplace in Memphis. And Darius, who was then one of the spearmen of Cambyses, and not yet held in any great estimation, seeing him had a desire for the mantle, and going up to him offered to buy it. Then Silason, seeing that Darius very greatly desired the mantle, by some divine inspiration said, I will not sell this for any sum, but I will give it thee for nothing, if, as it appears, it must be thine at all costs. To this Darius agreed and received from him the garment. 140. Now Silason supposed without any doubt that he had altogether lost this by easy simplicity. But when in course of time Cambyses was dead, and the 7 Persians had risen up against the Magian, and of the 7 Darios had obtained the kingdom, Silason heard that the kingdom had come about to that man to whom once in Egypt he had given the garment at his request. Accordingly, he went up to Susa and sat down at the entrance 123 of the king's palace, and said that he was a benefactor of Darius. The keeper of the door hearing this reported it to the king, and he marveled at it and said to him, "Who then of the Hellenes is my benefactor, to whom I am bound by gratitude? Seeing that it is now but a short time that I possess the kingdom, and as yet scarcely 124 of them has come up to our court, and I may almost say that I have no debt owing to a Hellene. Nevertheless, bring him in before me, that I may know what he means when he says these things." Then the keeper of the door brought Silason before him, and when he had been set in the midst, the interpreters asked him who he was and what he had done, that he called himself the benefactor of the king. Silason accordingly told all that had happened about the mantle, and how he was the man who had given it, to which Darius made answer, "O most noble of men, thou art he who when as yet I had no power gavest me a gift, small it may be, but nevertheless the kindness is counted with me to be as great as if I should now receive some great thing from someone. Therefore I will give thee in return gold and silver in abundance, that thou mayest not ever repent that thou didst render a service to Darius the son of Hystaspes." To this Silason replied, "To me, O king, give neither gold nor silver, but recover and give to me my fatherland Samos, which now that my brother Polycrates has been slain by Oretes is possessed by our slave. This give to me without bloodshed or selling into slavery." 141. Darius, having heard this, prepared to send an expedition with Audines as commander of it, who had been one of the 7, charging him to accomplish for Silason all that which he had requested. Audines then went down to the sea-coast and was preparing the expedition. 142. Now Maandrios the son of Maandrios was holding the rule over Samos, having received the government as a trust from Polycrates. And he, though desiring to show himself the most righteous of men, did not succeed in so doing. For when the death of Polycrates was reported to him, he did as follows. First he founded an altar to Zeus the Liberator, and marked out a sacred enclosure round it, namely that which exists still in the suburb of the city. Then after he had done this, he gathered together an assembly of all the citizens and spoke these words. "To me, as ye know as well as I, has been entrusted the scepter of Polycrates and all his power, and now it is open to me to be your ruler. But that for the doing of which I find fault with my neighbor, I will myself refrain from doing, so far as I may. For as I did not approve of Polycrates acting as master of men who were not inferior to himself, so neither do I approve of any other who does such things. Now Polycrates, for his part, fulfilled his own appointed destiny, and I now give the power into the hands of the people, and proclaim to you equality. 125. These privileges, however, I think it right to have assigned to me, namely that from the wealth of Polycrates 6 talents should be taken out and given to me as a special gift. And in addition to this, I choose for myself, and for my descendants in succession, the priesthood of Zeus the Liberator, to whom I myself founded a temple, while I bestow liberty upon you." He, as I say, made these offers to the Samians, but one of them rose up and said, "Nay, but unworthy too art thou 126 to be our ruler, seeing that thou art of mean birth and a pestilent fellow besides. Rather take care that thou give an account of the money which thou hadst to deal with." 143. Thus said one who was a man of repute among the citizens, whose name was Telesarchos. And Maandrios, perceiving that if he resigned the power, some other would be set up as despot instead of himself, did not keep the purpose at all 127 of resigning it, but having retired to the fortress he sent for each man separately, pretending that he was going to give an account of the money, and so seized them and put them in bonds. These then had been put in bonds, but Maandrios after this was overtaken by sickness, and his brother, whose name was Lycardos, expecting that he would die, put all the prisoners to death, in order that he might himself more easily get possession of the power over Samos. And all this happened because, as it appears, they did not choose to be free. 144. So when the Persians arrived at Samos, bringing Silason home from exile, no one raised a hand against them. and moreover the party of Meandrios and Meandrios himself said that they were ready to retire out of the island under a truce. Athens therefore having agreed on these terms, and having made a treaty, the most honorable of the Persians had seats placed for them in front of the fortress, and were sitting there. 145. Now the despot Meandrios had a brother who was somewhat mad, and his name was Charillus. This man, for some offense which he had been committed, had been confined in an underground dungeon, 128, and at this time of which I speak, having heard what was being done, and having put his head through out of the dungeon, when he saw the Persians peacefully sitting there, he began to cry out, and said that he desired to come to speech with Meandrios. So Meandrios, hearing his voice, bade them loose him and bring him into his presence. And as soon as he was brought, he began to abuse and revile him, trying to persuade him to attack the Persians, and saying thus: Thou basest of men, didst thou put me in bonds, and judge me worthy of the dungeon underground? Who am thine own brother, and did no wrong worthy of bonds? And when thou seest the Persians casting thee forth from the land, and making thee homeless, dost thou not dare to take any revenge, though they are so exceedingly easy to be overcome? Nay, but if in truth thou art afraid of them, give me thy mercenaries, and I will take vengeance on them for their coming here. And thyself I am willing to let go out of the island. 146. Thus spoke Charillus, and Meandrios accepted that which he said, not, as I think, because he had reached such a height of folly as to suppose that his own power would overcome that of the king, but rather because he grudged Silason that he should receive from him the state without trouble, and with no injury inflicted upon it. Therefore he desired to provoke the Persians to anger and make the Samian power as feeble as possible before he gave it up to him, being well assured that the Persians, when they had suffered evil, would be likely to be as bitter against the Samians as well as against those who did the wrong. 129, and knowing also that he had a safe way of escape from the island whenever he desired. For he had had a secret passage made underground, leading from the fortress to the sea. Meandrios then himself sailed out from Samos, but Charillus armed all the mercenaries, and opening wide the gates sent them out upon the Persians, who were not expecting any such thing, but supposed that all had been arranged. And the mercenaries, falling upon them, began to slay those of the Persians who had seats carried for them 130 and were of most account. While these were thus engaged, the rest of the Persian force came to the rescue, and the mercenaries were hard pressed and forced to retire to the fortress. 147. Then Athens the Persian commander, seeing that the Persians had suffered greatly, purposely forgot the commands which Darius gave him when he sent him forth, not to kill any one of the Samians nor to sell any into slavery, but to restore the island to Silason free from all suffering of calamity. These commands, I say, he purposely forgot, and gave the word to his army to slay everyone whom they should take, man or boy, without distinction. So while some of the army were besieging the fortress, others were slaying everyone who came in their way, in sanctuary or out of sanctuary equally. 148. Meanwhile Meandrios had escaped from Samos and was sailing to Lacedaemon, and having come thither and caused to be brought up to the city the things which he had taken with him when he departed, he did as follows. First, he would set out his cups of silver and of gold, and then while the servants were cleaning them, he would be engaged in conversation with Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides, then king of Sparta, and would bring him on to his house. And when Cleomenes saw the cups he marveled, and was astonished at them, and Meandrios would bid him take away with him as many of them as he pleased. Meandrios said this twice or three times, but Cleomenes herein showed himself the most upright of men. For he not only did not think fit to take that which was offered, but perceiving that Meandrios would make presents to others of the citizens, and so obtain assistance for himself, he went to the ephors and said that it was better for Sparta that the stranger of Samos should depart from Peloponnesus, lest he might persuade either himself or some other man of the Spartans to act basely. They accordingly accepted his counsel, and expelled Meandrios by proclamation. 149. As to Samos, the Persians, after sweeping the population off it, 131 delivered it to Silason stripped of men. Afterwards, however, the commander Athens even joined in settling people there, moved by a vision of a dream and by a disease which seized him, so that he was diseased in the genital organs. 150. After a naval force had thus gone against Samos, the Babylonians made revolt, being for this exceedingly well prepared. For during all the time of the reign of the Magian and of the insurrection of the Seven, during all this time and the attendant confusion, they were preparing themselves for the siege of their city. And it chanced by some means that they were not observed to be doing this. Then when they made open revolt, they did as follows. After setting apart their mothers first, each man set apart also for himself one woman, whosoever he wished of his own household, and all the remainder they gathered together and killed by suffocation. Each man set apart the one who has been mentioned to serve as a maker of bread, and they suffocated the rest in order that they might not consume their provisions. 151. Darius, being informed of this and having gathered together all his power, made expedition against them, and when he had marched his army up to Babylon, he began to besiege them. But they cared nothing about the siege, for the Babylonians used to go up to the battlements of the wall and show contempt of Darius and of his army by gestures and by words, and one of them uttered this saying, "Why, O Persians, do ye remain sitting here and not depart? For then only shall ye capture us, when mules shall bring forth young." This was said by one of the Babylonians, not supposing that a mule would ever bring forth young. 152. So when a year and 7 months had now passed by, Darius began to be vexed, and his whole army with him, not being able to conquer the Babylonians. And yet Darius had used against them every kind of device and every possible means, but not even so could he conquer them, though besides other devices he had attempted it by that also with which Cyrus conquered them. But the Babylonians were terribly on their guard, and he was not able to conquer them. 153. Then in the 20th month there happened to Ziphiros the son of that Megabizos, who had been of the 7 men who slew the Magian. To this Ziphiros, I say, son of Megabizos, there happened a prodigy. One of the mules which served as bearers of provisions for him produced young. And when this was reported to him, and Ziphiros had himself seen the foal, because he did not believe the report, he charged those who had seen it not to tell that which had happened to anyone, and he considered with himself what to do. And having regard to the words spoken by the Babylonian, who had said at first that when mules should produce young, then the wall would be taken, having regard, I say, to this ominous saying, it seemed to Ziphiros that Babylon could be taken, for he thought that both the man had spoken and his mule had produced young by divine dispensation. 154. Since then it seemed to him that it was now fated that Babylon should be captured. He went to Darius and inquired of him whether he thought it a matter of very great moment to conquer Babylon. And hearing in answer that he thought it of great consequence, he considered again how he might be the man to take it, and how the work might be his own. For among the Persians' benefits are accounted worthy of a very high degree of honor. 132. He considered accordingly that he was not able to make conquest of it by any other means, but only if he should maltreat himself and desert to their side. So, making light esteem of himself, he maltreated his own body in a manner which could not be cured. For he cut off his nose and his ears, and shaved his hair round in an unseemly way, and scourged himself, and so went into the presence of Darius. 155. And Darius was exceedingly troubled when he saw the man of most repute with him thus maltreated. And leaping up from his seat, he cried aloud and asked him who was the person who had maltreated him, and for what deed. He replied, "That man does not exist, excepting thee, who has so great power as to bring me into this condition, and not any stranger, O king, has done this, but I myself to myself, accounting it a very grievous thing that the Assyrians should make a mock of the Persians." He made answer, "Thou most reckless of men, thou didst set the fairest name to the foulest deed when thou saidst that on account of those who are besieged thou didst bring thyself into a condition which cannot be cured. How, O thou senseless one, will the enemy surrender to us more quickly, because thou hast maltreated thyself? Surely thou didst wander out of thy senses in thus destroying thyself." And he said, "If I had communicated to thee that which I was about to do, thou wouldst not have permitted me to do it. But as it was, I did it on my own account. Now therefore, unless something is wanting on thy part, we shall conquer Babylon. For I shall go straightway as a deserter to the wall, and I shall say to them that I suffered this treatment at thy hands. And I think that when I have convinced them that this is so, I shall obtain the command of a part of their forces. Do thou then on the 10th day from that on which I shall enter within the wall take of those troops about which thou wilt have no concern if they be destroyed. Of these, I say, get 1,000 by 133, the gate of the city which is called the gate of Semiramis. And after this again on the 7th day after the 10th set, I pray thee, 2,000 by the gate which is called the gate of the Ninevites. And after this 7th day let 20 days elapse, and then lead other 4,000, and place them by the gate called the gate of the Chaldeans. And let neither the former men nor these have any weapons to defend them except daggers, but this weapon let them have. Then after the 20th day at once bid the rest of the army make an attack on the wall all round, and set the Persians, I pray thee, by those gates which are called the gate of Bellows and the gate of Kisha. For, as I think, when I have displayed great deeds of prowess, the Babylonians will entrust to me, besides their other things, also the keys which draw the bolts of the gates. Then after that it shall be the care of myself, and the Persians to do that which ought to be done. 156. Having thus enjoined, he proceeded to go to the gate of the city, turning to look behind him as he went, as if he were in truth a deserter. And those who were set in that part of the wall, seeing him from the towers ran down, and slightly opening one wing of the gate asked who he was, and for what purpose he had come. And he addressed them, and said that he was Zopyrus, and that he came as a deserter to them. The gatekeepers accordingly when they heard this led him to the public assembly of the Babylonians, and being introduced before it, he began to lament his fortunes, saying that he had in fact suffered at his own hands, and that he had suffered this because he had counseled the king to withdraw his army, since in truth there seemed to be no means of taking the town. And now, he went on to say, I am come for very great good to you, O Babylonians, but for very great evil to Darius and his army, and to the Persians, 134, for he shall surely not escape with impunity for having thus maltreated me, and I know all the courses of his counsels. 157. Thus he spoke, and the Babylonians, when they saw the man of most reputation among the Persians deprived of nose and ears, and smeared over with blood from scourging, supposing assuredly that he was speaking the truth, and had come to be their helper, were ready to put in his power that for which he asked them, and he asked them that he might command a certain force. Then when he had obtained this from them, he did that which he had agreed with Darius that he would do. For he led out on the 10th day the army of the Babylonians, and having surrounded the 1,000 men whom he had enjoined Darius first to set there, he slew them. The Babylonians accordingly, perceiving that the deeds which he displayed were in accordance with his words, were very greatly rejoiced, and were ready to serve him in all things. And after the lapse of the days which had been agreed upon, he again chose men of the Babylonians, and led them out, and slew the 2,000 men of the troops of Darius. Seeing this deed also, the Babylonians all had the name of Zopyrus upon their tongues, and were loud in his praise. He then again, after the lapse of the days which had been agreed upon, led them out to the place appointed, and surrounded the 4,000 and slew them. When this also had been done, Zopyrus was everything among the Babylonians, and he was appointed both commander of their army and guardian of their walls. 158. But when Darius made an attack according to the agreement on every side of the wall, then Zopyrus discovered all his craft. For while the Babylonians, having gone up on the wall, were defending themselves against the attacks of the army of Darius, Zopyrus opened the gates called the gates of Kisha and of Bellows, and let in the Persians within the wall. And of the Babylonians, those who saw that which was done fled to the temple of Zeus Bellows, but those who did not see remained each in his own appointed place, until at last they also learnt that they had been betrayed. 159. Thus was Babylon conquered for the second time, and Darius, when he had overcome the Babylonians, first took away the wall from round their city and pulled down all the gates. For when Cyrus took Babylon before him, he did neither of these things. And secondly, Darius impaled the leading men to the number of about 3,000, but to the rest of the Babylonians he gave back their city to dwell in. And to provide that the Babylonians should have wives, in order that their race might be propagated, Darius did as follows for their own wives, as has been declared at the beginning, the Babylonians had suffocated, in provident care for their store of food. He ordered the nations who dwelt round to bring women to Babylon, fixing a certain number for each nation, so that the sum total of 50,000 women was brought together, and from these women the present Babylonians are descended. 160. As for Zopyrus, in the judgment of Darius, no one of the Persians surpassed him in good service, either of those who came after or of those who had gone before, excepting Cyrus alone. For to Cyrus no man of the Persians ever yet ventured to compare himself. And Darius is said to have declared often that he would rather that Zopyrus were free from the injury than that he should have 20 Babylons added to his possession in addition to that one which he had. Moreover, he gave him great honors, for not only did he give him every year those things which by the Persians are accounted the most honorable, but also he granted him Babylon to rule free from tribute, so long as he should live, and he added many other gifts. The son of this Zopyrus was Megabyzos, who was made commander in Egypt against the Athenians and their allies, and the son of this Megabyzos was Zopyrus, who went over to Athens as a deserter from the Persians. Zion.